1972 onward, Western Visayas, particularly Panay and Negros Islands from 1973 onward, Ilocos Montanosa. Pangasi region, particularly Ifugao from 1974 onward, and Eastern Visayas, particularly Samar and Mindanao, from 1975 onward. The various regional party committees can sum up their respective historical experiences to show how the Party, NPA, and the United Front began and expanded in their respective areas and nationwide. They can narrate their relations with the Party Central Committee and the experience of having inter-regional commissions and cooperation to relieve or lessen the burden of the Central Committee in dealing with regional committees. The CPP Central leadership has made sure that stronger regional party organizations serve as a base for assisting weaker regional party organizations in terms of education, training, competent cadres and commanders and resources. It has always tried its best to give direction to any part of the revolutionary movement under concentrated enemy attack to solve its own problems and to urge other regional party organizations to intensify their own offensives in order to relieve the comrades under attack in other regions and to make the enemy pay dearly for its attacks in other regions. The CPP has been alert to and has overcome the occurrences of bureaucratism, sectarianism, and ultra-democracy. Centralized leadership and the hierarchy of leading organs are respected, but the CPP criticizes and repudiates the imposition of sheer authority without a basis in facts and reasoning laid out through the democratic process. The CPP also eschews sectarianism, which is merely in the interest of the entirety or part of the party, without due consideration of the legitimate interests of other political forces and the broad masses of the people. The CPP shuns ultra-democracy, liberalism, and anarchy because these break the unity and discipline needed to strengthen the ranks of the revolution and confront the enemy. Despite its great organizational achievements, the CPP can improve its work and style of work. Prolonged and delayed meetings have adverse consequences and detract attention from the prompt solution of problems. When a higher level of leadership engages in prolonged and delayed meetings, lower levels tend to follow the style and thus so much time for revolutionary work is lost. The most thoroughgoing meetings, with the best of possible conclusions and documents, can also be ineffective if the leading organ concerned does not issue the needed urgent directives on the basis of current circumstances and developments between such meetings. The CPP is organizationally strong because it builds on its previous strength and seriously examines its organizational errors and shortcomings which it is ever determined to criticize and rectify. The current strength of the CPP in the tens of thousands can move up to the level of hundreds of thousands. These are needed to respond to the growing demand for party cadres for various types of work in the revolutionary struggle. The previous stock of party cadres and members is the base for the expansion of the party in consonance with the accelerated advance of the revolution. There is nothing arcane or too complicated for leading party organs and specific units to plan and carry out the expansion of the party membership. The eld for recruitment is the mass movement. A mass activist becomes a party candidate member by accepting the party constitution and program and becomes a full party member by the time he or she finishes the basic party course of education. The party has competent and conscientious political instructors. Study materials are in print and audiovisual forms that are available to people with various levels of prior formal education. Education and mass work ensure the high quality and durability of party membership. The ideological and political education and work of all party members and candidate members can be accelerated and amplified. More party educators can be trained and put to work in coordination with the accelerated recruitment of party candidate members from the mass movement. The party can take full advantage of the available technology to produce educational materials that are printed and audio-visual. As early as 1969, the CPP Central Leadership authorized the formation of the U.S. Committee to build the CPP and mass organizations among Filipinos in the U.S. By 1971, the delegation of the Central Committee of the CPP was based in Beijing in order to relate to the Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party and to connect with proletarian revolutionary parties and national liberation movements on a world scale. In 1976, the CPP supported the establishment of NDFP-OCs in Europe and the Asia-Pacific in order to organize the overseas contract workers and resource centers as well as form solidarity organizations with the host people. The CPP and NDFP have been successful in their international work. They have been instrumental in forming organizations of migrant Filipino workers, resource centers on the Philippines and solidarity organizations with the host peoples in many countries. They have initiated as well as joined anti-imperialist and democratic struggles abroad in defense of the rights and welfare of Filipinos and other peoples. The CPP has a wide range of bilateral relations with other communist and workers' parties. These range from comradely relations with Marxist-Leninist parties to friendly relations with anti-imperialist and democratic parties, organizations and movements. The CPP assumed a key role in the building of international communist organizations, such as the International Conference of Marxist-Leninist Parties and Organizations from 1992 onward and the Brussels Communist Seminar. It has also participated in multilateral conferences and seminars organized by other fraternal parties and revolutionary movements in various countries. To the extent possible, the CPP has engaged in practical cooperation with other revolutionary parties in order to exchange experiences and views and engage in mutual support and assistance. It has received comrades and friends from abroad who desire to learn firsthand the activities of the Philippine Revolutionary Movement. It has also dispatched CPP representatives and delegations to exchange experiences with and learn from fraternal ties, organizations, and movements on their own home grounds. Purpose of celebration amidst the People's War and crisis of the ruling system. The Communist Party of the Philippines can proudly celebrate its great achievements in the last 50 years. The celebration can take many forms: accelerated recruitment and development of new party members, vigorous mass work and intensive tactical offensives, mass meetings, seminars and forums, book publications of archival and timely materials, LMS on the history and current status of the party nationwide and in the regions, stage plays and musicals, art exhibits, and so on. The purpose of celebrating the 50th anniversary of the CPP is to take stock of the great achievements of the party, to honor the entire party, the revolutionary heroes and martyrs, the party cadres and members, the Red Commanders and Ders, the mass activists and the people, especially the toiling masses of workers and peasants. Most importantly, the purpose is to inspire the entire party, the People's Army, all other revolutionary forces, and the people to frustrate and defeat current attempts of the enemy to destroy the revolutionary movement and to win greater victories towards the total victory of the People's Democratic Revolution. The Ustudert regime is seeking to scapegoat the CPP, NPA, and the revolutionary mass movement of the people in order to establish a full-blown fascist dictatorship. It is using the most brutal and deceptive tactics in the vain attempt to destroy the revolutionary forces. These tactics used by Oplan Copy Upon are akin to those used in Oplan Tokang and Double Barrel. The Barangay Officials are coerced to list down suspected revolutionaries in the communities supposedly to make them participate in fake surrenders and to receive payments. The list also serves as a death list because military officers get higher payment for those killed in fake encounters. Like the police in the war on drugs, military officers are turned into butchers and corrupted more than ever before. The party, the People's Army and other revolutionary forces exist and operate on a national scale and in depth. through clandestinity and countryside basing. The enemy forces do not have the precise knowledge and capability to attack and destroy the revolutionary forces all at once, even under martial law and fascist dictatorship. They are liable to rob, abduct, torture, and murder many people, as they are already doing on an expanded scale. The People's Army can launch tactical offensives against the increasingly more vulnerable points of the enemy forces whenever these are overstretched and spread thinly in campaigns of suppression. The enemy armed forces does not have enough armed strength to concentrate on and destroy the party and the People's Army in any region, without those in other regions launching offensives to relieve their comrades in the region under attack. Whenever one or several guerrilla fronts are the focus of concentrated enemy attacks, they are capable of winning battles of counter-encirclement, and the other guerrilla fronts of the same region can intensify their tactical offensives. When the NPA forces in certain regions are under enemy attack, those in other regions can intensify their own offensives and win battles. As of the latest report, 75 of the total 98 maneuver battalions of the reactionary armed forces are concentrated in Mindanao under conditions of martial law. 44 battalions are deployed against the NPA areas and 31 against Bangsamoro groups. Meanwhile, the guerrilla fronts in Luzon and the Visayas have even better opportunities for launching and winning offensives against the overstretched 21 maneuver battalions that are deployed against them. As it has been able to do repeatedly, the NPA can take advantage of gaps in the enemy encirclement operations and conduct counter-encirclement operations and annihilate the vulnerable parts of the enemy forces in Mindanao. The party and the NPA can use the basic tactics of guerrilla warfare as well as more complex tactics against both the military and police forces of the enemy. The party has a strong basis for the confidence in winning greater victories in the battlefield. The more the U.S. THIRD regime deploys and overstretches its military, police and paramilitary forces against the NPA, the more will it make these forces available for NPA tactical offensives and provide opportunities for the NPA to seize weapons and other supplies from these forces. The combination of wastage of public funds for military equipment and operations, corruption among the officers, unbridled human rights violations and the soaring prices of basic commodities and services are goading more people to join the People's Army and help to hasten the advance of the People's War for nationwide liberation and democracy against the THIRD regime. The crisis of the semi-colonial and semi-feudal ruling system and the world capitalist system is rapidly worsening. It is escalating the conditions of people's oppression and exploitation and at the same time driving the revolutionary forces and the people to wage revolution on the basis of the ideological, political, and organizational strength that it has already attained. The party can make bigger strides forward and win greater victories. So long as the oppression and exploitation of the Filipino people by U.S. imperialism and the local exploiting classes persist, the Communist Party of the Philippines has fertile ground for leading and waging the people's democratic revolution. As the oppression and exploitation escalate under the THIRD regime, the CPP and the Filipino proletariat and people can win ever greater victories in the revolutionary struggle and realize a new Philippines that is truly independent, democratic, prosperous, socially just and progressive in an all-round way. On the revolutionary forces and the GRP and DFP peace negotiations. Interview by DZUP. November 7, 2018. DZUP 1602 is the official radio station of the University of the Philippines Diliman. Since the revitalization of DZUP in 2010, the station has committed to provide Matinanyusapan para sa Monlad na Bayan by serving as an alternative venue for learning and advocacies. DZUP also runs a daily news program, DZUP Balita, which provides news and information regarding issues that are relevant to the UP community, the nation, and the world. It aims to aid its listeners in forming informed opinions through facts and varying perspectives from authorities, experts, and advocates. This week, DZUP Bailita is focusing its series of interviews on the peace process in the country. President Rodrigo Roa Duterte has made multiple announcements of continuing then terminating the peace talks due to various reasons, hence raising public awareness towards the issue. In this regard, we are requesting for a 20-minute pre-recorded interview with you or any CPP representative on November 8, Thursday, via phone call at your most convenient time. The interview aims to discuss the issue of red tagging, as well as its implications on the peace and conflict in the country. We have contacted the CPP Information Bulletin RIA prior, and they provided us with your email address. I am forwarding the list of questions. DZUP uses conversational Filipino in its programs, hence the usage of Filipino in the questions. Q1, several administrations have passed and the CPP and PANDF calls still continue. What is the root cause of this? And why until now such situation remains? JMS, the CPP and PANDF call on the people to GHT whatever is the administration that does not serve the national and democratic rights but serves the interest of the imperial cits and the local exploiting classes such as the big compradors, landlords, and corrupt government officials. The struggle for a national democratic revolution remains because the semi-colonial, semi-feudal ruling system remains. The continued existence of oppression and exploitation, feudalism, and bureaucrat capitalism are the continuing root of the continuing struggle of the working masses and the people. Q2, what causes the peace talks not to succeed, including the current administration? In your view, is the Duterte administration sincere when it comes to achieving peace through peace talks? JMS, at RST the NDFP thought that Duterte was sincere in the peace talks because he claimed that he to be the RST left president and that he was a socialist. But within only the RST 6 months of his presidency, he was obviously pretending and he reneged on his promise to amnesty and free all political prisoners. It turned out that all he wanted was for the CPP, NPA, and NDF to capitulate and commit suicide and that he found the necessary basic social, economic and political reforms necessary for the Filipino people and as stated in the Hague Joint Declaration were needless. He rejects an honorable peace agreement for the welfare of the people but seeks the surrender and pacification of the revolutionary forces so that the foreign monopoly capitalists and the local exploiting classes would prevail. Q3, one of the issues under the Duterte administration is so-called red tagging or identifying some groups and individuals as rebel or terrorist. What are the implications of such red tagging on the peace talks, including the whole issue of security for all people in the country? JMS, this red tagging being undertaken by the Duterte regime is very bad for patriotic and progressive groups and individuals as well as the masses in the communities. Whoever is critical of the regime is made to appear as rebel or terrorist and thus a target for intimidation, arrest, or killing. Cases of mass activists being killed are increasing such as the Sagay 9, including lawyers such as who was murdered ala Oplan Tokang and G. Oplan Kapia. Pon. Red tagging has a deleterious to the peace negotiations. Intimidation and blaming destroys confidence that should exist in serious peace process. Worst is Duterte's termination of the peace negotiations through Proclamation 360 and called the CPP and NPA as terrorist. This Duterte is fond of intimidation and all-out war. Q4, the AFP and PNP, also some government officials have announced several times, that the communist groups recruit their new members from schools and from left organizations. What can you say about this? JMS, the AFP and PNP wish to interfere with the schools, including the University of the Philippines, to intimidate ideate and to dictate the wishes of the regime in the name of the anti-terrorist campaign. Were they to be allowed, academic freedom would be damaged and the real terrorists would prevail, even in the determination of academic policies and content of the curriculum. Duterte wishes to become a fascist dictator a la Marcos so as to accumulate wealth without any hindrance. He fears that the students would act en masse against his regime. Q5, lately the military forces also announced that Red October plot, claimed to be initiated by CPP and PANDF, with the help of some groups and individuals. Is it true that the communist groups are behind this plot? Do the CPP and PANDF a destabilization plan against President Rodrigo Duterte? JMS, it is the military that invented Red October plot, not the CPP and PANDFP, and they are not behind such a plot. The military invented the Red October plot to intimidate and suppress the legal mass movement. It is proven that October passed and the military themselves also said that the plot is still rolling. Their propaganda is muddled. The CPP and PANDFP call for people's war is constant. However, what would more easily topple Duterte would be the withdrawal of support from him by his military, once the street actions of the mass movement grows strong. As have happened with Marcos and Estrada. Within the military, the officers and men who have tired of the regime are increasing not only because of the extreme exploitation and suppression but also abuse of the people. Q6, in your view, can peace talks continue? Are you still open to this possibility? JMS, even as the GHT in the ELDS and in words between the Duterte regime and the revolutionaries rage, the NDFP policy to talks with the GRP remains constant for the sake of the Filipino people. This is also my stand. Peace talks are undertaken by mutual enemies, not by friends, to avoid unnecessary costs and advance the national and democratic rights and interests of the Filipino people. Enemies are the ones who need peace talks, not friends. Q7, what can you say about the arrest of the peace consultant Vicente Laidlad? JMS, it is bad that Vicente Laidlad, a consultant in the peace negotiations, has been arrested. He failed to attend a court hearing because of his serious illness, emphysema due to chronic asthma. He has immunity protection based on JASIG because this is a reciprocal and continuing safety and immunity guarantees for negotiators, consultants and resource persons of both the NDFP and the GRP. They should not be considered as combatants just because there is a breakdown or a termination of the peace talks. On their side, the CPP and NPA do not so fear, conduct surveillance, harass, arrest or kill GRP negotiators, consultants and resource persons. What the Duterte regime and its military do against NDFP consultants is barbarism. This should not be done. Purpose of celebration amidst the people's war and crisis of the ruling system? November 10, 2018. The Communist Party of the Philippines can proudly celebrate its great achievements in the last 50 years. The celebration can take many forms: accelerated recruitment and development of new party members, vigorous mass work and intensive tactical offensives, mass meetings, seminars and forums, book publications of archival and timely materials, LMS on the history and current status of the party nationwide and in the regions, stage plays and musicals, art exhibits, and so on. The purpose of celebrating the 50th anniversary of the CPP is to take stock of the great achievements of the party, to honor the entire party, the revolutionary heroes and martyrs, the party cadres and members, the Red Commanders and leaders, the mass activists and the people, especially the toiling masses of workers and peasants. Most importantly, the purpose is to inspire the entire party, the People's Army, all other revolutionary forces, and the people to frustrate and defeat current attempts of the enemy to destroy the revolutionary movement and To win greater victories towards the total victory of the People's Democratic Revolution. The THIRD regime is seeking to scapegoat the CPP, NPA, and the revolutionary mass movement of the people in order to establish a full-blown fascist dictatorship. It is using the most brutal and deceptive tactics in the vain attempt to destroy the revolutionary forces. These tactics used by Oplan copy upon are akin to those used in Oplan Tokang and Double Barrel. The Baranahi Othiels are coerced to list down suspected revolutionaries in the communities supposedly to make them participate in fake surrenders and to receive payments. The list also serves as a death list because military officers get higher payment for those killed in fake encounters. Like the police in the war on drugs, military officers are turned into butchers and corrupted more than ever before. The party, the People's Army and other revolutionary forces exist and operate on a national scale and in depth. Through clandestinity and countryside basing. The enemy forces do not have the precise knowledge and capability to attack and destroy the revolutionary forces all at once, even under martial law and fascist dictatorship. They are liable to rob, abduct, torture, and murder many people as they are already doing on an expanded scale. The People's Army can launch tactical offensives against the increasingly more vulnerable points of the enemy forces whenever these are overstretched and spread thinly in campaigns of suppression. The enemy armed forces do not have enough armed strength to concentrate on and destroy the party and the People's Army in any region, without those in other regions launching offensives to relieve their comrades in the region under attack. Whenever one or several guerrilla fronts are the focus of concentrated enemy attacks, they are capable of winning battles of counter-encirclement, and the other guerrilla fronts of the same region can intensify their tactical offensives. When the NPA forces in certain regions are under enemy attack, those in other regions can intensify their own offensives and win battles. As of the latest report, 75 of the total 98 maneuver battalions of the reactionary armed forces are concentrated in Mindanao under conditions of martial law. 44 battalions are deployed against the NPA areas and 31 against Bangsamoro groups. Meanwhile, the guerrilla fronts in Luzon and the Visayas have even better opportunities for launching and winning offensives against the overstretched 21 maneuver battalions that are deployed against them. As it has been able to do repeatedly, the NPA can take advantage of gaps in the enemy encirclement operations and conduct counter-encirclement operations and annihilate the vulnerable parts of the enemy forces in Mindanao. The party and the NPA can use the basic tactics of guerrilla warfare as well as more complex tactics against both the military and police forces of the enemy. The party has a strong basis for the confidence in winning greater victories in the battlefield. The more the U.S. THIRD regime deploys and overstretches its military, police and paramilitary forces against the NPA, the more will it make these forces available for NPA tactical offensives and provide opportunities for the NPA to seize weapons and other supplies from these forces. The combination of wastage of public funds for military equipment and operations, grew to 10.3 million in 2013, and 2, in employment in special economic zones. This grossly arms how our lack of an industrial base means that foreign monopoly capital is able to exploit Filipino raw materials and cheap labor. 6 In 1983 you and Ka Julie, your wife, analyzed the Philippine mode of production and countered the wrong line that the Philippines was no longer semi-feudal but capitalist. What was the basis of that line? JMS, yes, we thought in 1983 that it was our duty to counter the erroneous line that the Philippine economy was no longer semi-feudal but capitalist. The implication of the term capitalist was that the Philippines had become industrial capitalist. There would have been no problem if the homegrown capitalism were described as semi-feudal capitalism or big comprador capitalism or big comprador landlord economy. Certain cadres of the Communist Party of the Philippines were quite awed by the Marcos fascist regime's infrastructure projects and propaganda that the Philippines was becoming industrial capitalist because of 11 industrial projects connected to the infrastructure projects and the promotion of universal banks, so-called, no longer merely commercial banks but banks for industrial investment, as in the merger of bank and industrial capital in the emergence of monopoly capitalism in Europe. Julie and I thought those CPP cadres I have mentioned were under the influence of bourgeois economists and even of Trotskyism. They were short of knowledge about political economy and were lacking in critical ability. They even claimed that the peasantry in central Luzon was rapidly disappearing because of industrialization and did not recognize that the number of peasants persisted but the surplus rural population was increasing and desperate, even for odd jobs on the farms and in Metro Manila. They were also dazzled by the prospects of export processing zones and semi-processing enterprises. They failed to recognize that the bureaucrat capitalist Marcos and his cronies were big compradors who were benefiting from infrastructure projects which were grossly graft-laden and dependent on onerous foreign debt as well as on imported construction equipment and structural steel. The so-called 11 industrial projects and universal banks were all balderdash and were subordinate to the infrastructure projects and export-import trading. The export processing zones were not at all the cutting edge of industrialization but fringe processing or assembly of niched components. The errant comrades were completely unaware that Marcos had already exhausted the Japanese war damage payments and that the neo-Keynesian lending under the auspices of the World Bank for the purpose of enhancing the colonial exchange of raw materials from the hinterlands and niched goods from the metropolis was under strain and severe criticism from 1979 onward. The Marcos fascist regime was already in financial trouble due to the dwindling of international credit from 1979 to 1982. 7. What were the consequences of the wrong line of those who practically praised Marcos for transforming the Philippines from semi-feudal to industrial capitalist? JMS, the subjectivist line that Marcos had transformed or was transforming the Philippine economy from semi-feudal to industrial capitalist bred right and left opportunist lines. It reinforced the reformist right opportunist line of the so-called popular Democrats. It also whipped up the left opportunist and Trotskyite line that the Maoist line of protracted people's war was invalid and that victory in the armed revolution could be accomplished through urban uprisings and or rapid regularization of the people's army. The left opportunist line manifested Trotskyite notions and did the most damage to the armed revolution from 1986 until 1992, prompting the Second Great Rectification movement in 1992. The critique of the wrong subjectivist line about the mode of production in the Philippines in 1983 did not stop the right opportunists and left opportunists in having their way and enacting damage to the revolutionary forces at various times in various regions, but it reinforced the Marxist-Leninist foundation of the CPP and aired the support of most cadres and members for the Second Great Rectification movement. This was an educational movement to repudiate, criticize, and rectify the erroneous subjectivist line and the right and left opportunist errors as well as consequent crimes. It saved the CPP and the revolutionary movement from disintegration. 8. Now, there are again claims that the Philippines is no longer semi-feudal but capitalist. Why? What is the basis for these claims? Has the neoliberal policy really developed beyond what you call the semi-feudal economy? JMS, as Lenin has taught us a long time ago about the law of uneven development, modern imperialism or monopoly capitalism can make spasmodic investments in colonies, semi-colonies and dependent countries, but these do not result in an even economic development from one level to a new higher level. The kind of foreign investments that owed into the Philippines during the time of Marcos did not lift the Philippines from Semi-feudalism to industrial capitalism, but to a worse kind of semi-feudalism that resulted in the downfall of Marcos and the stagnation of the economy during the time of Cory Aquino. Then from 1992 onward, Ramos as president pushed hard the neoliberal policy, privatized state assets to use the sales income for buoying up the budget and to get neoliberal credit for a private construction boom and larger importation of niched manufactures. The Philippine economy actually degenerated and then was adversely affected in a big way by the Asian financial crisis of 1997. The export-oriented processing enterprises collapsed and became subordinated to China as an assembly platform. The Estrada regime could not last long because of corruption and depressed conditions of the economy. But, despite continuing difficulties, the subsequent Arroyo and Aquino regimes seemed to be able to ease the Philippine economy because of low-interest international credit by way of reviving the world capitalist economy, the enow of speculative portfolio funds which did not build any productive enterprise, the foreign exchange remittances of overseas contract workers and the shift of business processing operations from the imperialist countries to the Philippines. Philippine economic progress since the 2000s is equated or made to appear with the glossy high-rise buildings due to neoliberal funding and a big amount of import-dependent consumption due to a rising level of foreign debt in combination with the remittances of the OFWs which have not been enough to cover budgetary and trade deficits. Thus, there is now an unsustainable public debt of 9 trillion Cuban pesos without any solid kind of industrial development. The backward non-industrial character of the Philippine economy when the public debt bubbles of neoliberalism will be exploding in both industrial capitalist countries and in non-industrial countries like the Philippines. But there are those who think that the grotesque distribution of employment and outputs in the agriculture, industry and service sectors spells the rise of the Philippine economy, from semi-feudalism to capitalism, which is implied to be industrial capitalism. According to latest government statistics, agriculture is supposed to account for 22.9% employment and 7.4% share of the GDP, industry for 19.1% of employment and 34% share of GDP, and service sector for 58% of employment and 58.6% of GDP. These figures are patently false by understating the proportion of those employed in agriculture and disregarding the fact that entire families of peasants and farm workers participate in farm work, and overstating employment in the service sector, which obviously includes estimates of the big number of odd jobbers and unemployed. The service sector is not a basic productive sector, unlike agriculture and industry. Nevertheless, the service sector is highly significant because it is where the comprador bourgeoisie reigns with its big financial, trading and other service corporations. These determine the semi-feudal and big comprador capitalist character of the Philippine economy, in line which lacks an industrial foundation. But the statisticians of the reactionary government also crowd the service sector with small and medium service enterprises and the far more numerous income earners working as jeepney drivers, market stall proprietors, gasoline station attendants, store owners, street vendors, cooks, waitresses and others involved in the so-called informal economy. That the service sector dominates the economy indicates a grossly discouraged non-industrial state of the economy. The proportions of employment and output ascribed to the industry sector clearly do not make the Philippines industrial capitalist, especially if we consider that the Philippine industry sector is entirely dependent on imported equipment, fuel, and other major components and raw materials. What has been passed by the reactionary rulers and economists as industrial capitalist development in the Philippines consists of pockets of large-scale industrial capitalist production dependent on imported equipment and components, which include electronic parts, electrical wiring production and other export commodities inside the export processing zones. These zones of cheap Filipino labor and tax evasion form part of the international assembly line of multinational corporations. There are also large-scale extractive industries such as mining operations which make use of giant earth moving machines, high explosives, open pits and heavy doses of cyanide and other lethal chemicals, and international shipping vessels which often avoid customs with the complicity of corrupt officials. Large numbers of the Filipino proletariat are concentrated in these areas of economic activity. The question, however, is whether these form part of, or contribute to domestic capitalist development. The processing of the mineral ores is done abroad beyond the primary stage. Except for the low wages they pay to workers, the mining enterprises, in fact, do not contribute anything fundamental to domestic capitalist development. In fact, they prevent local capitalist factors from developing industrially by sucking in domestic resources, and enhancing economic policy to the detriment of the national bourgeoisie. The independent local capitalist sector is limited mainly to small and medium-scale manufacturing, with significant numbers in the local food manufacturing. 9. What are the possible consequences of not describing Philippine politics and economy in the most precise way? Pos. Cybele. JMS. If the thinking gains ground that the Philippines has become industrial capitalist from being semi-feudal, there would be an obfuscation of the three basic problems of foreign monopoly capitalism, domestic feudalism, and bureaucrat capitalism, with the big compradors and bureaucrat capitalists serving as the bridge between monopoly capitalism and feudalism, consisting of traditional rent-taking landlords and export crop landlords, and leasehold contract growers who combine some amount of mechanization and the use of seasonal farm workers. Worst of all, there can be again the illusion that the peasantry is a dwindling or even disappearing class. Through capitalist development, agrarian revolution is no longer the main content of the people's democratic revolution, and that the protracted people's war has lost the wide social and physical terrain for maneuver and growth in stages. The subjectivist line can again be whipped up for the right and left opportunist lines that arose from 1981 to 1992 and became very damaging to the revolutionary movement from 1985 to 1992. Those who spread the aforesaid subjectivist line eventually exposed themselves as Trotskyists. They are again loudly attacking the characterization of the Philippine economy as semi-feudal in order to push the long discredited Trotskyite line that there ought not to be two stages in the Philippine Revolution because socialism is already the immediate issue, that there is no need for the people's democratic revolution, that the peasantry and the middle bourgeoisie are reactionary forces that should be kept out of the National United Front, that the strategic line of protracted people's war by encircling the cities from the country should be discarded, and that the workers must do all the revolutionary struggle and share no power with the peasant masses. However, the semi-feudal character of the Philippines will become even more conspicuous as the crisis of the world capitalist system and that of the domestic ruling system worsen, especially after the aggravation of the crisis and large-scale disruptions of global and domestic supply chains wrought by COVID-19. The liberalized trade and investment policies of the reactionary government have favored foreign monopoly capitalists and smugglers through the ports and free economic zones at the expense of local production. The Philippine economy remains dependent on imported equipment and many kinds of consumer manufactures, foreign debt, and investments. It suffers from a rapidly worsening chronic trade deficit and mounting public debt. The people suffer high rates of unemployment, job insecurity, low wages, rising prices of food and other basic commodities, mass poverty, and homelessness. The export-oriented, import-dependent, and heavily indebted economy is already reeling from the global economic slowdown and the aggravation done by the destruction of productive forces due to the COVID-19 lockdowns. The private construction boom, real estate development and tourist enterprises are likely to soar a collapse as they did after the Asian financial crisis of 1997. The GDP growth last year, which slowed to 5.9%, the lowest in 8 years, is set to be wiped out with the unprecedented contraction of the economy. Sure to further deteriorate are all sectors of the economy in terms of output and employment. Overseas remittances and BPO operations will slow down. The Philippine economy and government have gone bankrupt and will have no way whatsoever to claim any kind of economic development from the underdeveloped and impoverished conditions of semi-feudalism. On the struggle against the Marcos fascist dictatorship. Questions by the host Edna Beecher, Anak Bayan Europa. September 20, 2020. 1. Even before Marcos proclaimed martial law in 1972, revolutionary forces in the Philippines had been waging the National Democratic Revolution. How big was this movement before martial law? JMS, in the entire 1960s, the National Democratic Movement against U.S. imperialism and the local reactionary classes of big compradors, landlords, and bureaucrat capitalists grew steadily among the student youth, workers, and peasants through activities to arouse, organize, and mobilize them. The Student Cultural Association of the University of the Philippines made the RST major mass action in the struggle for national democracy when it led 5,000 students on March 15, 1961 to scuttle the anti-communist hearings of the Committee on Anti-Filipino Activities of the lower house of Congress. Those hearings had persecuted the faculty members and student activists of the UP for writing patriotic and progressive essays. The leading activists of the SCOP subsequently generated study groups and seminars to promote the National Democratic line of resuming the Philippine Revolution among the students, young workers, peasants and professionals. They established the Kabataan Makabayan as a comprehensive youth organization in 1964. The KM gained national prominence as an articulator and militant force of the National Democratic Movement. In 1964, it worked with student organizations, labor federations of Lapiang Manggagawa and the Masaka led by Felix Berto Olalia. It spearheaded demonstrations that peaked with 25,000 rallyists in 1965 against the treaties, agreements and arrangements that bound the Philippines as a semi-colony to the U.S. It also led the youth demonstration against the so-called Manila Summit in which U.S. President Lyndon Johnson rounded up the Asian puppet government to join the U.S. in its war of aggression against Vietnam. The demonstration was violently dispersed, but the student demonstrators were inspired to launch the October 24 movement for carrying out social investigation and recruiting the youth in urban and rural poor communities. In 1967-68, the KM led nationwide student strikes against reactionary school owners and administrators, and built school chapters nationwide. In 1969, the KM cooperated with jeepney drivers to carry out transport strikes against rising oil prices. In the meantime, the Communist Party of the Philippines was established under the guidance of Marxism Leninism with only 12 delegates representing more than 80 full and candidate members. And it soon established the New People's Army on March 29, 1969 with only a few squads in Tarlac but with a mass base of some 80,000 people. The first quarter storm led by the KM broke out in 1970. From January to March, a series of mass protests surged, with 100,000 to 200,000 youth and workers joining each protest action. As a result, the National Democratic mass organizations increased their membership by leaps and bounds. The violent dispersal of the mass actions which resulted in the killing and injury of mass protesters only served to arouse popular outrage, inspire further mass actions, drove many activists to study revolutionary theory and practice, and embolden many activists to join the CPP and NPA. The mass protests continued despite the suspension of the writ of habeas corpus in 1971 until the declaration of martial law in 1972. Against the strident threats of Marcos to declare martial law, the mass protesters shouted, "People's war as the answer to martial law." On the eve of the declaration of martial law, the KM had a membership of 15,000. The revolutionary trade unions reached a membership of at least 30,000 and the peasant mass base was at least 200,000, mainly in Tarlac, Pampanga, Ifugao, Cagayan, Isabela, and Nueva Vizcaya provinces in 1972. The CPP membership was approaching 2,000 and the NPA had more than 300 reddites with automatic RIs, excluding the People's Militia with inferior weapons. Marcos exaggerated the number of NPA as 10,000 in his declaration of martial law. 2. Please tell us about the first quarter storm. What were the significant mass actions? What did it achieve? JMS, Metro Manila was the center of the FQS of 1969, but the mass actions spread nationwide. As I have already said, they ranged in size from 100,000 to 200,000. The storm broke out when Marcos ordered the violent dispersal of the students gathered before Congress after he delivered his State of the Nation address on January 26, 1970. The violent dispersal and the death and injury of the student demonstrators provoked further mass actions. The subsequent mass actions involved having assembly points in various parts of Metro Manila, and then the demonstrators marched from those points, picking up more demonstrators and mass support along the way before converging on Congress, the Presidential Palace or the U.S. Embassy. Following the violent dispersal of the rally before Congress on January 26, 1970, the KM mobilized 150,000 demonstrators to march to the Presidential Place on January 30. The Presidential Guards and Marines attacked the demonstrators and the demonstrators captured a truck to ram through the gate of the palace. A seesaw battle ensued at the Mendiola Bridge, resulting in serious casualties on the side of the students and the reactionary side. Marcos pleaded to the movement for a democratic Philippines to stop the mass actions. But the KM decided that the mass movement must go on. The next demonstration in February gathered at Plaza Miranda in Quiapo, Manila, and then proceeded to the U.S. Embassy. The demonstrators broke into the gate of the embassy and vented their ire on the entire ground floor of the embassy. The mass movement proceeded with major issues raised against U.S. imperialism and the Marcos puppet regime. After the FQS, more demonstrations occurred on labor and land reform issues as well as on the U.S. military bases and the U.S. war of aggression against Vietnam until the declaration of martial law in 1972. 3. What was the effect of martial law on this national democratic movement? JMS, the martial law declaration of 1972 served to enemy the revolutionary spirit of the Filipino people. They were outraged that Marcos was imposing fascist dictatorship on them in the service of U.S. imperialism and his own selfish interests, despite his propaganda of saving the republic and building a new society. Marcos outlawed all the legal forces of the National Democratic Movement and engaged in the mass arrest of their leaders as well as the leaders of the opposition Liberal Party. The mass activists who could not be arrested went underground. In Metro Manila alone, 4,000 mass activists went underground with the intention of joining the People's War in the countryside. The CPP membership leaped to more than 2,000. By 1974, most of the thousands of activists joining the urban underground were deployed nationwide to help build the party, the NPA, the revolutionary mass organizations, and the local organs of political power in so many regions nationwide. Instead of being able to destroy the legal national democratic movement, with martial law and fascist dictatorship, Marcos unwittingly succeeded in helping the armed revolutionary movement by driving the mass activists from the ranks of the workers and educated youth to join the CPP, NPA, and the peasant masses in the countryside. For what were the different forms of resistance against the Marcos fascist dictatorship? JMS, despite the violence and terrorism of martial law, various forms of legal and illegal resistance were possible against the Marcos fascist dictatorship. Only those threatened with arrest, torture and death had to go underground. The civil rights and religious organizations tried their best to defend the human rights of the social activists, the disemployed print and broadcast journalists, the trade unionists and leaders of the conservative opposition. There was no way Marcos could stop the patriotic and democratic forces among the workers, peasants, students, professionals, religious people, and the legal opposition parties who carried on their daily work to express their views and among themselves, especially because Marcos insulted everyone by closing all mass media that were not under his control and by trying to monopolize information. The National Democratic Front of the Philippines was formed on April 24, 1973 to build and strengthen the broad united front against the Marcos fascist dictatorship. This united front was successful in coordinating the legal forms of resistance and the armed revolutionary movement. Publications circulated and lightning protest actions occurred. Under conditions of martial law, both legal forms of struggle and the People's War flourished. That was why the Marcos fascist dictatorship was ultimately overthrown. In class terms, the working class as the leading class relied mainly on its basic alliance with the peasant masses, won over the middle social strata and took advantage of the splits among the reactionaries in order to isolate and destroy the power of the Marcos fascist regime. 5. The Bangsamoro led by the Moro National Liberation Front also waged armed struggle against the Marcos dictatorship. Was there an alliance between the CPP and the MNLF? What was their relationship? JMS, Nurmijuri and other key leaders of the Moro National Liberation Front got their political education and training from Kabataan Makabayan, which propagated the right of national self-determination among all indigenous peoples in the Philippines. There was therefore a high level of common understanding between the MNLF and the revolutionary movement of the entire Filipino people. There was at least an objective alliance between the MNLF and the revolutionary movement of the entire Filipino people, including the reactionary Manila-based government as the common enemy. The Moro nation's GHT for self-determination had the act of helping the revolutionary struggle of the entire Filipino people. Reciprocally, the struggle of the Filipino people helped the Moro people. The CPP and all patriotic and democratic forces succeeded in countering the attempt of Marcos to use Christian chauvinism against the MNLF, the MILF, and the Moro nation. The NDFP and the Christians for National Liberation advocated ecumenism and mutual respect between the Christian and Islamic believers. The military minions of Marcos committed atrocities against the Moro people but were condemned by the Filipino people for doing so. The NDFP and the MNLF agreed to stand together as complainants on behalf of the Filipino and Moro PEO. Pleas against the Marcos fascist dictatorship as defendant in the trial conducted by the International People's Tribunal in Antwerp, Belgium in 1980. Marcos and his criminal accomplices were convicted by the International PEO's Tribunal. 6. Was there an international support in the movement against the fascist dictatorship? If so, what kind and what was its significance? JMS, there was abundant international support for the Filipino people and their just struggle against the Marcos fascist dictatorship. As early as 1969, we in the CPP anticipated that Marcos would impose fascist dictatorship on the people. Thus, we started to deploy cadres to conduct solidarity work in socialist countries, in certain countries in Asia, Africa, and Latin America, in the US, Europe and in the Asia-Pacific region. The CPP formed committees and branches in whichever country it had party members. These engaged in mass work in order to build Filipino community organizations and solidarity organizations with the host people. The NDFP also had its international political work. It was able to form alliances of Filipino organizations and solidarity organizations and develop diplomatic and proto-diplomatic relations with foreign governments and their agencies. The CPP and the NDFP were open to alliance and cooperation with all Filipino organizations in opposition to the Marcos fascist regime, even if they belonged to the conservative opposition. The National Democratic Organizations abroad were themselves alliances and could include Filipinos of various ideological, religious, and political persuasions as long as they agreed to GHT against the Marcos fascist dictatorship. 7. The assassination of Aquino in 1983 upon his return to Manila triggered an upsurge. How significant was this in the overthrow of the Marcos fascist dictatorship? JMS, the Aquino assassination on August 21, 1983 triggered the gigantic mass actions that led to the overthrow of the Marcos fascist dictatorship in 1986. That was the biggest mistake of Marcos. It led to the conclusion of the U.S. government that Marcos had become more of a liability than an asset to U.S. interests. The U.S. State Department and the Republican and Democrat parties were ended that Marcos resorted to murder to eliminate a political leader they thought could replace Marcos in a peaceful way. The Catholic and other Christian churches were also ended. So were most sections of the big comprador and landlord classes that had long been ended by Marcos and his upstart cronies for engaging in immigrant plunder, monopolizing the infrastructure projects and grabbing the enterprises and assets of others. The Ninoy Aquino funeral was attended by 1 million people. But the pro-Aquino forces did not have solid mass organizations for launching mass protests. In the interest of the broad united front against the Marcos fascist dictatorship, the forces of the National Democratic Movement cooperated with the pro-Aquino forces in mobilizing the masses in great numbers to seek justice and eke the overthrow of the Marcos fascist dictatorship. 8. Could you tell us about the EDSA uprising? How did it happen and what eked? How did the regime respond to it? JMS, the biggest contradiction between the Filipino people and the Marcos fascist dictatorship became conspicuous with the rise of the mass actions after the Aquino assassination from 1983 to 1986 and the electoral rallies of the opposition during the campaign period for the presidential snap election of February 7, 1986. As a result of the electoral cheating of Marcos through his control of the Cumlic, the CPP immediately announced intensified armed resistance. The legal democratic forces also announced the intensification of mass protests. Subsequently, Cory Aquino announced a campaign of civil disobedience and the Catholic bishops issued a pastoral letter proclaiming the Marcos regime as having no legal and moral foundation. The stage was set for unprecedented mass actions against the Marcos fascist regime. Meanwhile, the contradictions between the side of Marcos and General Ver on one side and Defense Secretary Enrile and General Ramos on the other side broke out into the open. The former side was able to foil the coup attempt of the Reform the AFP movement as the instrument of the latter side. From Camp Aguinaldo, the Enrile Ramos side and the RAM called for public support before they walked over to Camp Crame. Cardinal Sin called for public support for the beleaguered military opponents of Marcos and Ver. Using the Radio Veritas broadcast station of the Catholics, Butch Aquino called on the people to assemble at the Easton along EDSA. The forces of Bayan, Justice for Aquino and Justice for All and Congress for the Restoration of Democracy were the RST to appear in significant number. Thus, the great number of people started to build up along EDSA. Colonel Santiago called for volunteers to accompany him in seizing the broadcast station of Kenlan Broadcasting System and the government, and 500 members of Bayan. Quezon City accompanied him. The people who occupied EDSA from Cubao, Quezon City to Makati, Rizal peaked to as high as 2 million. People to block the Marcos loyalists from attacking the Enrile Ramos side. Some 80% of the people responded to the calls of Cardinal Sin, using the Veritas broadcast station. 20% of the people were mobilized by Bayan. In the direct encirclement of the Malacanang Palace, more than 90% of the 100,000 people were mobilized by Kiluzang Mayo Uno and the League of Filipino Students. Marcos and Ver tried to use force against the Enrile Ramos side, but the gigantic mass of people along EDSA and around the palace was insurmountable. They blocked the army and marine convoys sent out by Marcos from Fort Bonifacio and Sangley Point. At the same time, the U.S. Embassy used General Ileto to neutralize the Marcos loyalists in the Philippine Army. He and U.S. Ambassador Bosworth remanded the orders of Marcos for the artillery bombardment on Camp Crame from the site of Imelda's Ministry of Human Settlements. Air Force General Sotelo of Camp Basa Air Base was ordered to bomb Camp Crame, but instead he defected to the Enrile Ramos side. At the end of his power, Marcos and his family had no choice but to be airlifted by U.S. helicopters to the Clark Air Base and from there to Guam and further on to Hawaii. If Marcos took the road to escape from the palace, he would have been ambushed by one of the special platoons which had been deployed by the NPA in Manila. 9. What was the role of the National Democratic Movement in the EDSA uprising? JMS, I have already pointed out the particular role of the forces of the National Democratic Movement in joining the great number of people at EDSA, in seizing the broadcast facilities of KPN and the government, and the encirclement of the presidential palace in the null days of Marcos in power from February 22 to 25, 1986. I have not yet mentioned many other important contributions of Bayan, like their organizations in several regions and provinces, building the united front against Marcos and persuading the pro-Marcos politicians and units of the AFP and Philippine Constabulary to withdraw support from Marcos. The regional commander of the PC in Bicol, General de Villa, cooperated with Bayan in neutralizing the pro-Marcos politicians in the Bicol region. The Bayan organizations of Angela City blocked the way of the convoy of Marcos loyalist troops headed by General Palafox coming from Camp Aquino in Tarlac. But the biggest role of the National Democratic Movement in ultimately bringing down the Marcos fascist regime was its long, resolute and active resistance in the legal forms of resistance as well as in the form of the PLE's war. As the Marcos fascist dictatorship reigned long and had the illusion of ruling forever, the organizations and local organs of political power grew in strength and spread nationwide. The legal democratic forces were outlawed and had to go underground, but they kept on launching lightning protest mass actions, and new legal mass organizations also kept on arising, especially after Marcos pretended to lift martial law in 1981. However, as early as 1974 to 1975, the trade unions were able to carry out a nationwide strike in 300 workplaces, and in 1976 the student masses were already able to re-establish student councils in the UP and so many other schools. The People's War was inspirational to the broad masses of the people during all the time that Marcos rode roughshod over them with his armed minions and with U.S. imperialist support. The heroic resistance of the CPP, NPA, the NDFP, the revolutionary mass organizations and the local organs of political power demonstrated to the broad masses of the people that it was possible to GHT the fascist regime. The inspiration of the revolutionary forces became even stronger when the economic, social, and political crisis of the fascist regime and the swearing of the people became conspicuous from 1979 onward. The budgetary and trade deficits were widening and international credit for the regime was tightening. 10. It was a time of social unrest and political instability. Why was the revolutionary movement not able to seize political power from Marcos at that time? It was a time of social unrest and political instability. Why was the revolutionary movement not able to seize political power from Marcos at that time? JMS, as of November 1985, when the plenum of the CPP Central Committee convened, the New People's Army had already accumulated a total of 5,600 high-powered RIs and was already operating nationwide in so many guerrilla fronts, in all rural regions and in the majority of Philippine provinces. That was not a small achievement. From having only a few squads with only 9 automatic RIs and 26 inferior rearms in 1969. But the strength of the NPA was not yet enough for destroying the armed strength of the enemy and seizing political power in the cities. The advance of the NPA would have been more rapid if not for the subjectivist line gaining currency within the CPP in 1981 that the Philippines was no longer semi-feudal but industrial capitalist and that it was wrong to follow the strategic line of protracted people's war of availing of the peasantry and the country as the social and physical terrain for maneuvering against the militarily superior enemy and for accumulating armed strength from stage to stage and from phase to phase in every stage. The subjectivist line led to the right opportunist line of turning the NDFP into a reformist united front by ending the class leadership of the proletariat supposedly to attract more people to the NDFP. But the worst political errors resulting from the subjectivist line were several left opportunist lines of insurrectionism in several regions at several times. These insurrectionist errors resulted in severe losses of mass base and worse in the commission of crimes when the failure of line became a pretext for the so-called anti-DPA witch hunts. The second Great Rectification movement of 1992 to 1998 dealt with and rectified these errors and crimes through ideological and political education. The Trotskyite urban insurrectionism of Popoy Lagman in the Manila Rizal region presumed that it was enough for the workers to seize political power in order to win the entire Philippine Revolution. And in Mindanao, the Reyes Quimpo Trotskyite red area white area strategy presumed that people's strikes so-called and armed city partisan warfare were the lead factor of the armed revolution, with the NPA as secondary factor trying to catch up with the urban actions by rapidly organizing companies in an absolutely vertical way without sufficient horizontal deployment of sufficient armed units for mass work and mass base building. 11. You were part of this struggle against Marcos' dictatorship. Can you share with us your experiences in participating in this struggle? JMS, I am happy that I was able to contribute what I could to the ideological, political, and organizational development of the revolutionary forces that struggled against the Marcos dictatorship. I took part in the development of labor, peasant, and youth organizations and alliances during the entire 1960s. These led to the founding and development of the CPP, NPA, NDFP, revolutionary mass organizations and local organs of political power. I was in the preparation of the revolutionary forces that anticipated the emergence of fascist dictatorship. From 1969 to 1972 I was already involved in the People's War against the increasing military actions of the Marcos regime against the people, and from 1972 to my capture in 1977, I fought what was blatantly a fascist dictatorship. Together with many comrades, I faced the tremendous odds, dangers, and risks to life, limb and liberty and became tempered by overcoming them in the course of struggle. Even while I was under maximum military detention, I continued to GHT in the best way I could up to my release after the downfall of Marcos in 1986. I was content that the revolutionary comrades and the masses outside of prison were doing their best and were advancing the revolutionary struggle according to the founding principles and strategic and tactics already laid. I was conscious of being from inside prison to demonstrate to the people outside that if I could GHT under extremely limited conditions, they could GHT the enemy even more and better. I was never discouraged by the various forms of physical and mental torture enacted on me. These only strengthened my determination to GHT. Since I went out of prison in 1986, I have continued to be guided by the revolutionary principles and to do the best that I could. I have been able to do ideological, political, and organizational work to the best of my ability. By being a refugee abroad for a long time and no longer of the age for military combat, I can share my accumulated knowledge and experience with the people in order to offer lessons that they can study and learn from. Thus, I keep on doing research, writing and participating in study sessions like this webinar. We should be cognizant of the fact that it is now the task of much younger comrades to take advantage of the ever-worsening chronic crisis of the semi-colonial and semi-feudal ruling system, the nationwide spread of the revolutionary movement and the deep roots of the revolutionary forces among the exploited masses. They can be more daring in the revolutionary struggle and accelerate the offensives for the maturation of the strategic defensive, move into the strategic stalemate and advance to the strategic offensive on time for the unraveling of neoliberalism, the rising tide of the anti-imperialist and democratic struggles and the resurgence of the world proletarian revolution. In prospect of socialism. Questions from Master Class of Paralung. Jose Maria Sison, January 3, 2021. Initial questions. 1. Upon victory of the People's Democratic Revolution, how will we GHT the blockade imposed by U.S. imperialism? JMS, based on the current trend of world events, such as the uprisings of the toiling masses worldwide against imperialism and reaction, the GHT of some independent countries against imperialism, and the contradiction among imperialist powers themselves, I have great confidence that upon the victory of the People's Democratic Revolution, the Filipino people can withstand and overcome the blockade that U.S. imperialism will impose. The Philippines can still use the strategy and tactics used by the Soviet Union and China when they won their respective revolutions and built socialism. They followed the principle and policies of relying on their own strength and planned efforts of the toiling masses, obtaining assistance from the international working class movement, cooperating with other countries that are independent of imperialism, and taking advantage of the contradictions among imperialist powers. 2. China had the advantage of the support from the Soviet Union at the time of their victory, which helped in starting industrialization. Are there countries which we can approach to help us in our industrialization? JMS, it is true that the Soviet Union helped in building the industrial foundation of socialism in China from the start until 1959, but this was accompanied by the entry of modern revisionist Indians. There are still other countries that have socialist characteristics and have advanced expertise in metallurgy and production of machine tools and electronic equipment like the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. The Philippines can acquire higher technology from the different independent countries and from the rivalry and competition of imperialist countries. There is a high potential that the Maoists in India can win their revolution. The former socialist countries that turned capitalist and imperialist have the potential to be squeezed by the capitalist crisis, turn fascist or become socialist again with the rising up of the proletarian masses. It is difficult to give details on the future environment of the victory of the People's Democratic Revolution. But it is sure that the crisis of world capitalism today is worsening, the anti-imperialist and democratic struggles are spreading, and we can see the resurgence of the world proletarian socialist revolution. 3. In socialism, we respect the right to religion. It is clear that the Catholic Church, as an institution, is reactionary. How do we deal with Catholic schools like Ateneo, De La Salle, UST, etc.? JMS, it is correct that the right to one's belief will be respected under socialism as long as religious organizations also respect the principle of the separation of church and state and the power and responsibility of the socialist state to spread and advance the patriotic, scientific, and pro-masses education and culture. The socialist state can take over the universities and schools that are controlled by religious institutions and are bulwarks of anti-socialism similar to those in Poland. The state should be in charge of education and be involved in determining the content of the curriculum and implementing socialist and scientific education. For under socialism we will change culture. Commercialization is widespread and in the cities, going to the malls owned by bourgeois compradors like Schumart's Henry Sy has become a habit. Under socialism, what can be the function and purpose of these malls? JMS, with big spacious former commercial buildings, space could be given to productive work to improve the economy and to cultural work to advance socialist, patriotic, scientific, and pro-people culture and education. Space should be given to cultural and educational institutions and mass organizations. 5. Modern revisionist China is criticized for its strict control and censorship of the media and internet. It is clear that under socialism the freedom of expression is respected. But is there a limit to this? If they are peddling fake news, is it correct to ban them or tighten the control on social media platforms or ban them? JMS, the socialist state is a class dictatorship of the proletariat against the class dictatorship of the bourgeoisie. Therefore, the socialist state will not allow the imperialists, old reactionaries, and revisionists to use the right of the people to free expression in order to GHT proletarian state power and violate the rights and interests of the people and allow the interest of the bourgeoisie and counter-revolutionaries to grow and prevail. It is in the nature of capitalist and imperialist countries such as China, US and others, and puppet reactionary governments to suppress the right of expression and to spread lies and deception to maintain an oppressive and exploitative system. When the crisis of the bourgeois ruling system worsens, it sheds its democratic pretensions and shows its fascist fangs, a regime's open reign of terror. In a socialist society, the people have the right to free expression, criticize errors and weaknesses and propose solutions to problems. It is correct to prohibit the spread of lies because the toiling masses gain nothing from it, except harm or injury. To violate the truth and spread lies can only be used by the enemy against socialism and the people. 6. In the former socialist countries, USSR and China, are there emerging new revolutionaries carrying the MLM? JMS, especially in China, there are groups and Maoist movements existing and growing in strength among the toiling masses and the youth due to the inspiration of the great proletarian cultural revolution and the worsening exploitation and oppression brought about by the betrayal of socialism and the rule of monopoly capitalism in the state and private sectors. The contradiction among classes in China is intensifying more so now that its rivalry with the US as imperialist powers is escalating. In the entire scope of the former USSR, in Russia itself and other republics, oppression and exploitation are intensifying due to the betrayal of socialism and the rule of the monopoly bourgeoisie. The bourgeoisie, born from and aggrandized by revisionism and social imperialism of the former USSR, is excessive, openly greedy and cruel. In line with the tradition of the Bolsheviks and the impulse of the rapidly worsening crisis, the groups and movement of proletarian revolutionaries among the ranks of the toiling masses and intelligentsia are growing stronger. 7. Will the daycare system under socialism be widespread so that workers can do their work well while others take care of their children, like in DPRK? JMS, in countries striving to remain socialist like the DPRK and Cuba, there is a daycare system to take care of the children while the parents are working. In the above-mentioned countries, there is still a strong system of child services in the field of child care, education, health, housing, aid and support against pandemic, protection of the environment, etc. 8. If the Trotskyists do not believe that the Soviet Union and China were socialist in the past, what kind of socialism are they espousing? Is it scientific or utopian? How will they be dealt with during the time of victory? JMS, they reject the fact that Lenin and Stalin were able to build socialism in the Soviet Union from October 1917 to 1956 and Mao in China from 1949 to 1976. They claim that the bourgeoisie used Stalin and Mao so that the bourgeoisie and capitalism would eventually win. That is how they mock at the people's democratic revolutions. With a socialist perspective and the socialist movement in industrial capitalist countries today, their contradictions among themselves and their being socialists and their being counter-revolutionary are blatant. While they want socialism to be the immediate line in all types of countries, they also say that socialism can not be realized in any country unless all or majority of countries simultaneously become socialist. They come out zero and crazy. It cannot even be said that their empty socialism is utopian because utopian socialists partly use some amount of reality and cooperative work on which to base their dreams of a just society of socialism and from which socialism shall emerge from the goodwill of the people. The Trotskyists are special anti-communist agents of imperialism. Beginning with Trotsky, they are ultra-left in their writings and speeches, surpassing and maligning the left. But in act, they help the right to misrepresent and vilify the left. That is what they did in the Soviet Union. They fought against the socialist line of Stalin to connive with the right opportunist Bukhari Knights. Because of their putschist line, they endangered and harmed the Chinese Revolution in 1927 and favored Chiang Kai-shek. They sided with fascism before and during World War II in order to GHT communist parties. They were instruments of the US in the Cold War, and until now, they focus their attacks on revolutionary movements led by communist parties. Currently, their principal target is the Maoist Communist Party, and they are shrewdly aided by the evil regime of Duterte in spreading lies that the communists are responsible for this regime. This is an example of the ultra-left and anti-communist line to support the right or counter-revolution. Additional questions from audience. 1. What is the commune as a basic unit of socialism? How big is it? How should it be run? What is its difference or similarity with the Soviet? What is its difference from an industrial commune, and what is its administrative system? JMS, the Paris Commune became a model because it was used in establishing political power. But in essence, the communes were run by the revolutionary committees of the workers. What became the trend was the Soviet, which in essence followed the Commune Council of Workers, Ps, Ants, and soldiers in their respective sectors. The Soviets were leading committees or councils. These were the centers of power at the basic level upward. In China, when the political power was being established at Zheng Gangshan, the workers' political power was also called Soviet. Later, when they won victory, it was also called the same, Soviet or Council. At present in the Philippines, the equivalent of the Commune or Soviet are the local organs of political power. They are the center of the people's power under the leadership of the proletarian class. In the course of the Cultural Revolution, especially in 1967 when the Shanghai Commune arose, the workers of Shanghai rose in revolt. They took power from the former Municipal Party Committee. They called themselves Shanghai Commune, but they were told to call it a revolutionary committee, and this became the model of revolutionary committees established in different parts of China among the ranks of workers, peasants, and localities. It functioned as organ of political power and had representatives as delegates to the 9th Congress. Most of the delegates came from the revolutionary committees. In the various parts of China, followers of the GPCR took over political power and overthrew leaders of party committees treading the bourgeois or revisionist line. In essence, the leading organs can be called committees or councils and have a structure from the basic level upward, collectively led, and have a republican character because it is the lower committees that send delegates to the higher level committees. In China, what had been called communes since the Great Leap Forward were particularly those in agriculture. And it was the highest form of cooperativization at the scale of a county. You know, the most rudimentary base of the agricultural cooperative is the household. Then from this basic agricultural cooperation, production teams covering villages were established. Thereafter, agricultural cooperatives of the shang or municipality were established. After this, the commune covered a wider area equivalent to a county, or if in the Philippines its closest equivalent would be a district or congressional district and possibly up to provincial level. But the commune had a particular meaning in the terminology of the Chinese Revolution. It refers to the highest stage of agricultural cooperation. But its essential content was the collective leadership through a committee of peasants. The structured committee covered the entire commune and also the production brigades and the production teams, respectively, at the level of townships and the villages. Under the new socialist society, what Marx called the capitalist birthmarks of the new society will not be immediately eradicated. There are elements in the former old society that can be of use or appropriated by the socialist state or proletarian class. Marx said that one cannot just spread the fruits of production in terms of the absolute equality of individual toilers. Whatever is the level of production, the fruit of production must be spread to all equally in several ways. He showed that in a socialist system, there is no longer private prot or the full claim of the surplus value from the workers by the capitalists, but instead, the new accumulation of capital is divided into different components. One part is for the expanded reproduction of the means of production, another part is for increasing wages. Still another part is for the development of the social services or welfare system, and a further part is for the cost of administration and defense. But in the actual building of socialism, even under Lenin during the time of the new economic policy, the NEP was undertaken out of necessity. In a transition period, the Soviet Union had to take into account the destruction of the economy due to the civil war and foreign intervention. That was why Lenin thought of undertaking several measures to immediately revive the economy, especially food and other necessities, whose lack or scarcity had caused the fall of the Kerensky government. The Kerensky government wanted to continue involving Russia in WWI, and inevitably continued the civil war and foreign intervention, which of course caused destruction. So what Lenin did was to give concessions to the rich peasants and the small and middle-level entrepreneurs and traders. Instead of separating them to do what they wanted and embark on counter-revolution, he gave them concessions on enterprises in the middle level of industry and trade, and even granted concessions to rich peasants. He also raised the pay of the managers so that they would not eat. Lenin's logic was one he called buying policy. He used this policy, instead of compelling the non-proletarian elements running, moving away or continuing to GHT. It was better to integrate them in the effort of economic recovery and rehabilitation. The NEP went on from 1922 to 1927 to enable the Bolsheviks to administer and revive the economy. In 1927 Stalin launched the socialist campaign of socialist industrialization, collectivization, and mechanization of agriculture. As in the Soviet Union, transition measures were undertaken in China to prepare for the great leap forward in both in socialist industry and collective agriculture. From 1949 to 1952, this was the time of rehabilitation, consolidation, and giving support to Korea, which was the target of aggression by U.S. imperialism. The Korean War was a big event. It was a great problem to which China gave attention. Socialism could not be immediately realized in China. But the political power was already socialist because it was already in the hands of the working class through the Chinese CP as the advanced detachment of the working class. Even during the RST 5-year plan, in 1953-57, concessions were given to the capitalists. Previously, the state-private joint corporations were used to integrate the national bourgeoisie, and also the friendly elements of big compradors who were willing to function as national bourgeois and not just as agents of the foreign monopolies. The national bourgeoisie were allowed to exist because they followed the socialist policy of the state and agreed to play a secondary role. But they were given dividends, and later during the new RSTVE year plan, they could receive AXED interest on their capital. It was not as big as the dividend, amounting to 25% of net incomes of joint state-private enterprises. Mao wanted to dissolve the private ownership of capital and the payment of dividends to the capitalists through the Great Leap Forward. But Liu Xiaoqi and Deng Xiaoping were against the line of Mao, and actually supported the openly revisionist line of Peng Dehui, Chen Yun, and others. And the GHT between the proletarian revolutionaries and revisionist continued and escalated in the Cultural Revolution over the question of the share of the capitalist in the new material values created by the working class. The gains that went to the capitalists reached 25%. To give this much to them was like retaining the capitalist system for their benefit. In the critique of the Gotha program, Marx stated that in the beginning wage differentials could not immediately be eradicated. There would be wage differentials that should be taken into consideration because you have to consider the difference in the ability and actual contribution of the workers. But there should be a deliberate policy to raise the general level of wages and improve the living conditions of the workers. That is the difference in the time of socialism from that of capitalism. Eventually, when the buying policy ends and the private capital dissolves, the social prod will increase. This prod of the whole society from the annual production of the workers can be used to improve the wage and living conditions. Among the major benefits from capital see accumulation and economic growth. The dissolution of the characteristics of the old system will be by stages. Its dissolution cannot be implemented immediately. But under the leadership of the working class, the dissolution of private prod for the capitalists is ensured and can be done as soon as possible. What we are discussing are the transitional measures to full-scale socialist revolution and construction. The direction of socialism is to dissolve the privileges and private prod of the bourgeoisie in the socialist stage of the revolution and advance to the ultimate goal of communism. This direction is guaranteed by the party of the working class. Essential is its hold on state power and the issuance of policies and plans to RMLY advance the socialist economy, politics, and culture, and resolutely advance the eradication of class differences and move towards communism. We can see that during the early part of socialism, there are necessary transition measures from capitalism to socialism because there are parts of the old society that could be appropriated. For a while, you can avail of joint state-private corporations and then dissolve them. You can also recruit experts and managers from the nation. Alizate enterprises and do your best to educate them on socialism. It is wiser and more economical to do so because if they flee from the country or if they rebel, you will spend more by hiring foreign experts. Even if they come from comradely socialist country, you have to give the foreign experts higher salaries, housing, and other costly accommodations. In the reactionary government, you can retire or remove those incorrigible officials at the top level of bureaucracy, and they can be tried and punished if they have committed any serious crime like plunder and murder. As regard the general run of bureaucrats at the lower levels, give them study courses on socialism and it is up to them to adopt socialism. It is more expensive to get foreign experts. The forces of the revolution cannot cover all the kinds of work in the revolutionary government. That is why long before the victory of the revolution, it is good that there are progressive unions of state employees. The Soviet Union was hit with destruction due to the civil war and foreign intervention. That was why Lenin thought of undertaking several measures to immediately revive the moribund economy which caused the fall of the Kerensky government. The Kerensky government wanted to continue involving Russia in WWI, and inevitably fought the civil war and foreign intervention which of course caused destruction. So what Lenin did was to give concessions to the capitalists. Instead of separating them to do what they want and embark on counter-revolution, he gave them concessions on enterprises in the middle industry and trade, and even granted concessions to rich peasants. Lenin's logic was one he called buying-o policy. That is, instead of these non-proletarian elements running, moving away or continuing to GHT, it was better to integrate them to a recovery eort or a rehabilitation eort. The NEP operated from 1922 to 1927 when Stalin launched the socialist campaign of socialist industrialization, collectivization, and mechanization of agriculture. It was just transitional. That was also done in China. During 1949 to 1952, this was the time of rehabilitation, consolidation, and giving support to Korea when US imperialism was creating trouble. The Korean War was a big event. It was a great problem to which China gave attention. Socialism could not be immediately realized nor completed. But the political power was already socialist because it was already in the hands of the proletarian class through the advanced attachment of the working class. Even during the RST 5-year plan, in 1953 to 57, concessions were given to the capitalists. Before, with the state private integration to integrate the national bourgeoisie, and also the friendly elements of big comprador, the nationalist bourgeoisie were allowed to exist because they followed the socialist policy. But they were given dividends, and later with the new RSTVE year plan, they could receive a XED interest on their capital. It was not as big as the dividend could be in the development of production. Those were what they wanted to continue and to expand, the interest of the capitalists. Eventually private capital would be dissolved. But Liu Xiaoqi and Deng Xiaoping blasted against it. And the GHT continued until the Cultural Revolution, the GHT on what is the share of the capitalist in the new material values created by the working class, so there is a surplus value that goes to the capitalists and the old system. The gains that went to enterprises reached 25%. Therefore, among the ranks of the capitalists, there still existed the old system, the surplus value. When it came to the likes of the critique of the Gotha program, Marx stated that in the beginning wage differentials could not immediately be eradicated. There would be wage differentials that should be taken into consideration because you have to consider the difference in the ability and actual contribution of the workers. But there should be a deliberate policy to raise the wages and improve the living conditions of the workers. That is the difference in the time of socialism. Eventually, when the buying-o policy ends and the private capital dissolves, the social prod will increase, the prod of the whole society from annual production of the workers and raise in wage and living conditions, from increase of capital construction and accumulation. The dissolution of the characteristics of the old system will be by stages. Its dissolution cannot be implemented immediately. But under the leadership of the working class the dissolution of prod of the capitalist will be ensured. But what we are discussing here is the transitional method during the early part of socialism. The direction of socialism is to dissolve the divergence of classes until these disappear and reach communism. This direction is protected by the party of the working class. Essential is their hold on the political power and issuance of policies and plans to RMLY advance the economy and society, and resolutely advance the eradication of the divergence of classes and reach communism. We can see in the early part of socialism, there is for sure a transition from capitalism to socialism because there are parts of the old society that could be appropriated. Taken into account, for example, is the ousting of the cooperative capitalists and even those who acknowledge your political power. But if you oust them and remove even their managers, you will spend more if you pay foreign experts. Even if they come from comradely socialist country, you have to give them foreign experts level salary, housing. It will be more expensive. With the reactionary government, you will only remove those in the top level of bureaucracy, the stubborn ones. Those in the high level and have not committed any crime or serious crimes, you can retire them. But the enthusiastic bureaucrats, give them study courses on socialism and it is up to them to adopt socialism thoroughly. It is more expensive to get foreign experts. The forces of the revolution cannot cover all the kinds of work in the old system. Therefore, during transition use those who are no longer ding and are not an obstructive element of society and are now being encouraged to work for the new system. The revolutionaries are doing work for the masses and government employees, which is the same even in the level of supervisors and managers. Although they are still inclined towards the orders of the owners of the factories, the unions know who follows the socialist system once the system has changed. Nothing abrupt will be done that the revolutionary forces cannot take on. But ultimately, in the running of all the work in a socialist society, majority of these will be done by those already trained by the new system. The number of proletarian revolutionaries should have increased. To grab power upon victory of the Soviet Union, Bolshevik members were only around 80 to 100,000. Watch out for the opportunists. Give the correct education to the people who were not totally with the revolution. They were also part of the revolution upon victory. Once the working class is in power, it nds out what is applicable from the former system. There are benefits from the former system that are carried into the new system. The machineries, these came from the capitalists. The proletariat should take over these to produce more. Elections will be held, but the running of the elections will not follow the Philippine or US system of running elections where there are two or several competing parties who have the capacity for big spending for elections. The bourgeois election is a costly election. In the elections, there will be representatives from the different classes, sectors and parties. There would be the multiplicity of parties. In the Soviet Union, we saw that on the basic level. The elected leaders of the workers and peasants were revolutionaries. But there are competition of several parties. I will give a short history on alliance. There is a wrong notion that the Bolshevik did not enter into an alliance. There was a time when the Bolsheviks entered into an alliance even with different bourgeois parties they were in contradiction with on policies. But on the issue of bringing down Tsarism they were united. It was proven that the constitutional Democrats and other bourgeois Democrats dominated by Kerensky committed a policy error in Russia's continued participation in the war. This is what caused their destruction. They allowed the economy to fall. The Bolsheviks continued its alliance with the revolutionary socialist, for it had a strong following among the peasantry and the peasants had a strong influence on the Soviets. But eventually, there was a split, the socialist revolutionaries took another path. Therefore, in the history of the Soviet Union, the Bolsheviks prevailed as seemingly the sole party. That is what the critics called the one-party system. But the matter of having several parties, this went into a historical process. In the case of China, even when the Communist Party of China won, democratic parties remained. And these parties, including the Communist Party, were represented in the Consultative Assembly up to the National Congress. Until now, there are what are called democratic parties and there are alliances. But the leading party in the socialist state is the Communist Party as the advanced detachment of the proletarian class. Because of their record in revolution and socialist construction, they have good reputations and are elected into leading committees from the basic level up to the level of the party, state, and direct parts of the state. So there is the principle of election of representation, but non-existent is the personality-centered politics of the bourgeoisie, whether in a multi-party system, or two-party system, or in the case of a fascist state, a one-party SYS. But still personality-centered. In a socialist state, what is discussed is the policy to expand, practice and develop socialism. What is the role of the mass movement? JMS, the mass movement will continue to exist. It is a decisive political element of a socialist society. It is the base of the Communist Party. It is organized, mobilized, and given education by the Communist Party. The laying down of all kinds of policies under socialism is based on the power and conformity of the mass movement. One thing that cannot be averted is the continuation and existence of the mass movement. Did not the manifestation of revisionism reach the CPC when they launched the Cultural Revolution? This was considered as the widest and most intensive form of democracy in the whole history of the Chinese people and humankind. One could see the unprecedented and largest mobilization of the mass movement. The power, energy, and nuclear and whatever technological development, if they already exist, they already exist. What is important is how you will control and use these based on correct principles and policies. On having nuclear weapons, it is due to the US which RST acquired nuclear weapons and used these in the form of atomic bombs on Nagasaki and Hiroshima. It is a good thing that there were revolutionaries in the project, the Manhattan Project, who helped and speed up the technological development of the Soviet Union. In a short time, by 1949, it also had nuclear weapons. Its purpose was to neutralize the nuclear weapons of the US. If these were not neutralized, these could have been used during the Korean War. In the case of the US, if it knows there is no counterattack, it will use whatever kind of weapon and method of mass killing as long as it can continue to dominate as an imperial power. But a nuclear balance was established when the Soviet Union acquired nuclear weapons. And as long as there are imperialist powers, socialist countries are forced to have weapons to counter or to neutralize. And if imperialist countries have the unlimited use of weaponry, socialist countries have the right to defend themselves. Because the imperialist countries can see that the socialist countries are able to GHT, a nuclear stalemate has thus existed for a long time. Since 1949, the nuclear blackmail of the US has become inutile. If there was no defense to its nuclear weapons, it will not only use blackmail but would actually use these during times when it sees a chance to dominate. In Korea, there was a stalemate because it could not use the bomb on the Chinese volunteers and against the Koreans. In Vietnam, the US nuclear monopoly was disregarded because the Soviet Union had acquired nuclear weapons and China, too, in the 1960s. Thus, the US could not possibly use nuclear weapons in Vietnam. Currently, there are different kinds of conventional and modern weapons in the Middle East and other areas. But no one has used a weapon that kills thousands or millions upon millions of people in an instant. An important point. While the imperialists are still existing, socialist countries must be vigilant and develop their defense so that the imperialists can be stopped from using aggression and weapons that kill a great number of PLE. How is the judicial and court system in a socialist system? JMS, of course, there is a judiciary and juridical structure. There is a judicial system. It is also the state of the proletariat, so like the bourgeois state, there is the executive branch, judicial and parliamentary or legislative. On the judicial and court system, there is the Supreme Court that handles the most important cases. Most important because of the weight of the law in question or the case being tried. But the most essential that we must understand, in a socialist country, there are two types of contradiction. There is the contradiction among the masses, and the contradiction between the people and the enemy. In general, the contradiction among the ranks of the people can be the lightest or the heaviest. The lightest is one which need not be brought before the court of the judicial system, but could be settled by arbitration on the administrative level. There is difference in the class interest among the people. Many cases are light which could be settled by arbitration, through the rank of local organs of political power by administrative measure. But there are also cases of abuse, grave violation of the rights of others. For example, the contradiction among the people. Case of stealing from a neighbor or whose property has been snatched on the street. Worse than these is homicide or murder. These cases are being tried. There is also the contradiction between a particular individual within the socialist country. There should be a court that would handle worst cases that involve contradictions between individuals. Cases emanating from cheating on transactions, robbery could also lead to life and death cases. There are also cases of crazy people violating the rights of other people, but aside from investigating, one also tries to end out if the person needs psychiatric treatment or commitment to a mental asylum. But these are particular cases. In the cases of contradiction between the people and the enemy, there is the case of being an agent of the bourgeois counter-revolutionary, who would like to topple the socialist state from within. These counter-revolutionaries are representatives of the exploitative class or sprouting new exploiters. It is possible for this to happen in a socialist country if one is not vigilant. There is also the contradiction due to subversion and aggression from outside launched by a foreign imperialist in power. The locals who become agents when caught, would be brought before a court and the appropriate charges for their counter-revolution will be led against them. The socialist state will need these, but there would still be public authorities who will ensure there is order of the communist society. But while the society is still socialist, there are internal and external dangers, and these can be brought before the court. For example, the difference in nature of a bourgeois state is it is oppressive because the power and privilege of a few are upheld against the interest of the toiling masses and people. On the other hand, in a socialist state, the state protects and uses itself as an organ of violent force to defend the rights and welfare of the majority and the Filipino people against those who would like the return of the old system of the bourgeoisie, the old system of their oppression and exploitation. About the current political situation and the news on the statement of the CPP, that it would allegedly create city partisan units and punish the incorrigible human rights violators and most corrupt and plunderers of the public funds of the people. Just a few days ago, I gave an opinion as a guest in a Zoom meeting here in Europe. I gave a statement as an observer of the Communist Party of the Philippines. There is a need to explain that there should be a caveat because I might be accused of giving the order. I am just an observer and analyst. I do not understand why the armed city partisan have disappeared. In my view, that is a manifestation of conservatism. That in the name of focusing on mass work and protecting mass work, especially in the cities, would have disappeared even with the modification in policy. That the ACP shall come from the guerrilla fronts of nearby cities, and the team members have a knowledge and experience of the cities. Lessons have been learned during the period of dissolution of the ACP when the state ran after the Kadena. So there were caution and assurances. But these amounted to the dissolution. You know. To my knowledge, since 2016 there has been questions from journalists interviewing me. The progressive journalists, who say how come the ACP no longer exists. The Duterte administration is too brutal, killing thousands of people in the name of the bogus war on drugs, and it is obvious that he is waging an all-out war. And regarding his relations with the revolutionary forces, he did not fool his promises to grant amnesty and free political prisoners. And this Duterte, under the prodding of Trump when he visited and met in November 2017, this puppet Duterte, on December 2017, issued a declaration designating the CPP/NPA as terrorist organizations. Upon Duterte's order, the military and police killed a number of suspected revolutionaries. That is how brutal this regime is, from its leader Duterte up to his paid killers. He deliberately corrupts and makes criminals out of those in the police force so they would serve as his menial servants and his private army. So many are asking, why does the ACP not just respond? You know, it is possible that the ACP has a strategic value. It could not replace the strategic line of protracted people's war of encircling the cities from the countryside, because this strategic line produces many weapons for the expansion of armed revolution. But the ACP has a strategic value. Not only to render justice on human rights violators, criminals, and thieving politicians like Duterte. The people want these. This is what will happen. Because if there are ACP, these violators are punished, the enemy will use many troops of police and military to serve as their bodyguards. Therefore, the number of their forces in the countryside will decrease. So there is value. Not only justice has been served by the punishment, but the enemy is forced to use more troops for defensive or bodyguard duty. Then the forces that attack the countryside will be lessened. That is one of the strategic value. And the armed movement's mastery of explosives is already well developed. Before we leave the topic of using the gun by revolutionaries to render punishment, only a few long arms are needed. Most would be short arms. Even homemade guns and knives are possible. But the most damage, the strategic damage that could be inflicted upon the enemy, would come from the skill reached by the revolutionaries in the use of mine explosives placed along the route of attacking soldiers. This means the NPA has the capacity to blow up installations of large economic interest owned by the biggest trader landlords. The installations in plantations, mines, and logging. Their business will be crippled and they will spend a large amount of money and personnel for protection. In other words, the number assigned by Duterte to the guerrilla fronts would decrease. Even then, the ACP urban operations and operations against major installations in the mines, plantations and logging have not happened. Based on what I read from reports, the military has 140 to 150 battalions. The operations for this number can already cause bankruptcy, a big expense, because of corruption in the procurement of foreign and local supplies, food and whatever needs. And those fake surrenders or killings made to appear as real encounters. Duterte gives rewards to his military officers, but through corruption. The regime of Duterte seems like a monster which you can analyze or divide into two. In the view of a Marxist-Leninist, there is no object which could not be analyzed and divided into two. And there is no object you cannot strike piece by piece until it is completely destroyed. An object which you thought was an indestructible or unbeaten monster or giant. That is the principle of revolution. In a quick glance, you think your enemy is made of steel that is indivisible. Just like a poor person who admires a luxury Ria's sports car. But that sports car has a weakness, just remove its piston and it will not run. Likewise, in a guerrilla war, if you cannot withstand the enemy's attack, you retreat. But you plant explosives along its route and launch sniping operations. Ambush the enemy in formations you are able to. And if it thinks it has kicked out the NPA from the area, the reality is the NPA has only traded space for time or shifted location. It will watch which part of the enemy it will attack. Once the enemy thinks that the area is under its control, the NPA can harass. Because of its nightly caressing, or due to slight sound or few rings, the enemy troops lose sleep and will leave the area and then be hounded by the guerrilla leaders. That is the pattern. Mao's 16-character formulation on military principles: divide our forces to arouse the masses, concentrate our forces to deal with the enemy. The enemy advances, we retreat; the enemy camps, we harass; the enemy tires, we attack; the enemy retreats, we pursue. And usually, it leaves an area because other areas have better conditions. For guerrilla actions, for offensives, they are pulled to these areas. The enemy will come to the rescue of its soldiers that are being attacked. Now, in the basics of people's war, the enemy is defeated, and you give it a big headache. This is the threat of THIRD. He will show all the patriotic and democratic forces in the cities. Does he not know that the revolutionaries can also do something when he is killing democracy or any manifestation of democracy? The revolutionary movement then is forced to use the armed city partisans extensively and intensively. The mines and logging and plantations of big compradors and landlords are open targets. I am just giving an observation and view according to the O of events. We analyze, and this is our democratic right, so that we can tell the crazy people in power that they are not the only ones who can make decisions and prevail, so they can oppress and exploit the toiling masses without getting any response from the oppressed and exploited. Now, on the issue of what is going to happen to THIRD, that is the essence I get. THIRD is predictable. He is a coward, scared and thinks like a thug and a thief, scared that once out of power, he would be arrested by a new government of the Philippines which is not on his side. He can also be arrested by the revolutionary movement and from other countries, because of human rights violations he has committed. The International Criminal Court can ask for his arrest. That is why this lunatic is doing everything to stay in power. He is a coward. His style of leadership is to rule through violence and killings. That is what he did in Davao, and is now turning the whole Philippines into Davao. It is predictable that he still has ambition to be a fascist dictator. And if that cannot be, because I heard there are groups of soldiers against him, as he said he would be shot in the head if he rules after 2022. But he is a liar. It is easy to say you can kill me if I continue after 2022. Or he could not do it because he already stinks. He is a fool if he does not know that he already stinks. He just pays those polls. Those surveys are stupid. What he wants is his daughter, Sarah, who is also a thug, an expert in stealing ghost payroll in Davao like her father. It is obvious how THIRD imposes his dynasty upon the whole Philippines. That cannot be. The whole Philippines is not Davao. The people of the whole Philippines are diverse, and there is already a revolutionary movement in its length and breadth. THIRD is really stupid if he thinks he can remain in power. He is also sick in body and mind. He is crazy. Something is wrong with his head. Nothing will become of him but end up in the dustbin of the history of the Philippines. On the 5 Golden Rays. January 6, 2021. 1. How may the 5 articles by Chairman Mao Zedong in its English translation and 5 old articles in the original Chinese have become 5 golden rays in the Philippines? JMS, We thought the title of 5 Golden Rays to emphasize its character as the brilliant guide of proletarian revolutionaries in the struggle. The original title, 5 Old Articles, lacks luster. 2. How and when did FGR come to Filipino activists? Was it through activists who had gone for exposure in China? Was the Samahang Demokratiko ng Kabataan the RST to recognize FGR as an important reading? JMS, coincidentally, I was in China when the GPCR started in 1966 and I returned to China in 1967. Because my entry into China was secret in 1966, I was careful and did not take home the literature that I accumulated. On the next trip, I was able to take home the books and pamphlets of Mao's writings, and so did the other Filipinos. These included the book Selected Writings of Mao Zedong and the pamphlets 3 constantly read articles, consisting of Serve the People, In Memory of Norman Bethune, and The Foolish Old Man Who Moved the Mountains. KM's Propaganda and Education Bureau and its Cultural Bureau have published and distributed these pamphlets since 1967. 3. When you traveled to Indonesia in the 1960s, before the crushing of the Communist Party of Indonesia and the launch of the Cultural Revolution in China, what did you notice about Mao Zedong's influence on the PKI during those times? Were there any writings of Mao that they valued principally? JMS, Mao Zedong's influence on the Communist Party of Indonesia was comprehensive and profound in the years 1962 to 64 when I traveled to Indonesia. The PKI's description of Indonesian society was semi-colonial and semi-feudal, as Mao's description of China was before the Chinese Revolution won in 1949. Earlier, around 1953, Adit thought that Indonesian society was still feudal. He wrote this to Stalin, and the latter replied that the whole of Indonesia's economy was semi-feudal. The PKI was close to the Communist Party of China and the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. In the years 1962 to 63. Until 1963, the CPI's tendency was centrist in the ideological debate between the CPC and the CPSU. But soon the CPI became more biased towards the CPC. Although the CPI agreed with the line that Indonesia was semi-colonial and semi-feudal, the CPI under the leadership of Adit did not adopt the line of waging a protracted people's war by encircling the cities from the countryside. This is emphasized by the self-criticism of the CPI Politburo regarding the crushing of the PKI since 1965. For during the period 1962 until you parted in 1966, what was the old CPP's view of Mao Zedong and the CPC? JMS, in the so-called executive committee formed by Jesus Lava in January 1963, I was the only one who mentioned Mao's writings in relation to the revolutionary line in the Philippines and also in relation to the Sino-Soviet ideological dispute. Jesus Lava's 2 nephews said nothing inside the executive committee. But they did neither objected to what I was saying in favor of Mao and CPC in the Sino-Soviet ideological dispute until 1965 to 66 when the Lava bias for the CPSU emerged. The CPP ties with the Chinese Communist Party were severed since the establishment of the CPP Politburo in 1949. Earlier, the CPP sent Tito Gio Lanzang as the CPP's representative to the CPC in 1948, but after about v years he moved to the Soviet Union. I was already the one who reconnected the CPP and the CPC in 1963 through the CPI. And I was also the RST. One to arrange for the RST Filipino to work in Radio Beijing in 1965. When I went to China in 1966, I no longer represented the old CPP but the group of cadres who were planning to form a new party under the guidance of Marxism-Leninism. Mao Zedong thought. 5. What is your RST memory of this FGR? And what did the RST edition you read look like? JMS, My RST memory of FGR was in the form of the Chinese edition in English followed by the mimeographed FGR booklet. The CPP Central Publishing House had also repeatedly mimeographed FGR. 6. In the early days of the movement, was the dissemination and propagation of the FGR spontaneous among activists, or was there a formal decision regarding its use or dissemination as reading or study material for activists? JMS, the KM Party group had a formal decision to use and disseminate FGR as a reading and study material for advanced activists to prepare them for becoming Communist Party candidate members, because the VERD CLEs are simple, informative, interesting, and active in explaining and inspiring the spirit and morality of communism, service to the people, proletarian internationalism, perseverance in the struggle, combating liberalism or individualism, and correcting mistaken ideas within the party. 7. How was it decided, conceived, and designated as an activist text in the movement? Did the English language copy contain commentary on the articles, or did the Philippine comrades add them only? What are the main purposes of reading it to activists? At what stage/time was it studied in an activist's educational program? Was there any similar study material in the old party? JMS, initially, we identified FGR as a significant activist text for the movement based on comments on the RT CLEs in Beijing review issues. In the study meetings, it was proven that activists could easily grasp the meaning and spirit of the articles. As a result, FGR became more and more popular. FGR was studied in the basic mass course. There was no study material of this kind in the old party. 8. When was it translated into Tagalog/Filipino/Filipino? Were there translations into other Philippine languages? Can you say something about its translation? Was it probably translated in China or in the Philippines? Do you still remember who its translators were? JMS, probably the FGR was translated into Filipino by the KM Propaganda and Education Department in 1967. Or later in 1968. Ilocano, Cebuano, and Bicol translations followed. And it is also likely that the Filipino translation was further improved during the time of the CPP Translation Bureau in 1969. I do not know of any translations made by Chinese comrades in Beijing. And what the Filipinos in Radio Beijing did was to translate the news. The translation of the Red Book was done in the Philippines by Ca Jose Luneta and those in the translation bulletin. RIA would know who were the other translators. Regional organs should also be asked if there were any translations in their language and who made the translations. 9. How may have it been RST propagated among the activists? Was it spread quickly and embraced by the activists? Can you estimate how many editions of it have been printed in Filipino and English in the Philippines from the movement's Central Publishing House? Are there knowledgeable people from whom we can find out the estimated number of copies that circulated in the Philippines in the 1970s, 1980s, or 1990s? JMS, in the years 1968 until the 1972 Martial Law Declaration, it was still possible to publish the Red Book and the PSR in English and Filipino. Then, mimeographing became the principal method of reproduction. The practice was print on demand with no notation of the edition or of the year. The KM Prop Ed was the most active in the reproduction for National Capital Region and other regions. Monaco Atienza and Hermenegildo Garcia knew the O of reproduction. The CPP Central Publishing House started in Capiz, Tarlac, and focused on the CPP's basic documents in the RST half of 1969, and then the list of the publication became longer. But only master copies were made for reproduction by the regions. I think there are still comrades in the center and in the regions who can gore out what was the estimated number of copies that circulated in the Philippines in the 1970s, 1980s, or 1990s. 10. What was called the 3 constantly read articles consisting of Serve the People, in memory of Norman Bethune, and The Foolish Old Man Who Removed the Mountains, were RST circulated in China and after wards Combat Liberalism and On Correcting Mistaken Ideas in the Party were added. Why then from 3? Did it become VE? What do the last 2 essays add to the reading and interpretation of the RST3? Did the essay on correcting have special significance in the Philippines during the RST rectification movement? JMS, the RST3 articles are simple, concise, and focus on self-sacrifice to serve the people. The point in the RST article is, for whatever reason you die in performing any duty in the service of the people, like Chang Sute, who died in an accident, you are a martyr and a hero. The second article about the Canadian Dr. Norman Bethune focused on proletarian internationalism as a hero by his sacrifice and service to the Chinese people. In the third article, Mao uses a fable or legend to focus on the decisive importance of the old fool's determination and efforts to level the mountains of imperialism and feudalism. Thus, God was persuaded to dispatch 2 angels to level the mountains. Appropriately added were the 2 more comprehensive and analytical articles to combat selfishness and to correct mistaken ideas that undermine the party unity and collective and service to the people. The article on combating liberalism lists down 11 forms of individualism as against self-sacrifice for the benefit of the collective and the entirety. The article on correcting mistaken ideas within the party focuses on the necessity of rectification in order full service to the people until the complete victory of the revolution. This essay is by far the longest and most comprehensive. It is a criticism of the purely military viewpoint, ultra-democracy, disregard of organizational discipline, absolute egalitarianism, subjectivism, individualism, roving rebel ideology and survival of putschism. This essay has special value to the first rectification movement as well as to the second great rectification. 11. In the Philippines, the 3 components revolutionary study and correct method of analysis, the mass line, and democratic centralism and the committee system were added to form the Iraq. What year did the RST edition of Iraq come out? What is the reason for this addition or enrichment to the FGR text? JMS, I'm not sure when was the RST edition of Iraq. The logic of enriching the course is obvious by adding 3 articles. In the revolutionary study and correct method of analysis, there is a focus on the need to know the situation and make the analysis. Thus, the mass line can be set to motivate, organize, and mobilize the masses. Throughout the revolutionary process, the leadership of the party, which implements democratic centralism and the committee system, is needed. 12. Why is FGR still used when the use or reading of the Little Red Book is no longer widespread? Is it related to the comments that have spread in China itself that the quotations from Mao's writings are very lacking in context, or are there other reasons? JMS, the context of the topic or main idea in each FGR article is very clear. But I do not think it is wrong to use excerpts from the Red Book as long as there is an explanation or context based on Mao's source article or in relation to a clear concrete situation. Criticism in the Philippines about reading Red Book passages contradicts the dogmatist style of preaching the passage without explanation or concrete context. It is also likely the act of the claim of its being Lin Biao's Red Book. But still the excerpts are from Mao. And the essence of the passages is correct, especially if explained or context. 1.3. How would you evaluate FGR as one of the most popular study material for Filipino activists? How would you explain its long-term effectiveness on the Philippine Revolution and the continuing value it has for activists? Which of its parts or ideas/saying had the greatest influence on the ideological development of the activists? Could there be other Study materials in the Philippine movement. Mao's writings whose depth and impact can reach that of FGR on Filipino activists. JMS, the significance of the FGR is decisive and important for focusing on the revolutionary and communist spirit to sacrifice of fully serving the Filipino people and on combating selfishness to uphold the rights and welfare of the toiling masses and realize the unity, collective action, and welfare of all of the people. Many Filipino activists and comrades have read the Red Book, selected writings, and the VE volumes of Mao's works. What we learn from Mao concerns the application of Marxism-Leninism to the analysis and concrete practice in a semi-colonial and semi-feudal country, in carrying out the People's Democratic Revolution with a socialist perspective through of the protracted People's War, in the conduct of socialist revolution and construction, in the GHT against modern revisionism in socialist society through cultural revolution and in the continuous resistance and victory over imperialism and reaction. 14. Do you think it is still appropriate to use examples such as Chang Tse, Norman Bethune, and the Chanel Old Fool as examples of loyalty, determination, and wholehearted service in the present day? Wouldn't it be more appropriate to use examples from the experience of the revolutionary movement in the Philippines? JMS, it is still appropriate to use examples such as Chang Tse, Norman Bethune, and the fable of the Old Fool as examples of loyalty, determination, and wholehearted service to the people currently. But it is true that, with the length of our struggle and the abundance of our tributes to our Filipino martyrs and heroes, we have long collected and selected tributes for the inspiration of our comrades and activists. It has long been appropriate for us to use examples from the experience of the revolutionary movement in the Philippines. 15. In what sectors is it primarily usable or active? Is it among the students or petty bourgeoisie? Among trade unionists? Or in the countryside? What is the explanation here? Is there a difference between receiving FGR in urban and rural areas? JMS, tributes and inspirational essays like the FGR content are necessary and appropriate for all exploited classes and sectors. We must honor the martyrs and heroes to be role models and inspirations for the Filipino people and the revolutionary forces so that they can advance our revolution. The style of honoring the revolutionary martyrs and heroes differs only because of the place and circumstances. In the red areas in the countryside, there are calls for armed struggle and honor guards from the People's Army. But in white districts, there are precautions against open actions, especially in times when the enemy is very urgent. 16. What is the significance of the reprint under the heading 5 Golden Rays for the International Reader of Foreign Languages Press? JMS, that is the discretion of the publisher of Foreign Languages Press in Paris. He is a Maoist and can be said to be a sympathizer of the revolutionary movement in the Philippines. He recognizes the historical and continuing importance of FGR and Araling Activista. The decision to collect and select works written by Filipinos to spread teachings and inspirations such as the content of FGR and Iraq belongs more to the Filipino revolutionaries. On Proletarian Stand and Outlook. Episode 2 on Introduction to Marxism-Leninism. Mao Zedong thought under the auspices of Anak Bayan Europa. ND Online School. Questions by Angelo Gadino, January 17, 2021. 1. Why is studying Marxism-Leninism? Mao Zedong thought a basic task of a communist? JMS, at the outset, let me state that the Communist Party of the Philippines originally used the phrase Mao Zedong thought like the Chinese Communist Party to signify all the major contributions of the great Mao to the development of Marxist-Leninist philosophy, political economy, and social science and his own signal contributions, such as the rectification movement in party building, protracted People's War and the theory and practice of the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution. For the purpose of symmetry, the CPP has used the word Maoism to Align it with Marxism and Leninism. It is the basic task of a communist as proletarian revolutionary to study Marxism-Leninism Maoism as the universal theory of the revolutionary proletariat. Marxism is the stage when Marx and Engels laid the fundamental principles of the theory in the era of free competition capitalism. Leninism is the stage when Lenin developed Marxism in the era of modern imperialism and the world proletarian revolution. Mao Zedong thought or Maoism is the stage when Mao put forward the theory and practice of continuing revolution under proletarian dictatorship. Through cultural revolution in order to combat modern revisionism, prevent capitalist restoration and consolidate socialism. Every communist must understand the three stages of development of the universal theory of proletarian revolution, Marxism, Leninism, and Maoism, and learn the basic principles of Marxism, Leninism, Maoism in materialist philosophy, political economy, social science, party building, strategy and tactics, and opposing revisionism. In socialist society, such basic principles ought to be learned soonest by party members after comprehending the constitution and program of the party. For the purpose, I wrote the basic principles of Marxism-Leninism in 1981. In which I describe Mao Zedong thought as the third stage of development as I had done since 1966. 2. Why is MLMZT only truly upheld by applying this universal theory to the concrete practice of Philippine revolution? JMS, this universal theory has been developed on the basis of previous studies of nature and society, various forms of societies and the transformations of one form of society to another. It shows the similarities and differences of the international and Philippine history and situation and the impact of such world phenomena as Colorado nihilism, imperialism, and neocolonialism on Philippine history and situation. It has therefore significance and relevance to the semi-colonial and semi-feudal Philippine society and can be applied in the concrete study and analysis of concrete conditions of Philippine society and also upon the concrete practice of the Philippine Revolution. Such basic problems of the Filipino people as imperialism, feudalism, and bureaucrat capitalism are interrelated and interconnected with the history and development of capitalism on a world scale. Spanish colonialism came to the Philippines to impose colonial and feudal rule in connection with mercantile capitalism. U.S. imperialism came on the crest of monopoly capitalism. It is necessary to relate world history with Philippine history and concrete conditions with the guidance of Marxism, Leninism, Maoism as the universal theory of proletarian revolution. 3. How do communists develop the correct stand and outlook in studying MLMZT? JMS, communists must consciously take the proletarian stand and outlook in studying Marxism, Leninism, Maoism. They must accept that the industrial proletariat is now the most progressive, productive and political force that can lead the Filipino people to victory in the new democratic revolution and to advance further in socialist revolution. They develop the correct proletarian and stand by studying MLM because this provides the most comprehensive and most profound integration of the most advanced scientific knowledge and practice in the service of the proletariat and the proletarian revolution. MLM integrates philosophy, political economy, social science, party building, the strategy and tactics and the cultural revolution in the service of the proletariat against the bourgeoisie. 4. What is revisionism and opportunism? Why do we have to oppose them resolutely? JMS, revisionism involves the systematic departure from and violation of the fundamental principles of Marxism, Leninism. It misrepresents bourgeois ideas as proletarian and socialist ideas. It is the adoption of the bourgeois class stand against the proletarian class stand. The classical revisionism of the Social Democrats in the Second International involved socialist phrase-mongering to dress up petty bourgeois liberalism. Modern Zionism, which started in the Soviet Union, involved the abandonment of the proletarian class stand in favor of the bourgeoisie stand by party and state bureaucrats and intelligentsia. Opportunism has essentially the same meaning as revisionism but has the nuance of being of a less systematic and less blatant kind of violating the fundamental principles of MLM. A right opportunist professes to be a communist but he adopts a line of capitulating to the bourgeoisie. A left opportunist thinks that he is more communist than others and adopts the language of ultra-leftism and the line of acting in the extreme, isolating the Communist Party and bringing about disaster to the revolutionary process. 5. Why does the duty of communists to uphold Marxism and combat revisionism not cease for as long as there are classes and class struggle? JMS, it is the duty of communists to uphold Marxism and combat revisionism so long as classes and class struggle do not cease. In the Second International, revisionism arose when Bernstein systematically promoted the line that capitalism could peacefully evolve into socialism and thereafter when Koski made the socialist parties support the war budgets and aggressive actions of bourgeois states in the name of social chauvinism and social fascism. In socialist society, the ground for revisionism was laid when Stalin made the mistake of prematurely declaring the end of classes and class struggle in 1935. This tended to obfuscate the persistent old ideas, culture, customs, and habits of the vestigial members and representatives of the exploiting classes as well as unhealthy petty bourgeois and bourgeois currents among the bureaucrats and intelligentsia who wished to enlarge their privileges against the class interests of the proletariat and other working people. 6. What is the meaning of total and complete service to the people? JMS, total and complete service of communists to the people means being ready to sacrifice one's life, being tortured and imprisoned and killed in the course of the revolutionary struggle. Under conditions of armed revolutionary struggle or otherwise, communists do not expect and are not promised by the party any compensation other than what is reasonably set and honestly earned. To wage and advance the struggle, every cent is well spent and accounted for. Chasing after high positions, fame, or fortune is frowned up among communists. Recognition, honors and promotions are decided on the basis of merit and bestowed by collective organs and assemblies in order to inspire comrades and the people. The highest honors are accorded to the revolutionary martyrs and heroes. Outstanding thinkers and leaders are recognized on the basis of their works. 7. What is the meaning of boundlessly valuing one's task? JMS, whatever your task is, whether small or big at a given time, you must perform it seriously because it is interrelated and interconnected with the tasks of other Communist Party members. If you fail to do your assigned task, you can prejudice or foul up the collective effort of all party members. You can prejudice even the life of your entire collective, if you sleep while on guard duty and you fail to sound the alarm when the enemy is approaching or creeping on the position of your camp. You must be vigilant and diligent for the love of your comrades and the people. 8. What is the correct outlook of a communist towards hardship, sacrifice, difficulty, and death? JMS, the correct outlook of a communist towards hardship, sacrifice, difficulty, and death is to understand that they arise as the price for making advances and achieving victories against an enemy that can still cause or inflict these, and to adopt all measures of being vigilant, being more active and avoiding unnecessary sacrifices. Even when communists win victories, there can be certain costs in the course of doing or as a result of certain errors. In any case, communists must honor and be inspired by the revolutionary martyrs and heroes. They must be encouraged to GHT even harder and more actively when sacrifices occur. Errors must be corrected promptly through criticism and self-criticism and adoption of the correct measures. 9. What is the mass line, and the correct basic attitude towards the masses? JMS, the mass line is to learn from the masses their conditions, needs, demands and aspirations through social instigation and class analysis. Thus, we know how to arouse, organize, and mobilize the masses more effectively than ever before in accordance with the general line and program of the party. What we can learn from the masses can improve our work and style of work and further enrich and substantiate the existing program and the party's stock of knowledge in order to advance revolutionary practice. Revolution is a mass undertaking. It is impossible without the masses rising up and overthrowing the enemy state. 10. Why must a communist become better in uniting with the broad majority of cadres and members of the party? JMS, a communist become better in uniting with the broad majority of cadres and members of the party because it is the democratic thing to do and because it is the way to strengthen the entire party and the entire revolutionary movement. If a party member of whatever rank acts in a selfish or arrogant way, timely comradely advice and criticism must be made in order to preserve and strengthen unity. Criticisms and proposals must be motivated by a desire for unity and must result in a higher level of unity and strength. 11. Why is it only on the basis of MLMZT that it is possible to forge a genuine and steady unity of proletarian revolutionaries? JMS, MLM is the only basis existent to forge a genuine and steady unity of proletarian revolutionaries because it is the most comprehensive and profound source of knowledge and guidance for carrying out the people's democratic revolution with a socialist perspective. By availing of this theory, it is possible to make new contributions to enrich it and further develop it. There is a wave-like advance in the dialectical relationship of theory and practice, as Mao demonstrated in his theory of knowledge and practice. 12. What is the correct attitude towards comrades who have an outlook different from ours, those who are relatively backward, or if not, those who have erred? JMS, the correct attitude is to cure the patient who is sick and help him become a healthy and stronger part of the party and the revolutionary movement. It is a matter of comradely sharing of knowledge and persuasive reasoning to overcome any backward attitude and to correct wrong ideas and actions or any shortcoming. It is the task of more advanced members to educate further those who are relatively backward. Errors and shortcomings can be criticized in a timely manner on the spot, and these can also be taken up in timely and periodic sessions of criticism and self-criticism. 13. Why is active ideological struggle most important? What is liberalism and what harm does it bring the party and the revolution? How do we combat it? JMS, active ideological struggle is important because it is the way to raise the level of revolutionary consciousness and militancy of party members and the entire party. It must always be characterized by comradely discussion, persuasive reasoning, and avoidance of the bureaucratic and bullying style. A stern attitude and stern measures may be adopted only in relation to serious errors that have resulted in serious damage. In a previous episode, we discussed Comrade Mao's combat liberalism. He pointed out as many as 11 examples of liberalism. These are generally characterized by individualism, selfishness, and sometimes safe playing. We avoid criticizing comrades just because we do not wish to offend them. A criticism is well done when it is fact-based and the constructive proposal is made to correct it. Someone properly criticized can appreciate the criticism if correctly done. In the RST place, a good communist must criticize himself upon recognition of his own error for the purpose of instructing or educating others. 14. What is subjectivism? What harm does it bring the party and the revolution? How do we combat this? JMS, subjectivism means depending only on one's XED ideas or narrow personal experience. It is dogmatism. When one depends on one's XED ideas and denies or obfuscates objective reality and social practice. It is empiricism when one depends on one's own sense data and personal experience and denies or fails to take into account the social practice and knowledge of collectives and other people. 15. Why is the communist an internationalist? JMS, The communist is an internationalist because he is for the unity of the workers of all countries in order to ultimately defeat the bourgeoisie completely on a world scale and realize communism as a classless society. Communism is impossible so long as imperialism continues to exist and has the strength to oppose socialism. The communist is for the people's democratic revolutions and socialist countries to arise, develop, and win victory. Rise in various countries until imperialism is nally defeated, the proletarian class dictatorship can wither away, and communism is realized as a classless society. 16. What is the outlook of a communist towards nationalism? JMS, the communist outlook and view on nationalism is that it is a bourgeois political ideology reactive of the phenomenon of nation-states that have arisen as a result of bourgeois democratic revolutions. At the same time, communists and socialist states recognize the principles of people's national sovereignty and independence of nation-states against colonialism, imperialism, and neocolonialism. Bourgeois nationalism goes astray when it is used to oppose and attack communist parties and proletarian internationalism and to generate chauvinism, xenophobia, and fascism. Socialist states cannot wither away so long as imperialism, revisionism, and reaction persist. It is their duty to strengthen the proletarian class dictatorship until all the anti-democratic, anti-socialist, and anti-communist forces are defeated and the classless communist society becomes realizable. On the launch of upsurge of people's resistance in the Philippines and the world. Answers to initial questions, February 7, 2021. One among the topics of your book is the capacity of the revolutionary forces and the masses for waging revolution. The People's War has been going on for more than 50 years. In your opinion, what would it take to attain victory in the coming years? What else must the people do? Or what are we not doing or doing wrong? JMS, the self-reliant nationwide building of the CPP, the NPA, the revolutionary mass organizations and the local organs of political power in more than 110 guerrilla fronts is a great historic achievement of the Filipino PEO. PLE in the last 50 years, despite the major setbacks swerved by the forces of national liberation and socialism during the same period outside of the Philippines. The revolutionary forces here can further grow in strength towards total victory as the crises of both the Philippine ruling system and the world capitalist system worsen. The people's democratic government will keep on growing in the countryside until the revolutionary forces gain sufficient armed and political strength to overthrow the reactionary state in certain key regions and ultimately in Metro Manila. The basic alliance of the workers and peasants, further alliances with the middle forces and contradictions among the reactionary forces will facilitate the victory of the people's war against the enemy. The intensification of the people's war in coming years will make the ruling system bleed to death from the sands of wounds, with the most strategic battles to be won by the revolutionary forces in Mindanao, Cordillera, Samar and Panay in order to facilitate the offensives from revolutionary bases in central Luzon and southern Luzon against the null holdouts of the enemy forces controlling Metro Manila. The error of conservatism, which is the current target of rectification, is not as grave as the subjectivism, ultra-leftism and militarism that were corrected by the Second Great Rectification movement. The correction of the error of conservatism this time is to use the mass base, created by the prolonged emphasis on mass work, as the basis for intensifying and expanding the people's war. There are no serious self-destructive problems like those that had to be solved by the SGRM. 2. Why do you say there is a resurgence of world proletarian revolution? JMS, the worldwide upsurge of anti-imperialist and democratic struggles of the people against neoliberalism, fascism and other ultra-reactionary currents and the wars of aggression since 2019 have signaled the potential resurgence of the world proletarian socialist revolution. The so-called Great Recession, which started with the Financial meltdown of 2006 to 2008 has become the Great Depression of 2019 onward, further aggravated by the COVID-19 pandemic in 2020 and thereafter. All basic contradictions in the world are sharpening, those between labor and capital, among the imperialist powers, between the imperialist powers and oppressed peoples and nations, and between the imperialist powers and countries assertive of national independence and socialist aspirations. The sharpest of contradictions are now between the erstwhile main partners of neoliberal globalization, the US and China. These are indeed the most bitter economic competitors and political rivals in the world today. The rapidly worsening crisis of the world capitalist system is already driving the proletariat and people all over the world to form and strengthen revolutionary communist parties, mass organizations, and mass movements, and to wage struggles for national and social liberation in the direction of socialism. The situation is drastically different from the time when, because of the revisionist betrayals in the Soviet Union and then in China, the US emerged as the winner in the Cold War and the sole superpower in 1991. And the camp followers of US imperialism used to prate about the permanent death of socialism and the end of history with capitalism and liberal democracy. Now, it is the turn of US imperialism and the world capitalist to expose their fatal laws. Both the neoliberal economic policy and the neoconservative security policy of the US have accelerated its strategic decline. US imperialism is desperately trying to wrest back the economic, trade and technological concessions to China and strengthen a bloc of imperialist allies against it. But China is trying to take advantage of its two-tiered economy and its huge size, continue its economic and military rise, strengthen its own bloc, try to disrupt the US-headed bloc and challenge US hegemony in various parts of the world. A new Cold War is now running between the two strongest imperialist powers. On the life of José María Sison. Questions from the JMS School. February 12, 2021. 1. On February 8, you will be 82 years old. At your age, what do you want to attain, or what is your birthday wish? JMS, as a birthday wish, I would want the revolutionary forces and the wide oppressed masses to intensify their struggle for national independence and democracy against US and China imperialism and the exploitative classes of big compradors, landlords, and bureaucrat capitalists. To attain more victories for the Filipino people in their new democratic revolution. 2. Despite your class origin of being from the clan of landlords, there were many instances when you could turn your back on the struggle and live a life of wealth or follow the path of a traditional career. Why did you choose to serve the people and sacrifice for them? JMS, there is no loftier meaning or mission in one's life than to serve the people and sacrifice for them so they will be free from the dearth of injustice, oppression, and exploitation. If one is lucky to be born from a rich family and to be able to reach the highest level of studies, it is his or her duty to use their ability to join the struggle of the oppressed and exploited and not take the side of the exploiters and oppressors. 3. At your age, many are retiring and relaxing at this stage in their lives. Why did you choose to continue in the struggle? GLE. JMS, I am fortunate that today, even at my age, I am still relatively healthy. I am able to write and join in the discussions to advance the Philippine Revolution and world proletarian socialist revolution. Many of my comrades in struggle have passed away or are sickly. I should make use of my fortune and opportunity to contribute more for the advancement of the struggle of the oppressed masses. For you are known not only for being a cadre but also for being a cadre of the family. Can you share your experience in balancing family and struggle? What advice can you give unmarried and married couples in the revolutionary movement? JMS, it is better that unmarried and married couples in the revolutionary movement understand and support each other. There is a balance on being a cadre of the revolution and a cadre of the family, depending on the work. And danger in struggle. If a cadre is in the legal form of struggle and there is no basis nor plan for his arrest or murder by the enemy, he or she could still go home to his family like I did from 1959 to 1967 when I was still a legal activist and employed as a teacher. When a stabbing attempt was made against my life in February 1968, I stopped going around without companions and weapon for defense. I planned to go underground. It was opportune that my collective had plans to establish the Communist Party of the Philippines and the New People's Army. Julie and I planned that she followed me in the underground after leaving our children under the care of some relatives. Today, the revolutionary movement is far stronger than during our time. There now exist a child care SYS through comrades, allies, and organizations. 5. You have written so many books and articles. It seems you are tireless in writing statements on correct position on current issues. How do you maintain your sharpness of mind? As a writer, what advice can you give our propagandists? JMS, since 1988, when I cannot go home to the Philippines, what I could really do for the benefit of the toiling masses and revolution is to research, write, issue statements and interviews. My passport was cancelled in 1988 to force me to go home, have me arrested and killed. Although it was Cory Aquino who cancelled my passport, a report was informally sent to me that the military had evil plans against me. As a writer, my advice to my co-writers and propagandists would be to read and study the of news that comes out of the papers and to research on books and other publications on the Philippines. Do not stop gaining knowledge about correct theories and political line to apply on gathered data. Most important of all, you must be constantly in touch and discussing with those participating in struggle. Even though I am abroad, I gather information and opinions of comrades and friends who visit or write to me. We must be alert and prompt in getting the enemy and in giving correct guidance to the toiling masses we want to mobilize. 6. In your poem Sometimes, the heart yearns for mangoes. What kind of mango are you referring to? What food do you miss from the Philippines? Do you have a favorite dish? JMS, in my poem, the mango I had in my mind and heart is the Ilocano mango. It is not so big, very sour if ripe and very sweet when ripe. The dishes I miss from the Philippines are bagnet, delicacies made of sweet glutinous rice and tasty, dried sweet mango and the tupig from Ilocos. My favorite food is one that is full of avor. 7. The time of the Student Cultural Association of the University of the Philippines or SCOP was marked with intense red tagging due to the anti-communist witch hunt. What are the major similarities or differences during the 50s and 60s to the present red tagging under the NTFL cock of Duterte? How did you mobilize the thousands upon the sands of youth to fight the Committee on Anti-Filipino Activities in Congress? JMS, in 1959 to 1961, the revolutionary movement was at an ebb due to the errors of the line of the leadership of the old CPP. But the anti-communist propaganda of the US in the Cold War and the spread of McCarthyism in the Philippines were very intense. US imperialism and its reactionary followers in the Philippines wanted to liquidate the ideology of Marxism-Leninism and any other successor, extension, or so-called front of the CPP. Therefore, it promulgated the anti-subversion law that threatens to punish with the death penalty anyone proven to be a leader of the CPP based on the testimony of just two people. Instead of being scared of the anti-subversion law and the witch hunt led by the anti-Filipino activities or CAFA, we were challenged to GHT and so we established the SCOP to criticize the said law and anti-communist witch hunt. We promoted academic freedom and openly studied and followed the ideals of the Philippine Revolution from Andres Bonifacio. We intensively studied Marxism-Leninism and the history of socialism. On March 15, 1961, we carried the main issue of academic freedom, built the United Front of Student Organizations and organized the anti-Kafir rally of 5,000 students, and we entered Congress to literally bring down the anti-communist hearing. The big difference today is the brutality and thirst for killing of the president himself, the military and police. They accompany their anti-communist propaganda with red tagging, kidnapping, torture and murder of activists. As in Oplanto Kang. The fascist executioners are the real terrorists. In addition, they created the anti-terrorism law to easily red tag, arrest, kill and expropriate bank accounts and properties of people they consider as communists, even if they are not members of the Communist Party and are just mass activists, critics, and legal opposition against the THIRD regime. Because the THIRD regime is extremely treacherous, brutal, corrupt, and mendacious, many arguing against it through different forms of struggle and are ready to join the armed struggle. Instead of being threatened by the regime, it forces the Filipino masses to GHT and take up arms. This is what happened during the time of Marcos. The small force of the CPP and NPA grew bigger because of the brutality and greed of the fascist dictatorship. And because today, the CPP and the NPA are far stronger nationwide, the masses are highly content to participate in people's war. 8. You were witness to the way each past regime ran the country. We know that every president is the chief representative of the rotten semi-colonial and semi-feudal society. Who do you think is the worst president? JMS, Duterte is the worst and most evil president in the history of the Philippines. Even if he is just VE years. In his presidency, he has killed more people without due process. More than 30,000 is Duterte's score in extrajudicial killing, 10 times more than the 3,000 killed under Marcos. When it comes to plunder, Duterte plundered far more during his VE years in OS than Marcos in more than 20 years. Duterte aggressively steals from the national treasury through the intelligence and discretionary funds, overpriced supplies for the military and police and fake infrastructure projects, and getting kickbacks from debt contracts. 9. Perhaps you are the hottest revolutionary at present because of your role as founder of the Communist Party of the Philippines and your continuing guidance for the past VE decades. How do you counter the black propaganda of the state that you still lead the CPP? JMS, the null decision of the European Court of Justice, which removed my name from the EU terrorist list on December 10, 2009, declared that I am not the operational leader of the CPP. It is really impossible for me to be the operational leader because of the distance between Europe and the Philippines and because of the passing of time since my arrest in 1977. It is my fundamental democratic right and freedom to write, speak, and state my position on any issue. The Duterte regime and his military cohorts themselves are in a self-contradictory trap. They always say I still lead the CPP and the revolutionary movement in the Philippines and made me a principal target of their propaganda. But they also often say that I no longer lead because I have left the Philippines a long time ago. They even mocked the revolutionary movement as being headed by a leader who is separated from the Philippines and knows nothing about the country, especially the revolutionary movement. I always say that the central leadership of the revolutionary movement is in the Philippines. The stupid fascists refuse to accept that the cadres in the Philippines who lead the expansion and advance of the revolutionary movement are intelligent and capable. 10. What is your message to the revolutionary youth? JMS, they should continue the people's democratic revolution until victory and then follow with the socialist revolution. This is what we had in mind and had become our commitment since the years of SCOP, Kabataan, Makabayan, expansion of the legal national democratic movement, first great rectification. movement and the preparations for the re-establishment of the CPP and the NPA. In the past 50 years of revolutionary struggle, the victories of the revolutionary proletariat or communist in the field of ideology, politics, and organization are very substantial. The revolutionary forces are deeply rooted among the toiling masses nationwide, the party branches, units of the People's Army and their support armed forces such as the militia and self-defense units, revolutionary mass organizations, alliances, and organs of political power in more than 110 guerrilla fronts. The future is bright for the Philippine Revolution. The revolutionary movement will surely achieve bigger victories during this decade because of the severe intensification of the crisis of the semi-colonial and semi-feudal SYS. in the Philippines and the crisis of the world capitalist system. There is a need for more revolutionary youth to join the people's war to defeat the imperialists and local reactionaries and win the people's democratic revolution. Additional questions. 10. Can you narrate how Amado Guerrero was able to connect the young revolutionaries with the good cadres of the old HMB to form and establish the NPA? Who were the prominent personalities of the old HMB that joined or defected to the NPA aside from Commander Dante? Can you also narrate behind-the-scenes stories or anecdotes? These are ends that inspire the youth a la founding of our army. JMS, the establishment and expansion of the Kabataan Makabayan as a comprehensive youth organization, reached many barrios where the former HMB operated. In recruiting the worker youth, the Lapiang Manggagawa and federations of union helped the KM. In recruiting the peasant youth, the KM had the support of Masaka, which RST spread in the former base of the HMB. Aside from Ka Dante, we had Ka Eddie Layig, a legendary personality of the HMB. He was a former regimental commander of the HMB during the Japanese occupation and later, he joined the bigger and victorious attacks on Camp Macabulos and other enemy camps. He was with Ka Dante and me during the training of cadres for the NPA expansion in central Luzon and to expand in Isabela and the entire Cagayan Valley. When the strength of the HMB in Tarlac fell in the 1950s, Ka Eddie was arrested and imprisoned. After he left prison, he purposely became an insurance agent so he could freely visit the barrios and offer insurance to public school teachers. In that way, he was able to continue with his mass work in many barrios in Tarlac. He played a big role in establishing the mass base during the time of the HMB and the NPA. Many old cadres of the PKP since the 1930s supported the first Great Rectification movement and the Congress of Re-establishment of the party. Together with Lucio Pilapil, Max Gutierrez, Cesar Lacara and many others. There is not enough time in our discussion today to narrate their contribution in the re-establishment of the party and People's Army. 11. What is your personal assessment of the GPCR? What is your assessment of Joe and Lay? Why were Deng Xiaoping and the capitalist roaders and modern revisionists able to return to power despite the GPCR? What is your assessment with the trial of Zhongqing and the Gang of Four? JMS, the theory and practice of Mao and the CPC is important for the continuing revolution under the dictatorship of the proletariat through GPCR to counter modern revisionism, prevent the return of capitalism and consolidate the achievements of socialism. It is clear that the GPCR prevailed in its RSTVE years, 1966 to 1971. During this period, the Red Guards movement and revolutionary committees as organs of political power of the working class expanded. But the combination of the centrists led by Zhou Enlai and rightists led by Deng Xiaoping in dividing the left was successful and resulted in the defeat of Lin Biao and later on the isolation of the Shanghai Group of Four during the second half of the GPCR from 1972 to 1876. Even if Deng fell in the RST quarter of 1976, he was able to launch A coup d'état when Mao died and he was supported by the centrists in the arrest of the Shanghai Group of Four. The rightist and the centrist accused the left of creating anarchism and factionalism in the spread of the Red Guards movement and the emergence of Shanghai Commune and revolutionary committees. Lin Biao was also accused of wanting to hurriedly replace Mao and planning a coup d'état and assassination against Mao. In 1972, after the death of Lin Biao, Nixon visited China. Following this, the line of détente with the US to counter the Soviet Union took the line of stabilizing China, modernization, and capitalist reform of the economy and opening to the capitalist world ran on. Proletarian internationalism and anti-imperialist solidarity were seen as closing the doors to the world. The trial and conviction of the Shanghai Group of Four were held to condemn and make them accountable for the alleged chaos of the GPCR. The GPCR was initially branded as a catastrophe and 100% error of Mao. In the rumors circulated by the right and centrist, they spread the line that it was not the Group of Four but the Group of Five that was crushed. In 1980 Liu Shaoqi was given 100% rehabilitation. Since 1978 the commune system, which was called feudal socialism, was dismantled and the line of capitalist reforms and opening up to the capitalist world took over. The return of capitalism was quick and complete until US and China became main partners in neoliberal imperialist globalization. 12. The PSR is one of the books that made great impact on every generation of activists. How long did it take you to write it? What were the challenges you faced in writing it and in its publication? Is there any particular book that had a similar life-changing effect on you? JMS, I started to write the book chapter by chapter in Sta. Rita, Kappas, Tarlac as study material for Party MEM. Bears. I analyzed it within 3 months, from June to August 1969 while I was editing Angbayan, in an attic in Baguio City. This is where I returned to after almost being arrested in Sta. Rita in May 1969 but was able to step in the nearby Barrio Talaga. While I was writing the book, comrades brought me reference materials which I used. After I had written the book, it was then published by the Philippine Collegian under the title Philippine Crisis and Revolution in the last quarter of 1969. The PSR was also published by the Central Publishing House of the CPP in 1970. The next publication was by Ta Kung Pao of Hong Kong. It was the RST to distribute the book in China and the whole world under the title Philippine Society and Revolution. The Red Star edition was published in 1972 and its distribution got caught up with martial law. But it was still distributed in the underground. I have also written many documents of importance and having life-changing effect. We used mimeographing to enable the CPP Central Publishing House speedily publish books and other materials. Among these were the English and Filipino editions of the basic documents of the Communist Party of the Philippines. In the RST half of 1969, I wrote the Declaration of the New People's Army and the basic rules of the NPA for the establishment of the NPA on March 29, 1969. In the RST quarter of 1970, I wrote articles that constituted the book The First Quarter Storm of 1970. Foreword. I am delighted and honored to write this foreword to Joven Abrero's The Gumamela is Still Red, the sequel to her Warriors, Poets, and Friends. These 2 books of poetry wreaked the revolutionary struggle of the people for national and social liberation in Mindanao and the outstanding participation of the author, especially in educational and cultural work. Like its antecedent, The Gumamela is Still Red is mainly a book of poems but appropriately includes brief items in prose, such as narratives and correspondences, in order to contextualize the poems in historical, class, and personal terms from the revolutionary viewpoint of the proletariat, all toiling masses of workers and peasants, and the Lumad communities. I appreciate Abrero's use of the Gumamela as the metaphor for the revolutionary struggle of the people. It is a plant with large vibrant red flowers that grows abundantly on the mountains, hills, and plains of the Philippines. This key metaphor indicates the keen poetic imagination of the author, who grasps what is meaningful and beautiful in what many other people may overlook. The current book of poems of Abrero deserves to be read by all Filipino patriots and revolutionaries and by all foreign friends in solidarity with them. She is an excellent poet with the noblest sense of revolutionary vision and mission. Her 11 poems are neatly crafted to express in concrete terms and natural imagery the heroism, hard struggle, sacrifices, and aspirations of the communist cadres, reddites and the masses. Like I do, Abrero writes poetry in the tradition of Mao Zedong, Ho Chi Minh, Pablo Neruda, and Maya Daniel, who has a number of poems included in the book. Even in a few poems which appear to be rough hewn, Abrero suits the literal expressions to the actual direct language of the masses and to the need for spelling out the problems that ike them. Once you start to read the book, you are drawn in by her personal involvement and commitment to the revolutionary struggle, especially by her perseverance despite tremendous odds and sacrifices, including the martyrdom of excellent cadres like her husband Cadeo. Then you wish to know further about her self-fulfillment in the struggle. And what about other women in the struggle? You end out the self-fulfillment of Warmina and other women who join the tactical offensives after complaining that they are limited to non-military tasks and demanding the equal right of women to participate in GHT. You appreciate the fact that the People's War is everything to everyone who desires liberation from imperialism and all forms of reaction. As you read further, you come to know and respect the man who never said no to any plea for help from the masses in need and to end ways of solving the problem. And for all his goodness and service to the people, the enemy would hate him and kill him. But his martyrdom becomes an inspiration in the most difficult 12 times of walking and climbing on rough terrain in order to elude the enemy. The book presents the plight of the tribes who have been repeatedly pushed out of their ancestral domain by the logging, mining and plantation operations of the land-grabbing multinational corporations and their traitorous local partners. You share with the poet what she learns from the tribal chief Matig Salig. Thus, you admire the eagerness of the 19-year-old Lumad to join a guerrilla operation and you feel angry that the enemy would kill him. Abrero is not kind to the fastnesses and communities in the countryside. The scale of her poetry keeps on widening. She knows the mass protests in the cities and celebrates them. She bewails the violence of the enemy in the streets. She is in touch with a friend in prison and with a child whose parents are missing and who is in the care of comrades. She criticizes gently the youth who are obsessed with cells, posing as cute in Facebook and unmindful of the gravely sick social system and the need for social revolution. She reeks on the COVID-19 quarantine and communicates with a slum dweller who represents the people most hard hit by the pandemic, the loss and jobs, the lack of ayuda and the aggravation of the chronic crisis of the semi-colonial and semi-feudal ruling system and the berserk tyranny, treason, butchery, and plunder under the Duterte regime. To demonstrate how well the revolutionaries learn from the masses, Abrero presents their conversation with the agri-workers. We learn how they lose their land to the multinational corporations 13 and their local partners through lease and growers agreements and how they are exploited through labor cooperatives, which are in fact labor contracting agencies no different from the old Cabo system. Abrero indicates that the consequence of social investigation is the publication of the oppression and exploitation and of course the actions by the masses and the revolutionary forces to GHT back. But twice in the book, She NDS the occasion to dream about genuine land reform and peasant cooperatives in sharp contrast to the rent swearing of the peasants and farm workers. The book concludes that the Gumamela is still read and urges the youth to rise up against the despotism of THIRD and the entire ruling system under which the broad masses of the people are swearing intolerable conditions of oppression and exploitation. Abrero sings odes to the Communist Party of the Philippines and to the protracted People's War. She does not mind the long wait so long as all efforts are exerted to make the long leap. The protracted People's War has created the basis for accelerated People's War in stride with the worsening crisis of the semi-colonial and feudal ruling system and that of the world capitalist system. Jose Ma. Sison. Utrecht, the Netherlands. August 25, 2021. Criticism and Creativity. Questions by Professor Sarah Raimundo, October 2, 2021. One calls for creativity have emerged as responses to a criticism of the left being passé and dogmatic. The command to be creative is being considered seriously for activist practice in response to this criticism, but what does this call achieve? JMS, it is a good policy for any anti-imperialist and formation to pay attention to criticisms and proposals from any source. It does not take much time to distinguish a good criticism or proposal from a bad one. A sweeping criticism of the left as being passé and dogmatic comes apparently from either a hostile or ill-informed source and should be subjected to a critical examination to find out exactly what is the basis of the criticism behind the proposal of creativity. If there is a basis of any kind, degree, or scale that is cited, then it can be critically examined and creativity can be applied in the correction of any error or solution of any problem. If there is no basis for the criticism and its objective is merely to malign the movement and mislead the people, then the attack has to be countered immediately and sharply. 2. How does it apply to the propagation of ideological education, political campaigns, and overall organizational maintenance and sustainability? JMS, creativity can be the discovery, working out and adoption of new ways of understanding, presenting, realizing and improving the factors, methods, and conditions of ideological education, political campaigns and overall organizational maintenance and sustainability. In the propagation of ideological education, we must be updated on the content that is to be imparted and innovative in the presentation. We have a stock of knowledge, but we must read and study further and learn from the people, their conditions, and needs in order to apply correctly revolutionary theory. We must adopt the methods and means by which to engage more activists in programs and courses of study and learning through publications, study meetings, and webinars. In the work to achieve organizational maintenance, sustainability, and growth, we must build the revolutionary party of the proletariat and the mass organizations of the classes and sectors of the people who suffer various types and degrees of oppression and exploitation in any country within the world capitalist system. The aforesaid party and mass organizations must assert, defend, and advance the fundamental rights and interests of their constituencies. In undertaking the political campaigns, the organized masses must be mobilized to engage the unorganized masses according to their common and specific interests. There must be a united front within every class and within every sector, and there must be also a broad united front embracing all the oppressed and exploited classes and sectors and taking advantage of the contradictions among the reactionary classes in order to isolate and defeat the enemy at every given time. 3. As a demand for a moded activist practice, is creativity merely a protest aesthetic attuned to the demands of populist market ideology? JMS, the revolutionary forces are always ready to undertake criticism and self-criticism to correct errors and shortcomings and raise the level of their ideological, political, and organizational work. The timely and sharp Counter must be made to the malicious demand for moded activist practice that is calculated to malign or mislead the revolutionary movement under some notion of protest aesthetic or cosmetics in commercial advertising that suits the bourgeois populist market ideology. An anti-imperialist and entire revolutionary movement has a comprehensive array of formations and masses that can make the struggle against the enemy always interesting and inspiring in so many ways in the various fields of struggle, ideological, political, socio-economic, and cultural. What can be more exciting than an honest-to-goodness struggle against imperialism and all reaction? We can trust the activists, their organizations and the masses in expressing their needs, demands, and aspirations. The People's Democratic Revolution in the Philippines is one of the best examples in the world for overcoming so many campaigns of anti-communist suppression and the setbacks spurred by the anti-imperialist and socialist cause because of the revisionist betrayal and capitalist restoration in the former Soviet Union and China. But all forms of struggle are being carried out and developed in the most creative ways by integrating revolutionary theory and practice. For what sort of activist formations has this demand for creativity spawned and actually created for broad united front building? JMS, we must identify those imperialist powers and big bourgeois elements that nance and direct the state agencies, schools of thought, think tanks, corporate media, academic pedants, prostitutes, bourgeois ideologues and influencers and other entities that specialize in playing up superclass notions of idealism and subjectivism, magnifying any fragment or aspect of history and society and misinterpreting old terms or generating new terms in the direction of drawing away the intelligentsia and the toiling masses from the anti-imperialist and class struggle. The broad united front has a denied anti-imperialist and class line in the current People's Democratic Revolution in the Philippines. To the activist formations themselves, the Proletarian Revolutionary Party is the leading class in the People's Democratic Revolution. Consequently, it must build the basic alliance of the proletariat and peasantry in order to gain the majority of the people, win over the middle social strata and take advantage of the contradictions within the reactionary classes servile to foreign monopoly capitalism in order to isolate and defeat the enemy at every given time. To lose sight of the revolutionary anti-imperialist and class line in building the united front is to go shallow, fragmentary, impertinent, or completely out of the struggle. A demand for creativity that ignores and lays aside the revolutionary anti-imperialist and class line will mislead the activist formations. There is a revolutionary class line to pursue in waging struggles against monopoly capitalism as it exploits and oppresses the proletariat and pleas of the world, plunders the environment, engages in genocide through state terrorism and wars of aggression, and threatens the very existence of humankind with nuclear and other weapons of mass destruction, pandemics, and global warming. 5 new challenges and contradictions emerge as activists interpret and practice this call to be creative. May you give examples of these challenges and contradictions? JMS, new challenges and contradictions arise as the revolutionary forces and objective conditions change for the better or for the worse by any significant degree or scale. Critical thinking and creativity are required to raise a given level of development to a new and higher one or to determine the causes of failure or defeat and solve the problems in order to advance on the road of revolution. In the course of revolutionary practice, there are periodic and timely sessions of criticism and self-criticism in order to correct mistakes and improve the work, the style of work and the outcome of the work. As a matter of course, the Revolutionary Party and the mass formations make their annual summing up of experience, analysis of the objective conditions and subjective forces and setting forth of new tasks. Rectification movements are carried out on a wide scale and for an extended period to criticize major errors and rectify them. Solidarity message to the Forum on Democracy, Socialism, and Communism. November 14, 2021. Dear students of political science, I wish to convey my warmest greetings of solidarity to all of you attending the forum at Adamson University on the relation of democracy to socialism and communism. I agree with you that there are historical and continuing relations among these as concepts and as major phenomena in the development political systems in the world. Let us dispense right away with the naive notion that there was Athenian democracy, when in slave society representatives of big and small owners of slaves legislated the laws in contrast to the tyranny of the king who issued decrees that were arbitrary and harsh. Let us also dispense with the notion that democracy arose from the demand of the feudal barons on the King of England for representation in a lawmaking body in exchange for taxation. Let us begin to study democracy as a term in the development of the bourgeois state in European history from the time of the Italian city-states of the 13th century under royal franchise through the French liberal democratic revolution in the late 18th century to the proliferation of bourgeois democratic states in the 20th century on the basis of the advance of industrial monopoly capitalism and the expansion of the right to vote as a privilege of property owners and males to universal suffrage irrespective of property ownership and sex. The bourgeois state could not have become dominant in any society without the bourgeoisie becoming dominant as the owners of the means of production in the capitalist mode of production. But being a small part of society, the bourgeoisie in the French Revolution raised the rags of the poor as its in order to gain the political initiative and the mass support of the city plebeians and the widespread peasant masses who were also in social unrest against the feudal monarchy and aristocracy. Indeed, the intellectuals of the bourgeoisie were the RST to put forward the modern concept of the liberal democratic state as based on the sovereign will of the people irrespective of estate or class, the constitution as social contract among the people and between the state and the people and the rule of the majority in settling issues. They were good at denning individual rights and duties, but these were abstract in relation to the reality of exploiting and exploited classes. Earlier in the 16th century, mercantile capitalism became the driving force for colonial expeditions. The moneyed bourgeoisie funded the expeditions even as they had to get royal approval and patronage. Colonial plunder became a major factor in the primitive accumulation of capital by the bourgeoisie in addition to the extraction of surplus value from the workers and proletarianization of the surplus peasant population in Western Europe. The rise of industrial capitalism from the latter half of the 18th century would eventually make the capitalist class the grave digger of European feudalism. But soon enough, while the Industrial Revolution was progressing rapidly in England, Marx studied the political economy of capitalism and together with Engels laid the fundamental principles of Marxism in philosophy, economics, politics, and culture. In the earlier political economy of Adam Smith, he laid stress on the need for the economic freedom of the capitalist class and the invisible hand of self-interest in the market as being responsible for the public good. But he also recognized labor as the creator of new material values. It became the revolutionary role of Marx and Engels to proclaim the proletariat as the grave digger of capitalism and the bourgeois state. They teach us in the Communist Manifesto that for the RST time in the history of mankind an exploited class, the proletariat, has arisen to make a radical rupture from the millennia of private ownership of the means of production and has the capability of emancipating itself and all other exploited classes. They also teach us that the proletariat must win the battle for democracy, gaining the support of all exploited classes, in order to establish socialism. Socialism is truly the system in which the leading class, the proletariat, combines with all other erstwhile exploited classes in order to end the oppression and exploitation of the people by a ruling class or ruling classes that own the means of production and to build a truly democratic political system of the people and an economic system in which the toiling masses are no longer preyed upon by the capitalist class. Socialism is developed in the transition from a world capitalist system to a world system in which socialism becomes dominant in the world, imperialism is defeated and communism as a classless society is possible. Lenin teaches us that it will take a whole historical epoch for socialism to achieve worldwide victory and that the advance of socialism is not on a straight line but goes through twists and turns. The worldwide victory of socialism and defeat of imperialism are preconditions to the emergence of communism, which is even fundamentally more democratic than socialism because it does away with the state as a coercive instrument of class rule. However, there will still be non-class public authorities freely elected by the people in order to preclude anarchy. In the wake of World War II, several socialist countries arose in addition to the Soviet Union, and national liberation movements spread in Asia, African, and Latin America. But modern revisionism gained power in the Soviet Union in 1956 and in China in 1976. The US unleashed a series of offensives against the socialist cause, such as the anti-communist Cold War, neocolonialism, neoliberalism, and the neoconservative policy of endless wars to impose Pax Americana or US imperialism on the people of the world. After the restoration of capitalism in the Soviet Union, Eastern Europe, and China and the collapse of the Soviet Union, the US launched ideological, political, economic, and military offensives against the just cause of national liberation, democracy, and socialism. But the crisis of the US and world capitalist system continued to worsen. By the time of the 2006-08 financial meltdown, the strategic decline of the US became conspicuously worse than ever before, and the partnership of the US and China in promoting the neoliberal policy of imperialist globalization began to unravel. All major contradictions in the world capitalist system are intensifying, those between labor and capital in the imperialist countries, those between the imperialist countries and the oppressed peoples and nations, those among the imperialist powers themselves, and those between the US and China. Anti-imperialist and democratic mass struggles are becoming widespread and intense. They are the harbinger of the resurgence of the world proletarian socialist revolution. Thank you. Remarks at the launch of the 2 volumes of On the Communist Party of the Philippines in Sison Reader Series Book NOS 5 and 6. February 6, 2022. Distinguished guests and friends, I am delighted that the Sison Reader Series has published in 2 volumes the most important documents of the Communist Party of the Philippines since its founding Congress on December 26, 1968. I thank the International Network for Philippine Studies for accomplishing this, the NDFP International Information OS for organizing this book launch, the book reviewers and all other participants. The CPP was re-established on December 26, 1968 as a result of the desire of the Filipino people for revolutionary change of the chronically crisis-stricken semi-colonial and semi-feudal ruling system, and also as a result of the struggle against revisionism in the old Communist Party and in the now collapsed Soviet Union. Since then, the CPP has served as the advanced detachment of the proletariat and has led brilliantly and successfully led the Philippine Revolution under the guidance of Marxism-Leninism-Maoism. The CPP has applied the universal theory of the proletariat on the history and concrete conditions of the Philippines, deemed the character of Philippine society as semi-colonial and semi-feudal, and set forth the general line of people's democratic revolution with a socialist perspective. It has integrated the protracted People's War with agrarian revolution and the National United Front. It has adopted democratic centralism as its organizational principle. The CPP started from scratch with a few scores of cadres from the mass organizations of workers, peasants and youth amounting to some 50,000. 3 months thereafter, on March 29, 1969, we were able to Establish the new People's Army after we united with the proletarian revolutionaries in the old People's Army after they broke away from the Tariq-Sumulong gangster clique. We started with only 9 rise and 26 inferior rearms and with a peasant mass base of 80,000 in the 2nd district of Tarlac in early 1969. Now, the CPP has more than 150,000 members. The new People's Army has thousands of Redgers with automatic rise and operates in more than 110 guerrilla fronts nationwide. It is augmented by tens of thousands of members of the People's Militia and self-defense units of the revolutionary mass organizations. Within the frame of the NDFP, the revolutionary mass organizations and local alliances have millions of members. The local organs of political power, which constitute the People's Democratic Government, encompass both the organized and unorganized masses in more than 90% of the Philippine provinces. The enemy, the renegades and other detractors of the revolution say that 53 years of revolutionary struggle have passed and yet the presidential palace in Manila is still held by the reactionaries. But the People's Democratic Government is built widely in the countryside and aims to advance wave upon wave towards the urban areas. The great victories of the CPP have been achieved self-reliantly through the revolutionary dedication, hard work, and earth struggle by the cadres and members of the CPP, the Red Commanders and Ders and the broad mass of the people in an archipelagic country without the bonnet of cross-border advantages and with the revisionist betrayal of socialism at RST, restoring capitalism in the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe and then defeating the great proletarian cultural revolution and restoring capitalism in China. Out of fear that the CPP and NPA would rapidly become far stronger than it was, the US decided to junk its puppet Marcos after he ordered the killing of his political rival, Benigno Aquino, in 1983. The legal patriotic and democratic forces and anti-Marcos conservative forces coalesced to GHT the fascist regime. It was in 1984 that US, recognizing the growing strength of the revolutionary movement, decided to junk Marcos. In 1986 President Corazon Aquino negotiated a ceasefire agreement with the National Democratic Front of the Philippines but broke this agreement with the Mendiola massacre in January 1987. In 1992 the Ramos puppet regime sought to engage the revolutionary movement in peace negotiations with the NDFP. More than 10 major agreements were forged. But every post-Marcos regime has tried to use the peace negotiations as a mere device for surveillance and intelligence, sowing political intrigue and seeking the capitulation of the revolutionary forces. The worst of the post-Marcos regime is that of Duterte, who has terminated the peace negotiations and scrapped all the agreements so far made and has vowed to destroy the armed revolution before the end of his term in 2022. He will surely fail because his grave crimes of treason, state terrorism, plunder, and misuse of public resources and the persistence of foreign monopoly capitalism, domestic feudalism, and bureaucratic capitalism, and the rapid worsening of the crisis of the Philippine ruling system and the world capitalist system provide the favorable conditions for the continuing rise of the armed revolution. The Filipino people and their revolutionary forces can be expected to GHT more earnestly than ever against the Duterte terror regime and the entire ruling system when Duterte rigs the elections this year as Marcos did in 1986. They are now far stronger and more tested in struggle than in earlier decades. They are more than ever prepared to wage a resolute and relentless struggle because the chronic crisis of the ruling system is rapidly worsening. They are more desirous than ever for revolutionary change, and the CPP and other revolutionary are stronger than ever before. It is to the outstanding great credit of the CPP that it is one of the proletarian revolutionary parties of the world, successfully leading the People's Democratic Revolution. It is widely recognized as a torchbearer of the world proletarian socialist revolution, whose resurgence is being ushered in by the anti-imperialist and democratic mass Struggles all over the world and by the intensification of all major contradictions, between labor and capital, between the imperialist powers and the oppressed peoples and nations, among the imperialist powers themselves, and the US and China as the chief imperialist rivals. Introduction to the screening of El Barro de la Revolución at the Auditorium, University of Murcia, Spain. February 18, 2022. Dear comrades and friends, warmest greetings of solidarity to all of you. I salute the organizers and all of you for coming together to watch and appreciate Paloma Polo's El Barro de la Revolución and to draw information about the ongoing People's Democratic Revolution through protracted People's War in the Philippines. Thank you for your act of solidarity. It is an honor and privilege for me to introduce the LM screening. This is not just an informative documentary. It is an artistic masterpiece of Paloma Polo. Out of so many aspects of the revolutionary movement, which she studied for over 3 years in the Philippines, she chose to focus on the life, work, behavior, and articulations of communist cadres and reddites in a study camp in a forested area in Mindanao. She was after the quintessence of a revolutionary movement that had developed for more than half a century and wanted to capture and distillate it truthfully and artistically in a LM of about 2 hours. What can be more quintessential than the activities of revolutionaries in a study camp where they deepen their commitment to a just cause, study revolutionary theory and practice, share experiences and knowledge about concrete conditions and learn more about the tasks to be carried out in various fields of revolutionary work. She is brilliant in terms of thematic focus, aesthetic sense, and artistic skills. She is also commendable for integrating with the Filipino revolutionaries, learning to live and communicate with them and taking the risks of going to and staying in a guerrilla front, and going out from scene to scene in the LM. You can learn the everyday tasks in the camp, from scheduled study meetings and timely work meetings, reporting and assessments to spontaneous personal conversations and condenses, moments of contemplation, solitude, and rest. The armed revolutionary movement led by the Communist Party of the Philippines has been described widely as the longest running in the world. It is also known to be self-reliant in an archipelagic country with no cross-border advantages and has not been pushed down by the revisionist betrayal of socialism and proletarian internationalism in the former Soviet Union, Eastern Europe, and China. It has overcome 14 years of Marcos fascist dictatorship and the anti-communist campaigns of military suppression by the post-Marcos regimes, from that of Aquino to Duterte. You must have learned somehow that the current Duterte tyranny has been publicly predicting from month to month and from year to year since 2017 that it can destroy the revolutionary movement. Indeed, the Duterte regime has been carrying out an all-out war policy at RST surreptitiously since 2016 and then openly since 2017. After terminating the peace negotiations between the reactionary government and the National Democratic Front of the Philippines and vilifying the revolutionary forces as terrorist, the regime has unleashed so-called focused military operations, extrajudicial killings, localized surrender and negotiations, fake surrenders and fake NPA casualties and false promises of jobs and cash rewards to surrenderers, community support and barangay development. But all these have failed to destroy the revolutionary movement. Instead, the Filipino people and their revolutionary forces have raised their revolutionary strength to a new and higher level. Let me tell you the current state of the revolutionary movement. The CPP has more than 150,000 members. The New People's Army has thousands of reddites with automatic rise and operates in more than 110 guerrilla fronts nationwide. It is augmented by tens of thousands of members of the People's Militia and Self-Defense units of the revolutionary mass organizations. Within the frame of the NDFP, the Revolutionary Mass Organization Zations and local alliances have millions of members. And the local organs of political power, which constitute the People's Democratic Government, encompass both the organized and unorganized masses in more than 90% of the Philippine provinces. In 1972, U.S. imperialism directed and supported Marcos to impose a fascist dictatorship on the Filipino people. In the vain hope of destroying the CPP, which had only 2,000 members, the NPA only 300, automatic rise, and the revolutionary mass organizations only some 300,000 members. The puppetry, brutality, and corruption of the fascist dictatorship failed to destroy the revolutionary movement but merely served to cause its growth in strength and advance nationwide by driving the Filipino people to join and support it. To this day, the crimes of the Marcos fascist regime have continued to weaken and degrade the semi-colonial and semi-feudal system. The revolutionary movement in the Philippines is invincible because it is guided by the proletarian revolutionary theory of Marxism-Leninism-Maoism, carries out the general line and program of People's Democratic Revolution with a socialist perspective, wields the three magic weapons of CPP leadership, armed struggle, and National United Front, employs the strategy and tactics of protracted people's war, integrates the armed struggle with agrarian revolution and mass base building, builds various types of class and sectoral mass organizations and alliances within the NDFP, and creates the local organs of political power from the village level upwards to constitute the People's Democratic Government. Since the overthrow of Marcos in 1986, the worst regime that has arisen in the Philippines is that of Duterte, who idolizes Marcos as an icon of state terrorism and unbridled plunder. Since the overthrow of Marcos, Duterte has been the worst as chief political representative of the comprador big bourgeoisie, landlord class, and bureaucrat capitalists. His regime has become nationally and internationally notorious for its criminal policies and acts of treason, tyranny, mass murder, plunder, and deception. Duterte previously wished to perpetuate himself in power. But because of his failing physical and mental health, he has the scheme to rig the forthcoming presidential elections in order to put in power the junior of Ferdinand Marcos as president and his own daughter Sara as vice president. These represent the worst political dynasties of the Philippine oligarchy. He can easily commit electoral fraud in combination with state terrorism. Because he controls the reactionary armed forces, the Commission on Elections and the electronic vote count, we can expect that the Filipino people, the legal patriotic and democratic forces and the revolutionary movement will rise up against the rigging of the elections as in 1986 against Marcos. They are now far stronger and more tested in struggle than in earlier decades. They are more than ever prepared to wage a resolute and relentless struggle because the chronic crisis of the ruling system is rapidly worsening. They are more desirous than ever for revolutionary change, and the CPP and other revolutionary are stronger than ever before. The Filipino people and their revolutionary forces wish to achieve greater victories in the Philippines, not only for their own benefit but also to make great contributions to the advance of the anti-imperialist and democratic mass struggles and the resurgence of the world proletarian socialist revolution. At the same time, they are desirous of obtaining greater moral, political and concrete support from the proletariat and people abroad. We must uphold, defend, and promote proletarian internationalism and the international solidarity of the people for a fundamentally better and brighter future of national independence, democracy, and socialism against imperialism and all reaction on the experience of the Communist Party of the Philippines in combating modern revisionism and opportunism. February 27, 2022. Dear comrades, I am happy to be informed that Pakistani comrades who are inspired and guided by Marxism, Leninism, Maoism are striving to combat modern revisionism and opportunism and build a Marxist Leninist Maoist Communist Party that is capable of leading the People's Democratic Revolution in Pakistan against imperialism, feudalism, and bureaucrat capitalism. I welcome the position and efforts of Comrade Dr. Syed Azim, former General Secretary of the Mazdoor Kisan and present Senior Advisor to the National Students' Federation of Pakistan, as well as other comrades guided by Marxism-Leninism-Maoism to combat the dominant reactionary and opportunistic lines plaguing the left wing of Pakistani politics, including those who seek to court the favor of imperialist China, the counter-revolutionaries who forsake the armed struggle to jockey for power in the fascist government, and so on. I also welcome the cooperation of the Maoist youth leaders and cadres of the NSF, who are critical of the liberal and reactionary elements in the old crop of student leaders and whose revival convention on March 12 promises to heighten the struggle against native feudalism, bureaucrat capitalism, and imperialism of both the traditional and new capitalist powers. Finally, I welcome the enthusiasm of our Maoist comrades in Pakistan to learn from the revolutionary struggles in India, Nepal, the Philippines, South and Central America, Africa, and elsewhere in the global South in connection with the determination to hold the said revival convention on the ideological foundation of Marxism, Leninism, Maoism, and in consonance with the luminous, valiant legacies left by those great revolutionaries of the past, like that of the late Dr. Rashid Hassan Khan. By way of informing you about the experience of the Communist Party of the Philippines in combating revisionism and opportunism, I propose to discuss at length the developments that followed the nominal grant of independence to the Philippines in 1946 and were pertinent to the national liberation movement during the reactionary puppet regimes of Roxas, Quirino, Magsaysay, Garcia, Macapagal, Marcos, Aquino, Ramos, Estrada, A.R. Royo, Aquino II and Duterte. Then it shall be easier for me to discuss the necessity of the party as borne out by history to the present day. How the CPP arose under the guidance of MLM to rectify ideological, political, and organizational errors, defeat revisionism and opportunism and revive and advance the people's democratic revolution with a socialist perspective through protracted people's war, and the methods employed by the revolutionary movement to combat Zionism and the fascist government seated in Manila, the CPP, New People's Army and United Front as weapons. With armed revolution as the main form of struggle plus the legal movement as the secondary form. In order to provide the needed context for the emergence of a revolutionary movement in the semi-feudal and semi-colonial Philippines, my comrade Pao shall also deliver a compendious outline of the general features and natural wealth of the country in which our exploited people reside, their history before and during the periods of direct colonial subjugation from the Spaniards, Americans, and Japanese, and their revolutionary tradition from the initial arrival of the conquistadores to the rising of 1896 helmed by the Katipunan. This section is to come before mine. I hope that our presentation can aid you in learning, at least in general terms, how to identify the errors of Zionism and opportunism, criticize, repudiate and rectify them in a wholesome rectification movement that has an essentially educational character. Only you, the Pakistani proletarian revolutionaries, can do the best possible concrete analysis of your history, concrete conditions, and concrete revolutionary practice. A bit of background before the puppet regimes of semi-colonial Philippines. After merging with the rural-based Socialist Party in 1938 under the auspices of the Comintern and the Communist Party of the USA and in accordance with the Popular Front, the old Communist Party of the Philippines laid a sound basis for forming the People's Army against Japan on March 29, 1942 after the Japanese invasion of the Philippines in December 1941. But soon after the founding and spectacular guerrilla offensives of the Hukbalahap in central Luzon, the Japanese NESA invaders launched a counter-offensive which demoralized the Vicente Lava leadership and made it adopt a right opportunist line of retreat for defense by dividing the Hukbala Hop squadrons into small, effective teams of 3 to VE combatants and adhering to the U.S. line of making Filipino guerrilla mere spies to prepare for the U.S. reconquest of the Philippines. In September 1943, the old CPP held the Bagumbalay Conference to correct the right opportunist error of retreat for defense and rebuild the guerrilla companies for offensives against the Japanese occupation forces. These offensives would make the People's Army strong in the entire region of central Luzon, outskirts of Manila and parts of southern Luzon up to the total defeat of Japan in 1945. But the aforesaid conference also made a new right opportunist or reformist decision to welcome the return of U.S. imperialism and allow it to establish a semi-colonial Philippine state in 1946. This fell into line with the peace and democracy call of the revisionist Earl Browder, who wanted to convert the PUSA to a mere political association within the bourgeois state. The old CPP conformed to the nominal grant of independence by U.S. imperialism to the Philippines and let the U.S. retain its military bases and the property rights of U.S. corporations and citizens under the US-Philippine Treaty of General Relations in 1946. It formed the Democratic Alliance to combine with the Nacionalista Party of the outgoing Osmeña government and engage in electoral struggle against the US-supported Liberal Party, whose presidential candidate was the former pro-Japanese collaborator Manuel Roxas. The DA succeeded in electing 6 congressional candidates whose number was enough to block the parity amendment. This constitutional amendment allowed the U.S. corporations and citizens rights equal to those of Filipinos in exploiting natural resources and operating public utilities. Based on trumped-up charges of electoral fraud and terrorism, the DA members of Congress were kicked out by the Liberal Party majority during the Roxas, Quirino, Magsaysay, and Garcia regimes. Such an anti-democratic act by the Liberal Party against the DA added fuel to the continuing outrage of the people over the arrest of labor and peasant leaders and massacres in the countryside by the Philippine Constabulary and paramilitary forces. These despicable acts were calculated to allow the land lords to recover their land from the peasants in central Luzon and destroy the People's Army. They were carried out under the direction of the U.S. by the regime of Manuel Roxas from 1946 to 1948 and that of Elpidio Quirino from 1948 to 1953. They pushed the people and the revolutionary forces to resume the armed struggle against the U.S. and its puppet government. Thus, the old CPP under the leadership of Jose Lava decided to resume the armed struggle, but it took the erroneous left opportunist line of winning the revolution in only 2 years by relying on the spontaneous uprising of the people against the Quirino regime without painstaking mass work, agrarian revolution and mass base building beyond the regions of central Luzon, Manila Rizal, and the southern Tagalog. The old CPP was able to launch spectacular and successful offensives against major enemy military camps in central Luzon in 1949. But later, within the same year, the enemy was able to launch bigger offensives by some 30 battalions against the 2,500 of the People's Liberation Army based mainly in the Sierra Madre and to round up and arrest the entire Politburo Bureau leadership of the old CPP based in Manila. Jesus Lava assumed leadership as General Secretary of the old CPP in 1951 and increasingly failed to counter actively the enemy campaign of military suppression. In 1955 he put forward the right opportunist line of converting the People's Army to an organizational brigade for legal struggle and in 1957 issued the Single Li policy, which liquidated the collective life of CPP leading organs and branches by requiring all CPP members to join a queue merely for receiving political transmissions written solely by the General Secretary, who was detached from the masses and concentrated on hiding himself in Manila. Since their reconquest of the Philippines, the US had directed, trained, and equipped the Filipino puppet troops to carry out the armed counter-revolution. The Central Intelligence Agency groomed the Defense Secretary Ramon Magsaysay to replace the discredited corrupt President Elpidio Quirino in the elections of 1953. After running an extremely pro-US and anti-communist regime, Magsaysay died from a plane crash and was replaced by his vice President Carlos P. Garcia. The Garcia regime pursued a pro-US and anti-communist policy. It was during his term that the Anti-Subversion Law of 1957 was originally drafted by the U.S. Central Intelligence Agency and was enacted by the Puppet Congress despite the defeat and disintegration of the old CPP and HMB. The law provided for the death penalty to officers of the CPP and life sentence to CPP members upon the presentation of two prosecution witnesses. But President Garcia pretended to be an economic nationalist by Filipinizing the Chinese-owned retail trade enterprises and by maintaining foreign exchange controls until the end of his term in 1961. Thus was maintained the long tradition of the ruling classes to use the local Hokkien Chinese minority as an alien scapegoat to skew their puppetry to foreign despots and their own exploitation of the masses. It was during the Garcia regime that a new crop of proletarian revolutionaries would arise from 1959 to 1961. Through study groups in the University of the Philippines to learn the fundamental principles of Marxism, Leninism and the New Democratic Revolution, to continue the Unist Philippine Revolution and to GHTIM. Immediately the witch hunt being carried out by the Reactionary Congress in accordance with the Anti-Subversion Law. To avoid being charged as communist subversives, the young proletarian revolutionaries let themselves be called widely as nationalists in the anti-imperialist sense. They succeeded in gaining mass support and in stopping the witch hunt by organizing a demonstration of 5,000 students that scuttled the anti-communist Congress. Sison hearings on March 15, 1961. They began to link up with labor and peasant organizations. Jesus Lava noticed my anti-imperialist writings and the student mass actions and tried to contact me in 1961. But it was only in December of 1962 that his intermediary could link up with me. I agreed to the proposal for reviving the old CPP and in early 1963, I became a member of the 5-member executive committee which was created for that self-same purpose. During the regimes of Macapagal and pre-fascist Marcos Diosdado, Macapagal became president in 1961 with a program of so-called free enterprise, decontrol of foreign exchange, open door to foreign investments and bourgeois land reform. Due to the intensity of the Cold War, the anti-communist crackdown and the disintegration of the old CPP and People's Army, the trade union and peasant movement were in the main openly led by reformists who were associated with the reactionary regime, the U.S. Embassy, the American Federation of Labor and Congress of Industrial Organizations and the J.E. Suit-run Institute of Social Order. But there were the anti-imperialist and progressive labor leaders who formed the Lapiang Manggagawa or Workers' Party in 1962. The young proletarian revolutionaries started in June 1962 to be active in holding seminars for trade unions under the auspices of the Lapiang Manggagawa, in holding protest mass actions against the unequal treaties, agreements, and arrangements with the U.S. and against the puppetry of the Macapagal regime. They also sent youth teams to the factories and the urban and rural poor communities to do social investigation and mass work in preparation for the organization of Kabataan Makabayan as a comprehensive youth organization of young workers and peasants, students, and young professionals. The Kabataan Makabayan was formed on November 30, 1964 and became the spearhead of protest mass actions of youth, workers, and peasants against U.S. imperialism and the reactionary regime. In 1965, the young proletarian revolutionaries together with veteran worker and peasant cadres were all ready to Manding that a Congress of the old CPP be held and that a provisional central committee be created for the purpose. I was assigned by the executive committee to draft a political report in preparation of the Congress. I drafted a report which identified, criticized, and repudiated the major errors that had affected the old CPP since 1942. The lava revisionist renegades were ended by the report and tried to trash it. They refused to criticize the subjectivist and opportunist errors of the brothers Vicente, Jose, and Jesus Lava, who had succeeded each other as CPP General Secretary. They blocked the implementation of the plan to hold a Congress of the old CPP and to plan the resumption of revolutionary armed struggle on the basis of the progress of the mass movement. They wanted to prolong the thoroughly stagnant condition of the old CPP. Worst of all, they were already in contact with and under the influence of the revisionist CP of the Soviet Union, through William Pomeroy, who was positioned in the United Kingdom. And they began to echo both the Khrushchevite slogans of Party of the Whole People and State of the Whole People and peaceful transition to socialism, peaceful economic competition and peaceful coexistence, and the Brezhnevite slogans of social fascism, social imperialism, and the international dictatorship of the bourgeoisie. Thus, the proletarian revolutionaries and the veteran worker and peasant cadres decided to break away from the old CPP in April 1966, launch a rectification movement and prepare for the re-establishment of the CPP under the guidance of Marxism, Leninism, and Mao Zedong thought, today called Maoism. The conditions were ready for the establishment of the CPP on December 26, 1968, and the founding of the new People's Army on March 29, 1969. The Macapagal regime became discredited enough by its unfulfilled promises of economic development and prosperity and was replaced by the Marcos regime in 1965 on the vague bombast of making the Filipino nation great again. Marcos had no better idea than to use foreign loans to improve the infrastructure for the continued colonial exchange of Philippine raw materials and foreign manufactures. At the same time, he overpriced the infrastructure projects in order to cut into contracts and accumulate bureaucratic loot. From the start of his rule, Marcos focused on having a personal grip on the reactionary armed forces, promised to increase their funding, troop strength and equipment with U.S. support in exchange for the use of the U.S. military bases. He was obsessed with staying in power beyond the constitutional limits and plundering the economy through graft-laden infrastructure projects, tourist facilities, and related contracts financed by foreign direct investments and loans. During the Marcos fascist and post-Marcos regimes, after his RST term in OS from 1965 to 1969, Marcos increasingly prated about the social volcano about to explode in the Philippines, and ultimately he took advantage of the clerico-fascist demand for amendments to the Philippine Constitution and controlled the Constitutional Convention in order to insert provisions in the Constitution that would enable him to become a fascist dictator. He engaged in false operations like the Plaza Miranda grenade attack on the opposition party in 1971 and other bombing incidents in 1971 and 1972. He ascribed these to the CPP and the NPA in order to slander them and set the stage for the 1971 suspension of the writ of habeas corpus and the 1972 declaration of martial law and imposition of fascist dictatorship on the people. He undertook a campaign of anti-communist hysteria, claiming that the CPP and NPA were already about to seize state power. But the CPP had only 1,000 members, some 300 redgers in a few guerrilla zones, and mass base of at least 200,000 in urban and rural areas. The organized strength of the revolutionary movement was still small and weak. Marcos exaggerated in his 1972 martial law proclamation that the NPA had 10,000 redgers and he was out to save the republic and build a new society. He succeeded in imposing a fascist dictatorship on the people. for 14 years from 1972 to 1986. But this US-supported fascist dictatorship drove the broad masses of the people to join and support the new democratic revolution through protracted people's war. By 1986 the CPP membership had more than 10,000 members and the NPA had more than 6,100 Reders aside from the far greater number of personnel of the People's Militia and Self-Defense Units. The revolutionary mass organizations of workers, peasants, women, youth, and others had millions of members and the National Democratic Front and the local organs of power of the People's Democratic Government had many more millions under governance and unions. All these revolutionary forces were nationwide and deeply rooted among the toiling masses in more than 90% of the Philippine provinces. All the post-Marcos pseudo-democratic regimes from that of Corazon Aquino to that of the Rodrigo Duterte have engaged in US-supported campaigns of military suppression against the armed revolution. Despite the short period every regime has devoted to using peace negotiations to try to hoodwink the revolutionary movement and to win across the table what it cannot win in the battlefield. The US-directed reactionary armed forces have always fouled up the peace negotiations. The incumbent Duterte regime has turned out to be the worst of the pseudo-democratic regimes as it has tried to copy and surpass the brutality of the Marcos fascist regime in trying to wage an all-out war policy and destroy the revolutionary movement. But it has failed to destroy the revolutionary movement and has generated far worse conditions of oppression and exploitation that are more favorable than ever before for waging revolution. The CPP membership has grown from about only 100 in 1968 to 150,000 now, the ranks of whom are now organized across the entire nation and rooted deeply amongst the toiling masses. Due to the leadership of the CPP, under the guidance of Marxism-Leninism-Maoism, the NPA has grown from only 9 automatic rise to thousands of such rise, with auxiliaries and reserves of tens of thousands in the People's Militia and Self-Defense Corps of the revolutionary mass organizations. The enemy has admitted recently that the NPA has wiped out 15,000 troops in battles. In contrast, the enemy has killed more than 50,000 non-combatants in malevolent attacks on the civilian population. The mass base of the revolutionary movement has grown from around 50,000 in 1968 to millions in revolutionary mass organizations, under alliances mainly within the National Democratic Front of the Philippines, and under the organs of political power which constitute the People's Democratic Government. There are now 2 governments in the Philippines. One is the revolutionary government of workers and peasants under the leadership of the CPP in the countryside, and the other is the reactionary government of big compradors, land lords and bureaucrat capitalists directed by US imperialism in the cities. Necessity of the CPP as the advanced detachment of the proletariat. Based on the short historical narrative that I have just given to, you can see the necessity of having the Communist Party as the advanced detachment of the proletariat and as the leading force in the revolution. While the old CPP was acted by subjectivism and opportunism, it could not lead actively the national liberation movement against the Japanese occupation during World War II. The right opportunist Vicente Lava leadership of the old CPP welcomed the return of US imperialism and failed to carry forward the revolutionary struggle of the people for national and social liberation. The Jose Lava leadership adopted a left opportunist line of striving to win the revolution in 2 years' time. But this line was definitely defeated by US imperialism and Filipino puppets as early as 1951, and the Jesus Lava leadership did not want to rectify the previous errors and proceeded to take the right opportunist line of liquidating the People's Army in 1955 and the old CPP in 1957, and to echo the Khrushchevite line of bourgeois populism and fascism and indenite legal struggle without any denied plan to resume the People's Democratic Revolution. The CPP became an active advanced detachment and leading force of the proletariat and the entire people. when it was re-established on December 26, 1968, adopted the guidance of Marxism-Leninism Mao Zedong. Thought or Maoism, the general line and program of people's democratic revolution through protracted people's war and the organizational principle of democratic centralism, and carried out the rectification movement to criticize and repudiate the grave ideological, political, and organizational errors of the series of lava general secretaries in the old CPP. The first great rectification movement against the subjectivist, opportunist, and revisionist errors of the lavas contributed greatly to laying a strong Marxist-Leninist Maoist foundation of the re-established CPP. The CPP has grown in strength and advanced as the leading force of the Philippine Revolution, has overcome tremendous odds and major errors confronted by the Second Great Rectification Movement, and has won brilliant victories against every major campaign of military suppression unleashed by the U.S. imperialism and its Filipino puppets. Methods of waging the rectification movement and the revolution. In carrying out the rectification movement against the Lavaite errors of revisionism and opportunism from 1942 to 1966, we had to read the available documents of the old CPP and in the main interviewed many veteran cadres, including the Lavaites and those critical of them, who were directly and personally knowledgeable about the policies and actions of the central leadership of the old CPP from 1942 onward. Then we analyzed and drew conclusions from the facts in order to draft the rectification document, rectify errors and rebuild the party. We have carried out a comprehensive and thoroughgoing campaign of education among the party cadres and members and the revolutionary mass activists on the threshold of joining the CPP. We have undertaken study meetings of various sizes at different levels on the ideological line of Marxism-Leninism Maoism against imperialism, revisionism, and all reaction, on the political program of People's Democratic Revolution through protracted People's War in a semi-colonial and semi-feudal country, and on the principle of democratic centralism. We have prepared and used texts and study courses at the basic, intermediate, and advanced levels for the training and development of CPP cadres and members as well as revolutionary mass activists. We have learned in theory and in practice how to build the CPP, the New People's Army and the United Front as the three magic weapons of the Philippine Revolution. We have learned how to build revolutionary forces by building them. And we have learned how to GHT by getting the enemy, seizing arms, and accumulating armed and political strength self-reliantly. To enhance our strength, to correct errors and shortcomings, and to improve our work, getting skills, and manner of work, we have engaged in timely and periodic meetings to assess and evaluate our work and engage in criticism and self-criticism. To confront and deal with major errors and shortcomings, such as the subjectivist and opportunist errors from 1980 to 1991, we have carried out the Second Great Rectification Movement as an educational movement from 1991 to 1998, with rearm our basic principles and rectify errors as the main document. As the most progressive political and productive force, the CPP is needed to lead the new democratic and socialist stages of the Philippine Revolution. The NPA is needed to seize political power from the exploiting classes through protracted people's war in order to complete the new democratic revolution and consequently to be able to carry out the socialist revolution. The United Front is needed to reach the broad masses of the people in their millions and facilitate the formation of local organs of political power of the people's democratic government. It has always been made absolutely clear to the CPP rank and to the revolutionary masses that armed struggle is the main form of revolutionary struggle, even while legal forms of struggle are also undertaken. Without the People's Army, the people have nothing. The People's Army is needed for winning victories in the armed struggle. For carrying out the agrarian revolution as the main content of the democratic revolution and for guaranteeing the basic worker-peasant alliance as the foundation for building the people's democratic government in the countryside before the seizure of cities. I hope that I have said enough to help you understand the re-establishment of the CPP under the guidance of Marxism-Leninism, Maoism against imperialism, revisionism, and all reaction, the program of People's Democratic Revolution through protracted People's War and the principle of democratic centralism. I hope, too, that my presentation helps shed light on the problems that you must solve and the tasks that you must carry out to build your own party ideologically, politically, and organizationally. Moreover, I wish you the utmost success in building the Marxist-Leninist-Maoist Party of the Proletariat, the People's Army for waging the armed revolution and seizing political power, and NALI, the United Front for gaining the active support of the people in their hundreds of millions. For further reading, I recommend the books number 5 and 6 of the Sison Reader series on the Communist Party. From its reconstitution in 1968 to the present day, as well as other books in the aforesaid compendium. Both digital and physical copies of these are available for procurement from major electronic publishing outlets, including Amazon, Barnes & Noble, Kobo, and many others. Thank you. Rabid anti-communists unwittingly help the armed revolution of the Filipino people. March 14, 2022. The huge crowds attending the electoral rallies of the tandem of Maria Leonor Robredo and Francis Pangilinan as presidential and vice presidential candidates of the Liberal Party and one Sambayan are disproving the fake poll survey results, claiming unbelievably high majority scores for their respective rivals Ferdinand Marcos, Jr. and Sara Duterte in the tandem of the Duterte ruling clique. Thus, the Duterte regime, the National Task Force Elcock and pseudo-independent attack dogs like Panlo Lacson, main sponsor of the law of state terrorism under the pretext of anti-terrorism, are now panicking. They are frantically reacting to the groundswell in favor of the Robredo-Pangilinan tandem by red-tagging its party and accusing it of having been infiltrated by communists and having forged a coalition with such revolutionary forces of the people as the Communist Party of the Philippines, the New People's Army and the National Democratic Front of the Philippines. The aforesaid revolutionary forces are all banned by the counter-revolutionary state from participating in its electoral exercises. And they have repeatedly declared that they have nothing to do with these but observe the growing rifts within the exploiting classes, and that it is idiotic for anyone or any state agency to claim that the revolutionary forces are one and the same as the legal patriotic and democratic organizations and parties which abide by the 1987 Constitution and have the freedom to participate or not in the electoral exercises of the reactionary state. The rabid anti-communists in power like Duterte, Lacson, and the National Task Force Elcock are being absurd and dimwit by being unable or by pretending to be unable to differentiate the legal democratic forces within the ambit of the GRP 1987 Constitution from the revolutionary forces of the People's Democratic Revolution that are engaged in the protracted People's War. The state terrorists do not care that their red tagging violates and attacks the human rights and fundamental freedoms of the people and puts those arbitrarily red tagged in grave danger of being abducted, tortured, and murdered by the regular units and death squads elded by the reactionary armed forces and police under the fascist direction of their commander-in-chief, as he has so often admitted directly and indirectly in the bogus war on illegal drugs and in the anti-communist campaign of military suppression. Rabid anti-communists and notorious human rights violators like Rodrigo Duterte, Panlo Lacson, and the National Task Force Elcock are unwitting promoters of the armed revolution by constantly trying to prevent and suppress the participation of legal patriotic and democratic organizations, parties, and alliances in the electoral processes of the reactionary state in accordance with its 1987 Constitution. They fail to understand that Ferdinand Marcos, Sr. compelled the mass leaders and activists of the legal democratic forces to go underground and join the armed revolution in great numbers when he declared martial law in 1972 and imposed a fascist dictatorship on the Filipino people. Thus, he unwittingly helped to enlarge and strengthen rapidly the revolutionary forces of the people, which were then very small and weak. In the last 6 years, the Duterte tyrannical regime has accomplished the same thing as the Marcos fascist regime did from 1972 to 1986. It has unwittingly helped the revolutionary forces of the people grow rapidly in strength by aggravating the crisis of the semi-colonial and semi-feudal ruling system and by carrying out an all-out war policy, terminating the GRP and DFP peace negotiations and going on anti-communist rampages of abductions, torture and mass murder. Contrary to the repeated false claims of the Duterte regime that it has already destroyed more than 3 times the estimated strength of the revolutionary forces, the CPP has multiplied the number of its cadres and members. The Red Commanders and leaders of the NPA, the members of the various types of revolutionary mass organizations, the underground alliances within the NDFP and the revolutionary organs of political power under the PLE's democratic government because of the rapidly worsening crisis of the ruling system and the bankruptcy of the reactionary state, according to reliable CPP publications. The worst is still to come while the tyrannical, traitorous, murderous, plundering and swindling Duterte regime is still in place. According to the tyrant himself, the Catholic Church hierarchy, the Robredo Pangilinan tandem and party, the Makabayan bloc and key members of the Makati Business Club concur with the CPP, NPA and NDFP that the Marcos Duterte tandem and party represent the worst plunderers and murderers in the Philippines and must be prevented from staying in power. On the basis of mixing up and equating the aforesaid various entities to each other, the rabid anti-communists in the current ruling clique and in the National Task Force Elcock headed by Duterte are plotting to combine the rigging of the 2022 elections with a martial law declaration to be done before or after said elections, supposedly in order to preserve and expand the gains that they have made to suppress the communists and the revolutionary movement of the people. Their plan A is to declare martial law sometime before election day by carrying out a false operation by which to claim disruption of elections by terrorists and by which to prevent the opposition from demonstrating electoral mass strength through rallies. Their plan B is to declare martial law after the rigging of the electronic vote count and prevent the people from rising up as in the aftermath of the 1986 elections. The entire Filipino people must be forewarned, become vigilant and prepare themselves to launch all necessary forms of struggle in order to frustrate Duterte's scheme of martial law declaration and rigging of the 2022 elections and to continue the struggle with ever greater resolve, vigor, and activeness until victory if the plunderers and mass murderers of the Marcos Duterte type stay in power longer than the fascist dictator Marcos could in 1986. Indeed, if these monsters manage to stay in power any longer, they would escalate the oppression and exploitation of the people and unwittingly intensify the people's democratic revolution in the most unprecedented way. The Filipino people in struggle during the Duterte regime and perspective beyond the 2022 elections. April 23, 2022. Dear friends, warmest greetings of peace and solidarity. First of all, I wish to thank the friends of the Filipino PLE in struggle for inviting me to speak at this conference with the theme, Building Solidarity for the Filipino people in struggle in order to celebrate the first anniversary of the revival of Friends and the 49th anniversary of the National Democratic Front of the Philippines and to strengthen international solidarity with the Filipino people in their revolutionary struggle for national and social liberation. Indeed, in these trying times, international solidarity building and all-round support is of utmost importance to the people's struggle in the Philippines or in any other country where the people are oppressed and exploited. I Welcome the experience sharing among participants coming from struggles in various countries. This sharing is intended to deepen our understanding of the Filipino people's revolutionary struggle and strengthen solidarity for the Filipino people and encourage them to contribute to the worldwide struggle of the people against imperialism and all reaction. Let me proceed to discuss my assigned topic, the Filipino people in struggle during the Duterte regime and their perspective beyond 2022 elections. I shall try to present to you the current national situation in the Philippines, especially the crisis of the ruling system, the forces of the counter-revolution, the forces of the revolution, and the way forward that the people and revolutionary forces are taking on the road of the new democratic revolution under the leadership of the working class. The crisis of the ruling system and the way forward. The semi-colonial and semi-feudal ruling system in the Philippines is in an ever-worsening chronic socio-economic and political crisis because three monsters, imperialism, feudalism, and bureaucrat capitalism, are always sucking blood and sweat from the toiling masses of workers and peasants. All these monsters have been favored by the US-instigated policy of neoliberalism under the dogma of unbridled private greed of the monopoly bourgeoisie as the chief motive force for wealth creation in opposition to the truth that labor power creates wealth. The basic lines of operation of the three monsters are as follows. A. Imperialism keeps the country underdeveloped in order to take superprofits from the export of cheap raw materials, agricultural products, and semi-manufactures, importing higher-priced manufactured and luxury products for the exploiting classes and providing the onerous loans to cover the perennial trade deficits. B. Feudalism in the form of landlord-tenant relations is predominant in the countryside despite so many bogus land reform programs and development of a certain amount of semi-feudal relations. In the absence of national industrial development, bourgeois land reform programs have always retrogressed to the revival of traditional feudalism in old and new settlements. See, bureaucrat capitalism is what characterizes the highest officials of the reactionary state who use their OCs to accumulate private wealth in the form of bureaucrat capital in bank deposits and urban property as well in big comprador enterprises and agricultural land holdings. The favorite methods of corruption by bureaucrat capitalists include the so-called pork barrel in infrastructure projects, cutting into private contracts, government purchases of equipment and the like. In all the years that he is president, Duterte has followed the policy dictates of the U.S. government, the multilateral financial institutions and foreign credit rating agencies, as well as the promptings of the local American Chamber of Commerce and their local big comprador partners. These are in line with expanding the interests of the U.S. and other foreign big banks and corporations and local big bourgeois compradors, big landlords, and the bureaucrat capitalists. The economic policies adopted by subservient regimes have caused the Philippine economy to stagnate and remain underdeveloped, agrarian, semi-feudal and non-industrial. Production remains import-dependent, export-oriented and debt-burdened due to trade and budgetary deficits. Limited industrial production is low value-added and involves mainly the assembly of imported components or packaging. Agriculture remains largely small-scale, employing hand tools and very limited use of machinery. Under the Duterte regime, the ruling system has become even more rotten and unable to address the needs of the Filipino people who suffer from a high rate of unemployment, grossly low wages, loss of income, landlessness, and land grabbing, rising prices, grave lack or inadequacy social services in education, health, and public housing, and other serious social ills. The regime has bankrupted the economy and has sunk deeper into crisis. In less than 6 years, the public debt doubled from PHP 5.9 trillion in 2016 to more than PHP 12 trillion last March, and is expected to rise further to PHP 13.42 trillion by end of this year. Large-scale corruption, wasteful and anomalous infrastructure projects and military overspending have bankrupted the government, resulting in record levels of deficit spending reaching a high of PHP 1.67 trillion last year. The traitor Duterte regime has allowed the foreign monopoly RMS and banks to tighten their control and expand their domination of the local economy through amendments of the Foreign Investments Act, the Retail Trade Liberalization Act and the Public Service Act, which all circumvent and violate the categorical limits in the 1987 Constitution against full foreign ownership and operation of businesses. These laws will now allow the imperialists to fully own and operate enterprises in all fields of investments, except defense, certain public utilities such as distribution of electricity and water, and in smaller retail trade. Duterte has signed the Corporate Recovery and Tax Incentives for Enterprises law that reduces corporate taxes by 5% as supposed incentive to attract more foreign investments. He has lifted the moratorium on open-pit mining and other mining operations, which allows foreign mining RMS to further plunder and extract mineral resources from the country's mountains, rivers, land, and sea. He has allowed the Chinese Coast Guard, militia, and Xingyi's to take over the West Philippine Sea and drive away Filipino Sherman. He has enacted the rice import liberalization law in order to aid the domestic market with imported state-subsidized rice and to harm the interest of rice farmers who have swerved from the low buying price of policy set by the government. Vegetable farmers and meat producers are also being subjected to unfair competition by rampant smuggling under the cover of all-out liberalization. Chinese industrial fishing in and around Philippine territorial waters have depleted the country's marine resources, making life difficult for Filipino sharefolk. He has expanded the business privileges of the foreign monopoly RMS and has reduced their taxes. But under the Tax Reform for Acceleration and Inclusion law, he has required the people to shoulder onerous excise taxes on commodities and services. It is at the expense of the poor consumers and working people that he seeks to cover the mounting debts and revenue losses due to tax cuts in favor of foreign and big comprador corporations. He and his subordinates are further concocting additional taxes on workers, peasants, the underpaid employees and other toiling people. As bureaucrat capitalists, they use their power to accumulate ill-gotten wealth. Corruption continues to worsen in the form of kickbacks and bribes in exchange for government favors in state-related contracts and white elephant projects that are reminiscent of and comparable to the wasteful infrastructure spending under the 14-year Marcos dictatorship. Many of these graft-laden bridges, coastal roads, and land reclamation are unnecessary and take away the source of living of peasants and sharefolk. The Filipino people have swerved greatly from Duterte's overspending on the military and police for the purchase of overpriced surplus military equipment from the U.S., and to raise above standard the salaries of officers of the armed forces of the Philippines and Philippine National Police in order to buy their loyalty. It is now a big problem for the officers of the reactionary government to raise the yearly amount of PHP 800 bil. Lion to maintain the salary increases for uniformed personnel and upward adjustment of their pensions. And we do not yet speak about providing for military corruption under such accounts as the Anti-Terror Council, the National Task Force to Eliminate Communist Armed Conflict, the Enhanced Comprehensive Local Integration Program, Community Support Program and Barangay Development Program. Due to military overspending and corruption, public education, public health, and other social services have swerved from lack of funding and from drastic budgetary cuts. Consequently, students, their parents and teachers suffer from classroom and teacher shortages, slave-level salaries, and lack of infrastructure for distance learning and facilities for the safe reopening of in-person classes. The COVID-19 pandemic has highlighted the gross shortage of doctors, nurses and medical workers in public hospitals and high costs of laboratory tests and treatment. and brought to light the Farmali racket and scandal in which Duterte, his mistress Hanale and his valet Bong Go have rechanneled to their private pockets tens of billions of pesos from the national budget for the public health campaign against COVID-19. Right now, the broad masses of the people, especially the workers and peasants, are overburdened by displacement from work and the rising prices of fuel, food, and other basic commodities and utilities, while big Prater companies rake in gargantuan profits. Under Duterte, the toiling masses have swerved from wage repression and wage cuts which can no longer cover the daily cost of living of the majority of Filipino families. The exploitation and oppression of workers are intensified through short-term job contracting, other exigible labor arrangements and outright dismissals. Millions of jobless people are desperately cramped in large shanty towns in cities. In the countryside, rampant land use conversion and land grabbing by big landlords, mining companies, infrastructure projects, and expansion of plantations have forced the displacement of hundreds of thousands of peasants from their land. All in all, up to 70% of Filipinos precariously live on or below the poverty threshold, while 10% to 15% are in danger of falling into extreme penury and poverty. It is preposterous that the Duterte regime and its followers still boast that the Bongbong Marcos Duterte Dem and slate of crooks and butchers are so popular that they will win the 2022 elections. They can do so only through fraud and terrorism. The Filipino people abhor the Duterte regime for its treasonous, tyrannical, brutal, and corrupt rule. They perceive and detest Marcos presidential candidate and Sara Duterte the vice presidential candidate as the combination of the worst of the political dynasties that have ruled the Philippines. The Duterte regime is extremely isolated. But Duterte's lust for power knows no bounds, especially because he wishes to avoid prosecution for his crimes against humanity before the International Criminal Court, for crimes of plunder before the courts of his own state, and for his crimes of counter-revolution before the People's Court. His scheme to use the Marcos Duterte tandem to avoid criminal accountability has heightened contradictions among rival factions of the big comprador landlord ruling class. He is hell-bent on rigging the 2022 elections in favor of the Marcos Duterte tandem and slate. And he is inclined to declare nationwide martial law supposedly to preempt the disruption of the electoral process and ensure a seamless transition to his chosen successors. But this will certainly incite widespread mass protests and cause further instability of the ruling system. Mass rallies being mobilized by the main political opposition party and the progressive forces continue to grow large, disprove the false claims of popular support for Duterte and his candidates and indicate the victory of the Robredo Pangilinan tandem and slate. But among the major factions of the ruling classes, there is also a trend to support a Robredo Duterte tandem as a compromise for the presidential and vice presidential posts. The U.S. imperialists have delayed in indicating their choice of candidates for such posts, although calculations are rife that the U.S. wants the state terrorism and brutal counter-revolution to continue, with some softer gloves. There is certainty or at least high probability that Duterte will rig the vote count and even declare martial law in the remainder of his term in May and June to declare martial law. But the huge mass rallies being mobilized by the opposition, the churches, and the legal democratic forces can still dissuade or prevent him from committing electoral fraud and declaring martial law. But of course U.S. imperialism and its Central Intelligence Agency and Defense Intelligence Agency operatives and assets within the reactionary armed forces will provide the puppet Duterte with the most weighty advice. Whatever the outcome of the May elections, the broad masses Filipino people are determined to continue with their struggles to assert, defend, and promote their national and democratic rights and aspirations. They can rise up to overthrow the usurpers of political powers as swiftly as in 1986 after the Marcos fascist dictatorship rigged the elections, or they must wage a relentless struggle for a longer period of time just to overthrow the usurpers. In any case, the Filipino people will have to deal with the consequences of the 2022 elections within the frame of the new democratic revolution through protracted people's war in order to overthrow imperialism, feudalism, and bureaucrat capitalism, and the oppressive and exploitative semi-colonial and semi-feudal system, strengthen the people's democratic government under the leadership of the proletariat, and lay the foundation of a socialist society. To the forces of the armed counter-revolution. Despite the attempts of the Duterte regime to sell out the sovereign rights of the Filipino people to China in the West Philippine Sea, and to lure China to extend a loan of $24 billion for infrastructure projects, the U.S. remains the dominant imperialist power in the Philippines and retains command and control over the puppet revolutionary armed forces. The U.S. provides military indoctrination, training, intelligence, military supplies by grants and credit sales in the frame of the Mutual Defense Treaty, the Visiting Forces Agreement, the Enhanced Defense Cooperation Agreement, and its Operation Pasig Eagle, Philippines. U.S. troops, military equipment and weapons are permanently stationed in AFP camps and elsewhere in the Philippines alongside China Telecom towers. To enhance its command and control over the AFP, the U.S. has conducted more than 1,300 bilateral military activities in the Philippines and docked their warships at least 850 times over the past 6 years. Under the direction, planning, and funding of the U.S. Central Intelligence Agency, Defense Intelligence Agency, and openly known American military advisors in the USRP Military Advisory Group, the Philippine reactionary state has brazenly adopted fascist policies, militarized the bureaucracy, suppressed civil liberties and human rights, and unleashed brutal attacks, including abductions, torture, assassinations and massacres. They have put counterinsurgency and anti-communist suppression at the center of state policy. They have enlarged the power of the military and police, under the so-called anti-terror law of 2020. The bureaucracy has been reorganized to place civilian state agencies under the control of the Anti-Terrorism Council and National Task Force (LCOC). These constitute a civil-military junta that actually commands the entire government. Violations of human rights and fundamental freedoms by the military and police have run rampant both in the cities and rural areas. Labor unionists, community organizers, youth and women activists, as well as human rights advocates, progressive religious leaders, teachers, and health workers have been subjected to surveillance, red tagging, harassments, arbitrary arrests and extrajudicial killings. The situation is even worse in the countryside. Gross and systematic violations of human rights by the military and police are underreported by reactionary government agencies and corporate media. Entire villages or clusters of villages are placed under military rule, bringing about a climate of terror and hardships on the peasant masses. AFP detachments turn civilian structures into barracks, deploy perimeter guards to hamper people's movements, set up checkpoints to control commerce, prevent them from going to their farms and the forest, and obstructing production on the false claim that the extra harvest will go the NPA. The troops and police incessantly harass the peasant masses, arbitrarily accuse them of supporting the revolutionary movement, make them sign attendance sheets in meetings and make them pose on camera as surrenderers, subject them to surveillance, conduct night raids on their homes, force them to disaffiliate from their legal community organizations, abduct or arrest people on false charges and murder peasant leaders and activists. Despite repeated claims that 24,000 NPA commanders and leaders have either surrendered or have been killed, that so many guerrilla fronts have been broke up and that the total destruction of the NPA is imminent before the end of Duterte's term, the AFP and PNP continue to increase its counter-guerrilla combat forces and Save a bigger budget. There are now 166 combat battalions of Army, Air Force, Marines, Scout Rangers, PNP-SPE, Chail Action Forces and other military and police units deployed against the NPA, 21 more than the previous year. The AFP can deploy 5 to 6 battalions against priority or focused guerrilla sub-regional or front areas of the NPA, and deploy 2 to 3 in non-priority areas. Almost 60% of enemy combat troops are concentrated for large-scale and focused military operations in VE of 13 regions. There is also a marked increase in the deployment of troops in 6 other regions. But at any given time, the AFP and the PNP cannot cover and control more than 20% of the Philippine population and terrain despite huge military overspending. There is wide popular support and space for the maneuver of the guerrilla units of the NPA. THIRD's budget for the military further increased to PHP 221 billion this year from PHP 217 billion last year. Despite questionable spending, the budget of the NTFL-COC further increased to PHP 17.5 billion, although PHP 10 billion is categorized as unallocated. Most of the public money being allocated for state terrorism is actually the object of massive corruption by the THIRD ruling cliques and a handful of military and police top brass, especially through overpriced payments for domestic and foreign supplies. Even then, in the past 6 years, the AFP has received a total of $1.14 billion worth of military assistance in the form of foreign military financing, military training programs and others. The THIRD regime has spent hundreds of billions of pesos to purchase attack and combat utility helicopters, jeters and attack aircraft, cannons and artillery systems, 500 pounds and 250 pounds bombs, rockets and missiles, drone systems, tanks, armored personnel carrier, electronic surveillance and communication equipment, RISE, ammunition and so on. The US has provided GPS tracking systems, button-sized cameras to track guerrilla movement in forested areas, equipment for cell phone surveillance, and so on. It has trained AFP personnel to enhance their cyber warfare capabilities in internal communication systems, real-time monitoring of the battlefield and improve command capability and mobilization of forces. It directs AFP to control the information environment through ops and disinformation and to mount cyber attacks against the websites of the CPP and NDFP, and other patriotic and progressive websites that are critical of the THIRD regime. The AFP tries vainly to politically undermine the revolutionary movement by parading surrenderers and corpses and claiming that they were deceived by promises of a better life, by criminalizing revolutionary forces through lawfare, and making repeated fake news of receiving information from civilians against operating NPA units. It unleashes campaigns to glorify the AFP through tokenistic and palliative livelihood or housing projects and misrepresents infrastructure projects and social services of civilian agencies as those of the military. But by far the atrocities enacted by the reactionary armed forces and police on the people outstrip the hypocritical attempts to win the hearts and minds of the people. The coercive apparatuses of the reactionary state can not be but instruments of the gross and systematic violation of human rights. The main drive of the THIRD regime is to destroy the revolutionary movement of the people and whip up fascist brutality, guarantees impunity, and emboldens the violation of the people's democratic rights and freedoms. The evil purpose is to preserve the ruling system and serve the interests of US imperialism and the local exploiting classes. The reactionary state under THIRD has ruled through unbridled terror against the people, from the sham war on drugs to the counter-revolutionary war of military suppression. State forces have wantonly committed crimes against the people, including the massacre of civilians, the abduction, torture and murder of activists, as well as unarmed revolutionaries and even peace consultants of the NDFP, aerial bombing and shelling of civilian communities and so on. The number of political prisoners who languish in jail for prolonged periods continue to rise despite the priority given by the regime to the murder of suspected revolutionaries. 3. The revolutionary forces of the people on the way forward. Let me now discuss the status of the revolutionary forces in the Philippines and shed light on the way forward that they have taken in the struggle for national and social liberation. I rely mainly on the publications issued by the CPP, NPA, NDFP and other revolutionary organizations of the Filipino people, by legal, patriotic and progressive publications and by scholarly sources of information. The Communist Party of the Philippines is the advanced detachment of the proletariat. It is guided by the theory of Marxism, Leninism, Maoism and applies it on the concrete practice of the Philippine Revolution. It leads the People's Democratic Revolution through protracted People's War. It builds the party branches and party committees at all levels of the NPA and the revolutionary mass organizations and at all territorial levels nationwide. It has a general membership of more than 150,000. The People's Democratic Revolution has persevered for so long and has grown in strength. It is invincible because the party keeps on raising the level of revolutionary consciousness and practice of party cadres and MEM. Bears, commanders and leaders of the NPA and auxiliary forces, the activists of the revolutionary mass organizations, revolutionary alliances and the officers and personnel of the People's Democratic Government. The party wields as main weapon the armed struggle waged by the NPA in order to smash the state power of the counter-revolutionary class and establish the organs of political power which now constitute the People's Democratic Government. It also wields the National United Front built by the National Democratic Front in order to win the active support of the Filipino people in their millions and prepare the higher levels of the People's Democratic Government. The National United Front involves the basic alliance of the working class and the peasantry, winning over the petty and middle bourgeoisie and taking advantage of the splits among the reactionaries in order to isolate and destroy the power of the enemy, be it the worst reactionary faction in the Civil War or the foreign aggressor in the War of National Liberation. The anti-feudal United Front policy of the party is important because it is at the foundation of the National United Front main form of struggle being carried out by the NPA. It involves the party relying mainly on the masses of peasants and farm workers, winning over the middle peasants, neutralizing the rich peasants, taking advantage of the contradictions between the enlightened and evil gentry and isolating and destroying the power of the local feudal tyrants. The NPA has enjoyed the wide and deep-going support of the peasants' masses because they have been a decisive factor in the implementation of genuine land reform, from the minimum to the maximum program, and have courageously and have indefatigably defended the people against the feudal and semi-feudal tyrants and the fascist onslaughts of the AFP and PNP under the Duterte and previous regimes. The NPA has thousands of red commanders and leaders and is reinforced by the People's Militia, consisting of the local guerrillas and the self-defense forces of the revolutionary mass organizations. It aims to go through the probable stages of development in protracted People's War, which include the strategic defensive with the guerrilla warfare as the main form of warfare, the strategic stalemate with regular mobile warfare and the strategic offensive combining mobile warfare and positional warfare against the null holdouts of the AFP. The NPA is now carrying out intensive and extensive guerrilla warfare on the flanks and rear of enemy forces to annihilate enemy units and seize their weapons. It launches back-to-back inter-front or inter-sub-regional tactical offensives in order to make the enemy bleed from 1,000 cuts and to deliver periodic blows to its head, and special tactical offensives along the enemy's main lines of transportation and communications. It mobilizes the militia units to maintain internal security, smash the enemy's intelligence network, gather intelligence, draw a complete map of the enemy's positions and help in the plan to deliver active blows on the enemy. It strives to disable the enemy's communication system, target the enemy's air assets and punish the fascist criminal bosses. It sabotages the capabilities of the enemy wherever possible and carries out punitive measures against vulnerable enemy units and elements in order to render justice to their victims and compel the enemy to go on the defensive wherever possible and reduce the number of enemy forces arrayed against the guerrilla fronts. The NPA strengthens itself politically and militarily. It has a clear plan to recruit thousands upon thousands of Redgers from among the toiling masses of workers and peasants, especially the youth. It also recruit from the ranks of the petty bourgeois intelligentsia, local party branches and mass organizations, both in the rural areas and cities, have clear plans and methods for deploying their members to the NPA. The NPA conducts politico-military training of its commanders and leaders to enable them to lead NPA units in both mass work and military work. Every NPA leader follows the 3 main rules of discipline and 8 points of attention, as well as the specific policies and points of discipline to maintain the security of NPA units. While encamped, in bivouac, in mass work or in mounting tactical offensives, the NPA builds its armed strength and develops appropriate weapons to GHT the enemy. It relies mainly on seizing rise and other weapons from the enemy. It combines the use of high-powered weapons with indigenous or low-powered weapons, including homemade handguns, as well as develops command-detonated and hand-held explosives or grenades from available materials. These weapons are made in large numbers for wide use among the Redgers and militia units. The NPA trains to use its rise or develop weapons against enemy aircraft. Over the past 6 years, the NPA has successfully frustrated the enemy's brutal and large-scale strategic offensives and its declarations of ending the armed revolution before the end of term of the Ustudert regime. It has preserved its forces by persevering along the path of protracted people's war and by resolutely advancing the Filipino people's struggle for genuine national independence and democracy. We devote much time on the NPA in this presentation because it plays a decisive role in advancing the Philippine Revolution. As Chairman Mao teaches us, without the People's Army, the people have nothing. NPA units have successfully mastered the tactics of counter-encirclement through dispersal and quick movement of smaller units to penetrate through the gaps of enemy forces on the rough terrain of the countryside in order to strike at the weak points of the enemy on his flanks and rear. They have successfully compelled the enemy to overstretch his forces by expanding the NPA's areas of operation to cover 6 to 10 towns while maintaining close leadership of the masses and mounting armed actions across the breadth of its territory. Units of the NPA are strictly observing military discipline and security policies, and further developing guerrilla methods of secrecy in maneuvering and encampment, in order to render ineffective the enemy's use of drones, satellite trackers, and electronic signals, combined with ground intelligence forces for surveillance and target acquisition, and thus, deny the enemy of an opportunity to use their aerial assets to drop bombs and strang in areas within the enemy's focus and villages under military occupation. The NPA and the masses are successfully standing parrying the enemy's attacks, mounting counterattacks and defending themselves. The masses are inspired by the slogan "Don't be cowed into silence," and are getting back through armed and unarmed forms of resistance. They have driven away military detachments from their communities. Directly or indirectly, they have refused the enemy's orders to gather rewood and water, or buy for them supplies, or to render work in the enemy's camp. They refuse to allow the enemy to secretly arrest anyone or interrogate them one by one. They paint slogans around their village condemning the presence and abuses of the enemy. Military detachments are torched or destroyed when the fascist troops leave even temporarily to carry out operations. The NPA raises the level of cultural activity within its ranks and among the masses. Redders and common Ders are taught and encouraged to express their experiences, the oppression and aspirations of the masses, contempt for the enemy and propagation of revolutionary ideas in various creative forms which in turn can help raise and strengthen the revolutionary will of their fellow Ders and the masses. The cultural influences of the ruling system that poison the minds of the youth are rejected and the national, scientific, and mass culture is promoted. The masses are the source of strength of the NPA. The NPA therefore always aims to strengthen the ties that bind it with the masses. It mobilizes the masses in their millions. It defends and supports the agrarian revolution. The mass struggles against all forms of feudal oppression are combined with their struggles against imperialism and fascism. The number of organized masses run in the millions and support the CPP, NPA, NDFP, and the PEO. PLE's democratic government. The NPA and all revolutionary forces work hard to carry out widespread propaganda, agitation, mobilization of the masses. It must carry out all forms of propaganda to effectively reach the people in their areas of operation. It distributes actively and widely the Angbayan, other revolutionary publications, and statements of the CPP, NPA, and NDFP at the national and regional levels to clarify the stand and views of the revolutionary movement on the outstanding issues confronting the country and people in the regions. Local NPA units produce and distribute leads and local newsletters to present analysis of local issues and problems of the people to raise their consciousness and militancy to GHT for their rights and interests. They always conduct social investigation and gather the facts on the pressing problems of the masses in their villages and towns. They can produce local radio or video programs. They can link up with the youth and the masses in their areas in various ways. They also exert efforts to work with media outlets to serve as platform for reaching out to the people. Local militia units and mass organizations carry out propaganda in their villages and town centers. Among others, they can mount operations to paint slogans or paste posters on walls to express their grievances against military abuses in their areas or to raise their economic demands. Local chapters of basic mass organization can issue statements and distribute them among the residents. The NPA resolutely and vigorously expose and oppose the lies and disinformation being spread by the enemy. It uses all means to gather all facts and proofs to express the truth. The units of the NPA conduct campaigns of mass education and mass organizing, raising production, public health and sanitation, self-defense, disaster relief, and environmental protection. The NPA has excellent work in combating the COVID-19 pandemic, as well as other diseases endemic in the local area. They mount mass clinics and provide health services to the masses. The NPA vigorously develops a revolutionary cultural movement among the masses by promoting revolutionary songs, poems, dances, dramatic act, skits, and other works of art. It organizes local choral or dance troops of youth and children, and mount inter-village or inter-town festivals to promote the local revolutionary culture. The NPA also teaches the masses the use of tactics to turn the reactionary law against their oppressors. They can make use of various forms of organization and mobilization to draw the biggest participation of a community, and apply the united front policy and tactics to rely on the basic masses and take advantage of splits among the enemy. The party, the NDFP and various mass organizations encourage the broad masses in the cities to join or support the revolutionary armed struggle in the countryside. Extra efforts are being exerted to carry out education and propaganda among the masses who are daily exposed to the lies of the enemy through mass media and social media. The connections and interactions of exploitation and oppression are being exposed between the problems of workers and the unemployed, students, urban poor, professionals, ordinary employees and other oppressed sectors with the problems of the peasant masses in the countryside. The masses in the cities are inspired to wage militant collective struggle to defend their rights and welfare. Political repression under the fascist regime, and resist imperialist domination and military intervention. They issue timely slogans and calls to urge the masses to mount protest actions in their factories and workplaces, in school campuses and communities, and to take to the streets and demonstrate in big numbers to denounce the oppressive economic policies, mendicancy of the ruling regime, all-out liberalization, tax burdens, low wages and low salaries, skyrocketing of prices of food and fuel, tuition increases, and rising cost of other services. Party branches and committees, and the underground revolutionary sectoral organizations allied with the NDFP are being built in the cities. These organizations have millions of members and perform their role in propaganda and education to raise the revolutionary consciousness of the people in the cities. They expose and oppose the terrorist designation against the CPP, NPA, and NDFP which the fascists use as pretext for state terrorism, and the US imperialists use as pretext for military intervention. They have encouraged the masses in the cities to join the NPA in the countryside, facilitated integration and coordination and helped generate political and material support for the revolutionary armed struggle. They have helped to ensure the safety of activists and mass leaders who are subjected to fascist persecution or threats of arrest or murder, and facilitate their transfer to the countryside to avail of the protection of the NPA and to become ever more active and activators for national and social liberation. Revolutionary propaganda has been addressed specifically to the rank and foot soldiers of the enemy who come from the toiling masses and are used as cannon fodder in the enemy's brutal counterinsurgency operations. They are urged to leave the reactionary military and police and to join their class brothers and sisters in fighting for the just cause of the oppressed and exploited. They are called upon to expose their knowledge of the crimes, corruption and high living of the ossers of the AFP and to bring their weapons to the side of the revolution. The CPP, NPA, and the NDFP, as well as other revolutionary mass organizations, have had an outstanding record of being able to win over enemy ossers, cadets, and enlisted personnel to the revolutionary side. The disintegration of the enemy forces is complementary to the annihilation of enemy forces in the battlefield and is accomplished by prudent and persuasive methods outside of the battlefield, acceptance of enemy surrenders and lenient treatment to those who surrender. In addition to the more than 10 million Filipinos who stay unemployed in the Philippines, another more than 10 million have left the country as cheap labor abroad since the late 1970s. They are more than 10% of the Philippine population and more than 20% of the Philippine labor force. Efforts are being intensified to inform the migrant Filipinos and the peoples around the world about the ever-worsening conditions of oppression and exploitation in the Philippines and the justness of the revolutionary armed struggle for national and social liberation from US imperialism and the local exploiting classes. We strive to gain international support under the principles of anti-imperialist solidarity and proletarian internationalism, through solidarity mass work, partnerships of Filipino progressive organizations with their counterparts abroad and through proto-diplomatic and diplomatic relations with governments that are anti-imperialist and assertive of national independence and socialist programs or aspirations. In this regard, we appreciate highly and are grateful for the international solidarity work and cooperation of the International League of People's Struggle and the various organizations of Bayan and likewise the Friends of the Filipino People in Struggle and the National Democratic Front of the Philippines. They have achieved a lot in their work and cooperative relations. They have strengthened themselves and extended support to the Filipino in their struggle. They have also been supportive whenever the GRP and DFP peace negotiations are held abroad to address the roots of the civil war in the Philippines. In view of the red tagging by the forces of imperialist and state terrorism in the Philippines, we must point out that both Bayan and NDFP are for the noble and just principles of national independence and democracy, but they cannot be equated with each other because Bayan is a legal federation of patriotic and democratic forces, and NDFP is the National United Front for People's Democratic Revolution and then People's Democratic Government. Overseas Filipinos and their foreign friends have found more freedom to relate openly to either one or both of Bayan and NDFP than Filipinos who are subjected to state terrorism in the Philippines. Thank you. Interview questions during the presentation, according to the text. 1. How is the worsening crisis of the ruling system, economic, social and political of Philippine society with the present government of Rodrigo Duterte? JMS, the economic crisis of the semi-colonial and semi-feudal ruling system in the Philippines involves the rapid deterioration of underdevelopment and national bankruptcy of the economy due to the neoliberal policy of unbridled greed, superpartaking by the US and other foreign monopolies from the extraction of mineral and agricultural raw materials, from a limited amount of semi-manufacturing and from the importation of manufacturers for consumption and production, persistence of domestic feudalism and bureaucratic corruption and military overspending. The social crisis involves gross social inequality between the exploiting classes of big compradors, landlords, and bureaucrat capitalists on one hand and the exploited classes of workers, peasants, and urban petty bourgeois, who suffer from high unemployment, low incomes, the inflated prices of basic goods and services, mass poverty, and forced migration within and from the country. Of the total workforce of 48 million people, more than 10 million people stay home unemployed and another more than 10 million people go abroad to take jobs. The political crisis involves the growing inability of the ruling classes to rule in the old way by increasingly using state terrorism and fascism in order to intimidate the people and suppress their resistance, terminating the peace negotiations, carrying out costly military campaigns of anti-communist suppression and rejecting popular demands for national independence, democracy, social justice, and economic development through genuine land reform and national industrialization. 2. What are the forces of the armed counter-revolution? JMS, the forces of armed counter-revolution are the U.S. monopoly interests, the U.S. military advisors, trainers, and arms suppliers, the ultra-reactionary bureaucrat capitalists, big compradors, landlords, the reactionary state, and its military, police and paramilitary and the private armies of political dynasties and corporations engaged in mining, logging, plantations and other extractive enterprises. 3. What are the revolutionary forces of the people in their march forward? What are the most outstanding milestones in the building of their party, army, and front? How do they confront imperialism, semi-feudalism and bureaucratic capitalism, taking into account the technological and military developments of the bourgeoisie? At what strategic moment in the People's War is the Communist Party of the Philippines and its revolutionary forces? JMS, the most important revolutionary forces of the people are the Communist Party of the Philippines, the New People's Army and the National Democratic Front of the Philippines. The CPP is responsible for the comprehensive ideological, political, and organizational leadership of the proletariat in the People's Democratic Revolution with a socialist perspective. The NPA is responsible for defeating the reactionary state and its armed forces and defending the people, the revolutionary mass organizations and the organs of political power. And the NDFP is responsible for arousing, organizing, and mobilizing the broad masses of the people in their millions for the armed revolution. The anti-feudal United Front is at the base of the National United Front. The CPP, NPA, and the NDFP were established in 1968, 1969 and 1973, respectively. All of them started small and weak and grew steadily to become bigger and stronger. During the Marcos fascist dictatorship, the CPP grew from some 120 cadres and members in a few provinces to thousands on a nationwide scale. Now, the strength of the CPP is 150,000 on a nationwide scale. The NPA started from 60 guerrilla leaders in 1969 and became 6,100 in 1986. Now, it has many more leaders, augmented by tens of thousands of people's militia members and hundreds of thousands in the self-defense units of the revolutionary mass organizations. The NDFP started with some 10,000 adherents in underground allied organizations in 1973. Now, it has millions of adherents and has been helpful in building the Provisional People's Democratic Government in the countryside. The People's War in the Philippines is still in the stage of strategic defensive characterized by guerrilla warfare, with the use of squads, platoons, and companies, and is at the moment trying to advance from the middle phase to the advanced phase of the strategic defensive by further developing guerrilla warfare to the level of platoons and companies nationwide in more than 120 guerrilla fronts. The NPA widens a guerrilla front whenever the enemy concentrates a superior military force against it and deprives him of an easy target. It uses extensive and intensive guerrilla warfare on the basis of an ever-widening and deepening mass base. It uses the tactics of concentration, dispersal and shifting in accordance with objectives and circumstances. It is also developing the strategy and tactics to frustrate high-tech military weapons of the enemy like drones, electronic bugs, attack helicopters and planes. The people are proud that the NPA has grown in strength self-reliantly in an archipelagic country without the cross-border advantages of the Chinese and Indo-Chinese revolutionaries in the Asian mainland in their previous People's Wars. The NPA looks forward to a strategic stalemate characterized by mobile warfare by companies and battalions and strategic counteroffensive characterized by regular mobile warfare and positional warfare by battalions and regiments. The CPP and the people hope that eventually the world proletarian revolution would resurge. As the inter-imperialist contradictions sharpen and the proletariat and people of the world intensify their anti-imperialist and democratic mass struggles and people's war. Questions at the end of the presentation. 1. What is the position of the Communist Party of the Philippines on the developing preparations for World War III? JMS, the CPP is against the imperialist powers preparing for World War III but acknowledges the fact that the crisis of the world capitalist system has become so grave that the inter-imperialist contradictions between the traditional imperialist powers headed by the US and the new imperialist powers, China and Russia, are intensifying. With the US as the worst of them, they are making manifestations and indications that they are preparing for World War III. They are allocating more funds for military build-up and aggressive actions. They are generating tensions and troubles, such as in the East Asia-Pacific region and Eastern and Central Europe, in addition to the previous trouble spots in Central Asia, West Asia, Africa, and Latin America. All major contradictions in the world, such as those among the imperialist powers, between capital and labor, between imperialism and the oppressed peoples, and between imperialism and countries that assert national independence and their socialist programs and aspirations, are intensifying. The proletariat and people of the world should take advantage of these sharpening contradictions and intensify their own anti-imperialist and democratic mass struggles and people's wars under the leadership of the Revolutionary Party of the Proletariat. The crisis of overproduction and overaccumulation of capital has reached the point that inter-imperialist contradictions are intensifying. U.S. imperialism has withdrawn from its neoliberal partnership with Chinese imperialism. Alism and has taken away the concessions it has made to accelerate capitalist restoration in China. The US has put up tariff walls to cut down the export surplus of China, accuses China of currency and market manipulation and stealing technology and regards it as chief economic competitor and political rival. The armed conflict between the Russian and Ukrainian oligarchies has exposed how wrong the revisionist betrayers of socialism were in restoring capitalism and in giving way to the expansionism of the US and NATO. 2. For the Filipino communists, what is it to put Maoism as the command and guide of the world proletarian revolution in the 21st century? JMS, for the Filipino communists, to make Maoism the theoretical guide and command of the world proletarian revolution in the 21st century, it is important to uphold, propagate, and apply the 6 components of Maoism, such as Mao's further development of Marxist-Leninist philosophy with his teachings on contradiction and practice, political economy with his teachings on self-reliance in socialist industrialization and agricultural cooperation, social science with his teachings on the correct handling of class contradictions with the enemy and among the people, the use of the rectification movement in party building, the waging of people's war and the use of proletarian cultural revolution to combat revisionism, prevent the restoration of capitalism and consolidate socialism. 3. Many communist and revolutionary organizations recognize that Dr. Abimael Guzman Reynoso elevated Maoism to the third and higher stage of Marxism. What is your opinion on the contributions of Dr. Abimael Guzman Reynoso to the international communist movement? JMS, Dr. Abimael Guzman Reynoso had the distinct honor of adopting the term Maoism in the place of the phrase Mao Zedong thought, which the Chinese Communist Party had adopted and used even while Comrade Mao was still alive because of his own sense of modesty. But it is true that Mao himself developed Maoism as the third and higher stage of Marxism-Leninism with the 6 components of Maoism that I have mentioned, and with Mao's own affirmation that the theory and practice of proletarian cultural revolution is his greatest achievement. Comrade Gonzalo is merely an exegete or explainer in evaluating Maoism and in making his own emphasis on people's war in connection with the revolutionary struggle in Peru. He also made his own contributions to the advancement of the international communist movement by promoting Maoism and carrying out revolution in Peru. The Peruvian communists and people are in the best position to evaluate his revolutionary theory and practice. St. 4. And regarding the genocide plan of imperialism and reaction in Peru against the communists and revolutionaries in Peru. JMS, the Peruvian communists and people should frustrate and defeat the genocidal plan of imperialism and reaction against the communists and revolutionaries in Peru, and should also condemn and learn lessons from the brutal crimes previously committed by the imperialists and Peruvian reactionaries, including the murder of Comrade Gonzalo and other political prisoners, on foreign monsters and the people's war that persists. An interview by the Kites editorial committee. September 2022. In September 2022, Kites had the pleasure of interviewing Jose Maria Sison, the founding chairman of the Communist Party of the Philippines, which was founded in December 1968 and which went on to found and lead the new People's Army in the People's War that was launched in March 1969. In 1974, Sison was captured by the Ferdinand Marcos dictatorship and faced years of torture and solitary confinement before being released in 1986 after the overthrow of the Marcos dictatorship. In 1988, Sison was forced to seek asylum in the Netherlands after the Philippine reactionary government cancelled his passport while he was abroad on a speaking tour. Sison obtained recognition as political refugee from the Dutch Council of State since 1992, and has since enjoyed the protection of the principle of non-refoulement under the Geneva Refugee Convention and Article 3 of the European Convention on Human Rights, thus preventing his deportation to the Philippines or any third country. While the People's War continued and its underlying causes worsened, Sison has faced repeated attempts at legal harassment and repression during his forced exile. He has battled and defeated in the Dutch court system trumped up charges of multiple murder that were led against him in 2007, charges that were instigated by the Arroyo regime in the Philippines. Sison later won a separate case before the European Court of Justice to have his name removed from the EU terrorist list, where it was placed in 2009. As he told Kites in preparation for this interview, "I am legally clean. And there is no hindrance to my freedom of thought and expression." In deons of the attempts to suppress his political thought and activity, Sison remains highly active as a public intellectual against imperialism and in defense of the socialist cause, as well as serving in the capacity of chief political consultant for the National Democratic Front of the Philippines. Sison lives in Utrecht, Netherlands with his comrade and wife Julie de Lima, surrounded by a community of supporters and friends of the Philippine National Democratic Movement. This is an important time to be conducting this interview. The new Marcos Duterte administration linking the two reactionary and despotic regimes together makes the People's War in the Philippines increasingly relevant and urgent, despite the howls of the defenders of the old system. Revolutionaries and those who aspire to be revolutionaries around the world have much to learn from more than 50 years of revolutionary transformation, struggle, rectification movements, and the discipline and determination of the revolutionary people being born in the Philippines, their vanguard, the Communist Party of the Philippines, and its new People's Army and the National Democratic Front of the Philippines. Comrade, we want to start with your authorship of Philippine Society and Revolution, or PSR, over decades ago, which we understand has been the go-to introduction for all levels of the Filipino revolutionary movement to understand the basic problems of the Filipino people and their resolution in People's Democratic Revolution. For those of us outside the Philippines, PSR stands as an exemplary model of Marxist historical materialism. How was the writing of PSR related to the refounding of the Communist Party of the Philippines in 1968? How long did the research and production of PSR take? What was the relationship between the execution of this project to the break from the revisionist Partido Comunista ng Pilipinas led by the Lava clique? JMS, my study of the history and social circumstances of the Filipino people and the old Communist Party of the Philippine Islands started in the latter half of the 1950s. When the time came in 1966 for my comrades and myself to separate ourselves from the Lava revisionist clique which was in control of the old party, we gave priority to the research for and drafting of the rectification documents, rectify errors and rebuild the party, the CPP Constitution and the program for a People's Democratic Revolution for the purpose of re-establishing the CPP. On December 26, 1968. After the re-establishment of the CPP, I proceeded immediately to the researching for, outlining and drafting of Philippine Society and Revolution from May to August 1969. PSR was urgently needed to elaborate on the history, problems, and revolutionary program of the CPP, proletariat and entire people. I let comrades read and critique the drafts until October, and within the last week of that month the PSR was ready for mimeograph printing, chapter by chapter by the CPP Central Publishing House. PSR completed the process of laying the ideological and political foundation for re-establishing the CPP and resuming the People's Democratic Revolution through protracted People's War. We seized completely the revolutionary initiative from the Lava revisionist clique by producing such a book on the history of the Filipino people, the basic problems of the people and the People's Democratic Revolution as solution, and by founding the new People's Army on March 29, 1969. You identify that the modern Philippines as a nation took shape both through the process of Spanish colonization and in resistance to that colonization, Writing of the great revolutionary tradition among the Filipino people. What is the legacy of this great revolutionary tradition with the contemporary revolutionary movement in the Philippines? JMS, we owe to the Philippine Revolution of 1896 the legacy of the Filipino people's revolutionary struggle for national independence against colonialism and for democracy against feudalism and medievalism. But this old democratic revolution led by the liberal bourgeoisie was defeated by the war of aggression unleashed by U.S. imperialism from 1899 onward, after pretending to assist the Aguinaldo government against Spanish colonialism. The CPP has vowed to continue the Filipino people's struggle for national and social liberation as a new democratic revolution, no longer under the class leadership of the liberal bourgeoisie but under that of the working class. In consonance with the world era of modern imperialism and the world proletarian revolution. The new democratic revolution aims to defeat imperialist domination and the local exploiting classes of big compradors, land lords and bureaucrats, and proceed to the socialist revolution. 3. How has the continued resistance of the Filipino masses to colonization and imperialism from Spain, to the U.S., Japan, the U.S. again and now both the U.S. and China aided the development of the revolutionary and communist movement? JMS, the series of foreign dominations over the Philippines by Spanish colonialism, Japanese fascist occupation and U.S. imperialism plus the recent military bases of Chinese imperialism in the West Philippine Sea has imposed a series of problems detrimental to the Filipino people, especially the toiling masses of workers and peasants. But at the same time, the Filipino people have also learned comprehensively and profoundly to wage a series of revolutionary struggles against these foreign monsters. The CPP and other revolutionary forces of the Filipino people have learned and achieved so much from these struggles that they have been able to build an armed revolutionary movement that is nationwide and intimately connected with the toiling masses of workers and peasants. After 53 years of continuous struggle, the Philippine Revolution has accumulated unprecedented strength beyond the levels of strength previously achieved since the Philippine Revolution of 1896. 4. How did you come to the analysis that the Philippines is semi-colonial and semi-feudal, with the three basic problems of imperialism, feudalism, and bureaucrat capitalism? How did that analysis differ from the analysis of the lava clique? JMS, the Philippines remains semi-colonial because it has not yet realized full national independence. Since the 1946 nominal grant of independence, U.S. imperialism has always made sure through unequal treaties, agreements and arrangements that the Philippines is politically, economically, culturally, and militarily subservient to the dictates of the U.S. The Filipino exploiting classes and their ruling system are subordinate to U.S. imperialism against the national and democratic rights of the Filipino people. The Philippines also remains semi-feudal in economic and social terms. Feudal and semi-feudal relations persist. In fact, feudal landlord-tenant relations cover more poor peasants and farm workers and hectarage than the semi-feudal relations in plantations run by agro-corporations which have a limited number of regular wage-earning farm workers and hire low-paid seasonal farm workers only during peak harvest seasons. As a whole, the Philippine economy is run by the big comprador landlord combine rather than by an industrial capitalist class despite the dominance of the commodity system of production and distribution since the 19th century. The Lavaite revisionists could not understand how Mao earlier and I later explained that imperialism or foreign monopoly capitalism has used feudalism as social base. The great number of people impoverished by feudal and semi-feudal relations serve to provide cheap labor for any enterprise of foreign investors or big compradors, produce cheap raw materials and exotic fruits for export, consume manufactures from imperialist countries and so on. Like the Mongols, the Spanish colonialists and US imperialists make up for their shortage of personnel by using puppets among the local rulers. That should explain easily how imperialism takes advantage of feudalism as social base. Foreign rule in the Philippines has always relied on local puppets, from the central level to the local level. So, under semi-colonial conditions, the foreign ruler makes use of the landlord class-based politicians to run the whole country. This shows that the landlords, as well as the big compradors who are related to the landlords, help U.S. imperialism run the country. Thus you can easily see that the landlord and big comprador base is the real base of imperialism. 5. What is your assessment of why the basic analysis of the Philippines as semi-feudal and semi-colonial remains true? Despite major social and economic transformations since the time you wrote PSR, and why has this been controversial to some? What, if anything, has changed in the material basis of Philippine society since the writing of PSR? JMS, I have already explained that the Philippines remains politically semi-colonial, or if you wish neo-colonial, grossly lacking full independence and principally subservient to US imperialism. Now, let me focus on the economic and social term semi-feudal. Let me quote a few paragraphs from my article Semi-Feudalism in the Philippines to give you an initial idea of semi-feudalism, and then please proceed to read the entire article. The agriculture, industry, and service sectors of the Philippines are all dependent on the importation of capital goods as well as intermediate goods in varying degrees in order to operate. These include mechanical, mechanical and electronic equipment, fuels, metals, chemicals and agricultural inputs. They are required to optimize production in the semi-feudal economy. The importation of these capital goods is paid for by the exportation of certain agricultural crops, mineral ores, semi-manufactures and cheap labor in the form of live men and women. These exports are however never enough. And there is a perennial and growing trade deficit which is paid for with mounting foreign debt and direct investments which only entrench and worsen the problem. The Philippines lacks an industrial foundation and cannot be considered industrial capitalist, despite the baseless claim of bourgeois economists that it has become a newly industrialized country. It has rich mineral resources, but these are merely extracted and exported to industrial capitalist economies. It has not developed metallurgy beyond the stage of primary processing or the mere extraction of mineral ores, and it has no capacity for producing steel and other basic metals, machine tools, precision instruments, and other basic means of industrial production. All subsectors of the industry sector are grossly dependent on imported electromechanical equipment, fuel, and components prefabricated abroad. In recent decades, imported industrial inputs began to include digital tech tools dependent on expensive software and other heavily protected intellectual property such as patents, which are controlled by imperialist RMS to prevent unauthorized technology transfer. What is passed as manufacturing in electronics and transport equipment is merely assembly of niched parts and components from abroad. What is passed as shipbuilding is mainly welding of parts prefabricated abroad. What is passed as steel industry is merely the reshaping of imported metal plates, tubes, and rods. The relations of production describe best the semi-feudal character of the Philippine mode of production. The chief ruling class is no longer the traditional rent-collecting landlord class of feudal times. It is the comprador big bourgeoisie, which is the chief financial and trading agent of foreign monopoly capitalism and owns the big banks, export-import companies, shopping malls, construction, real estate companies and the like. At the same time, it owns the largest haciendas and related agribusinesses, including livestock and poultry farms, eats, agroforestry schemes and stocks in mining companies to assure itself of primary commodities for export, in exchange for the manufactures that it imports. The comprador big bourgeoisie is often called the big comprador landlord class to emphasize its semi-feudal character, its hybrid character as merchant capitalist and feudal owner of haciendas. It engages in manufacturing, but it imports the majority of its means of production, the fuel, and most major components of the total product. It uses some amount of mechanization in its haciendas but continues to use the cheap labor of seasonal farm workers and collects from the widespread traditional rent-collecting landlords a large amount of agricultural surplus for local processing, domestic trade and export. It has the biggest amount of bribe money to determine the big comprador character of the high bureaucrat capitalists as well as the results of elections at the national, regional, provincial, and city levels. 6. Thank you for that clarification, comrade. Let's now turn to some other questions concerning the theory and practice of the Philippine Revolution. In Specific Characteristics of Our People's War you write about the challenges of waging protracted people's war in a mountainous archipelago. How did comrades understand this challenge at the time of initiation of the People's War, and what has been learned since then? JMS. At the resumption of the People's War in the Philippines in 1969, it was truly challenging that the new People's Army had to grow from small and weak to big and strong in an archipelago where the main islands of Luzon and Mindanao are separated at the middle by a clutter of smaller islands called the Visayas. Some comrades complained that the NPA would have no wide spaces as in the Asian mainland for maneuverability, cross-border advantages or any long march similar to that of the Chinese in 1935 and 1936. Specific Characteristics of Our People's War allayed the fears of such comrades by pointing out that though the Philippines is archipelagic, its mountainous character, the oppression and exploitation of the people, and their historical experience of armed resistance can provide depth and breadth for the People's Army from one stage of development to a higher one. Thus, the general line was set for developing the People's War in major lands RST and then in the minor islands next. We developed RST, the armed struggle in the 11 major islands, which carried 94% of the entire Philippine population. At RST, the archipelagic character of the Philippines can be disadvantageous for the small and weak NPA. But in the long run the CPP, NPA, and DFP, the revolutionary mass organizations and organs of political power did their work to expand the armed struggle. After only the RST 10 years of People's War, the NPA succeeded in spreading nationwide and developing strong links with the toiling masses of workers in most regions of the Philippines. Despite resorting to fascist dictatorship, the Marcos regime could not destroy the NPA but was instead overthrown. In 1986, the post-Marcos pseudo-democratic regimes engaged in campaigns of military suppression as well as in peace negotiations but failed to subdue the NPA. After 53 years of People's War, the NPA has been able to build more than 110 guerrilla fronts in large areas of 74 provinces out of the 81 Philippine provinces. It has about 10,000 with high-powered rise and augmented by the People's Militia of the local organs of political power and self-defense units of the mass organizations. It has enabled the rapid growth of the revolutionary mass organizations, the alliance of patriotic forces and the People's Democratic Government. The victories of the NPA are enhanced by the fact that it has seen the futility and failure of the 14-year Marcos fascist dictatorship in trying to destroy it. The dictatorship served to outrage and inspire the people to wage armed and other forms of resistance. The brilliance of the victories of the NPA is enhanced by the fact these were won self-reliantly. The NPA had no cross-border advantages like the Chinese, Korean and Indo-Chinese people's armies had in the past. Worst of all, the Dengist counter-revolution in China prevailed in 1976 or even earlier and cast away the principle of proletarian internationalism in favor of collaboration with U.S. imperialism. 7. How does the National Democratic Front of the Philippines and the Filipino Revolutionary Movement understand the position of the Philippines as a nation oppressed by imperialism while containing within it various oppressed nations and indigenous peoples? What are the strategic possibilities generated by these oppressed nationalities? And how has the revolutionary movement historically navigated the challenges of fighting for autonomy within a larger revolutionary movement? JMS, the oppressed nationalities and indigenous peoples in the Philippines amount to 15% of the entire Philippine population, but they occupy extensive areas of the Philippines which are hilly and mountainous. They include the Itas, the various tribes of the Cordillera, the Muslim Moros of Mindanao, the Lumad Mangian of Mindoro, Tumandak of Panay and others. Historically, they have been more resistant to westernization than the 85% of Filipinos who live on the seacoast and along the big rivers, and were more exposed to the Spanish and U.S. colonial rules. Since its foundation, the CPP has included in its program for the People's Democratic Revolution the following major point: national minorities in the Philippines have been abused and grossly neglected, can be powerful participants in the revolutionary overthrow of U.S. imperialism and feudalism. The main concern of the national minorities is land, the abuses of landlords, loggers, and land grabbers, and exploitation in mines and plantations. A new type of leadership, a revolutionary one, must be encouraged to rise among them so as to supplant the traditional leadership that has failed to protect them and has merely contributed to and participated in their exploitation. The CPP and the revolutionary movement recognized the right of the national minorities to national self-determination, including the right to autonomy in a non-oppressive Philippine state up to the right of secession against an oppressive state. The National Democratic Front of the Philippines has the following organizations of national minorities among its allied 18 organizations: Moro Resistance and Liberation Organization, the Cordillera People's Democratic Organization and Revolutionary Organization of Lumads. The oppressed nationalities uphold their right to autonomy and other democratic rights within the NDFP framework and have played a major role in developing the People's War and have made major contributions to the Filipino people's struggle for national and social liberation. 8. Several years ago there was a call on the new People's Army to rebuild urban units to expand the reach of the revolution. Can you describe the current phase and stage of the protracted People's War? Is expanding the reach of the revolutionary armed forces to the cities necessary to proceed to the stages of strategic equilibrium and strategic offensive? How will the construction of such urban units steer from the deviation in the 1980s away from protracted People's War? JMS, within the last decade of the 20th century, the Second Great Rectification movement was successful at repairing the serious damage done by the urban insurrectionist line in various regions and at further strengthening the guerrilla fronts on a nationwide scale and multiplying the NPA platoons and companies for the purpose of accelerating the maturation of the middle and advanced phases of the strategic defensive. Thus, the U.S. and the Arroyo regime tried to carry out focused or concentrated offensives of the reactionary armed forces and police against a series of major guerrilla fronts. The central leadership of the CPP thought of 3 ways to defeat the planned offensives of the enemy, which eventually rolled out as Plan Bantay Layay, 2AMD3 during the 10-year Arroyo regime. The RST way was to come the enemy offensive with landmines and sniper teams, retreat the main force of the guerrilla, deprive the enemy of a prime target and observe how the enemy deploys his forces for the purpose of harassments and counteroffensive. The second way was for the NPA in other areas of the same guerrilla front and in other guerrilla fronts to launch their own offensives in order to distract the enemy and continue seizing arms. The third way was for the NPA to launch small but dramatic urban operations of the type in order to further distract the enemy. The RST way proved successful in the long run in Mindanao and some other regions. The second way was slow, especially in the regions north of Manila. The organization of rural-based NPA units for ACP-type operations in the urban areas has been dormant or too slow until now, probably because the regional and central organs of leadership have been unable to provide the command to coordinate the rural-based and urban-based regional leaderships. There might also have been a problem of denning the physical and personality targets on the basis of intelligence and prosecutorial collection of evidence as basis for arrest of die-hard enemies or punitive operations in urban areas by the NPA. The critique of conservatism covers these matters. 9. Since the Second Great Rectification movement was commenced in the early to mid-1990s, the New People's Army has dramatically expanded its guerrilla fronts and its ability to withstand IRS repression and counter-insurgency campaigns, including psychological warfare and aerial bombings. To your knowledge as a consultant to the NDFP, how has the waging of guerrilla warfare changed in the recent periods, including confronting the widespread use of drones and helicopters? How has the NPA withstood 21st century methods of counter-revolution, and what are the prospects for the advancement of the revolution in the coming period? JMS, you are correct in saying that since the Second Great Rectification movement in the 1990s, the NPA has dramatically expanded its guerrilla fronts and its ability to withstand IRS repression and counterinsurgency campaigns, including psychological warfare and aerial bombings. But I think that when a guerrilla front is under attack by a superior enemy force, the NPA in the same guerrilla front should try to inflict sure damage to the attacking enemy force during its advance, encampment, and withdrawal, and should also be able to carry out its own offensives in the guerrilla zones previously opened up by mass work in order to increase the arms of the guerrilla front. Of course, when a guerrilla front is under attack, the other guerrilla fronts should also take initiative of making their own offensives. And if already available, rural-based NPA teams can be deployed for arrest of enemy die-hards and punitive operations in the urban areas and along major highways. The clamor for various types of NPA offensives has been rising because of the so many campaigns of mass murders being committed by the reactionary military and police forces against innocent civilians and against old cotters of more than 70 years old who had participated in peace negotiations and retired from the battlefield under the terms of the GRP and DFP Joint Agreement on Safety and Immunity Guarantees. Th. With regard to the question of guerrilla warfare in which the enemy uses drones and attack helicopters, I can refer to the victory of the Taliban against the US, where despite the fact that the Taliban had no stingers to use against the drones, helicopters and other aircraft of the US and its puppets in Afghanistan from 2001 to 2021, the Taliban simply relied on its political work and its ground-to-ground repower in order to destroy the US and puppet personnel and installations on the ground. Nevertheless, the NPA has so far withstood what you call the 21st century methods of counter-revolution. Duterte has failed to destroy the NPA with his dependence on US high technology for collecting and analyzing information, use of drones and attack helicopters, ground spies and ground troops. 10. The Philippines is one of the very few places in the world where initial forms of red political power exist, namely in those areas where the CPP and NPA have established people's democratic governments. What is your understanding of the geographic and quantitative reach of those governments? Can you describe how the masses are brought into exercising political power? JMS, in the guerrilla fronts of the CPP and NPA, the local organs of political power are established and constitute the people's democratic government under the guidelines for establishing the people's government. They are committees which consist of representatives of the CPP, NPA, and the revolutionary mass organizations of workers, peasants, youth, women, and others. They elect their own executive officers. They form subcommittees in charge of planning and implementing public education and mass organizing, land reform, social and economic development, NANS, cultural affairs, self-defense, disaster relief, and environmental protection. The Baranai residents and the members of the revolutionary mass organizations supporting the people's government run into tens of millions in the entire country. 11. How should comrades internationally understand the election of Ferdinand Marcos Jr. and Sarah Duterte? How does the electoral defeat of Leni Robredo position the liberal and other petty bourgeois opponents of the Marcos Duterte tandem? Does the return of a Marcos to the presidency present possibilities to expose the rottenness of the whole Filipino ruling class and expand the reach of the revolutionary movement, or does this latest election result widen the basis for reaction? JMS, the grave crisis and rottenness of the semi-colonial and semi-feudal ruling system are manifested by the treasonous, brutal, and corrupt presidency of Duterte and the installation of Marcos Jr. as president and Sara Duterte as vice president through massive automated electoral cheating. Every day that these usurpers of authority are in power, they are being discredited by their own dynastic records of treason, state terrorism, and plunder, and by the new wave of crimes of repression and plunder that they are committing. The broad masses of the people will become more outraged than ever before and will condemn and resist the escalating conditions of oppression and exploitation. U.S. imperialism expects Marcos Jr. to continue the Duterte policy of suppressing the revolutionary movement. He will certainly use the so-called anti-terror law to suppress the entire range of opposition in order to legalize the previous ill-gotten wealth of the Marcoses and accumulate more wealth at the expense of the people. The toiling masses of workers and peasants who are the most oppressed and exploited will be driven to join the armed revolution for national and social liberation. The middle social strata of the urban petty bourgeoisie and middle bourgeoisie will be further encouraged to join the ranks of the patriotic and democratic forces. The reactionary classes of big compradors, landlords, and bureaucrat capitalists will continue to split, factionalize, and compete for the spoils in the ruling system and for the favor of the U.S. and other foreign monopoly interests. 12. One of the exemplary features of the Philippine Revolution and the CPP's leadership is the continued practice of two-line struggle and rectification campaigns to stay on the revolutionary road. From your understanding, how have rectification campaigns helped the CPP stay on the revolutionary road, and how has the CPP navigated the inevitable splits and setbacks to avoid capitulation? JMS, I agree with you that an exemplary feature of the Philippine Revolution and the CPP's leadership is the continued practice of two-line struggle and rectification campaigns to stay on the revolutionary road. Indeed, rectification campaigns have helped the CPP stay on the revolutionary road and have been able to prevent splits and setbacks from undermining and weakening the will and capabilities of the revolutionary movement. At the moment, the CPP continues to lead the third rectification movement to combat conservatism. It admonishes against self-satisfaction and passivity with achievements in mass work, in raising resources for these, and in having peace and calm in certain localities while others are under enemy attack. To be truly revolutionary in the current circumstances, all revolutionary forces and units and their CPP cadres and NPA commander can ways and ways of raising their armed strength by getting the enemy. The expansion of the mass base ought to enable more tactical offensives and provide more ways for security for elderly comrades who are already non-combatants but are being butchered by the cowardly enemy. 13. How has the Filipino movement sought to confront the postmodernism and anti-communism that is perpetuated in the bourgeois academy and is so prominent in movements of opposition in the imperialist countries, especially in North America? Do these ideas have strong purchase in the urban centers and amongst the petty bourgeoisie and intelligentsia in the Philippines? If so, How have these manifested themselves against the Philippine Revolution? JMS, the cadres and social scientists of the CPP have constantly monitored, confronted, and critiqued in public cation and study sessions the various trends of subjectivist idealism, such as postmodernism and anti-communism, which are promoted in the bourgeois academies and on the internet in North America and Europe, and are echoed to some extent by a few petty bourgeois intellectuals in the Philippines. At any rate, there are relatively far more bourgeois reformists in the imperialist-funded non-governmental organizations and Trotskyists and crypto-Trotskyists bred by their masters in various capitalist countries. I have recently done my bit of ideological combat by publishing the book, On the Philosophy of Marxism-Leninism-Maoism, and including my critiques of subjectivist idealism. I have also written articles on the Frankfurt School, Austrian School, French postmodernism, the British analytic philosophy and so on. 14. Now on to matters pertaining to the international situation. You have repeatedly pointed to the increasingly favorable objective situation for proletarian revolution in the world today. What are the subjective factors holding back the development of new revolutionary movements and parties? JMS, I have repeatedly pointed out the rapid worsening crisis of the world capitalist system since the financial meltdown of 2008, the unraveling of the neoliberal and neoconservative policies of the U.S., the conspicuous U.S. strategic decline, the big break between the U.S. and China since the second decade of the 21st century, and in recent years the upsurge of anti-imperialist and democratic struggles on a world scale as the prelude to the resurgence of socialism. The addition of two new imperialist powers to the traditional imperialist powers has aggravated inter-imperialist contradictions and the crisis of the world capitalist system. But we have to consider that real subjective factors, such as real communist parties, trade unions, and other mass formations, people's armies, and other revolutionary forces must re-emerge on a global scale through anti-imperialist and democratic mass struggles in order to make up for and supersede so many previous decades of revisionist betrayal and capitalist restoration in former socialist countries and the total discredit of so many Zionist parties and their variants outside of the Soviet Union, Eastern Europe, and China. After the Dengist counter-revolution in China from 1976 onward and the collapse of the Soviet Union in 1991, U.S. imperialism and its followers declared the end of history with the supposed permanent death of socialism and the perpetuity of capitalism and liberal democracy. For some 2 decades since 1991, the U.S. claimed to be the sole superpower for being winner in the Cold War and recklessly expanded the NATO and engaged in ceaseless wars. Now, the strategic decline of the U.S. in a multipolar world is becoming more and more obvious after spending $10 trillion for wars of aggression. 15. Comrade, how do you assess the current state of inter-imperialist conflict and rivalry between the U.S. and the imperialist power of China? What is your assessment of the increasing inter-imperialist conflict between the U.S. and China in Southeast Asia? How did the former Duterte regime play on this contradiction, and is it any different from how the present Marcos Duterte regime is orienting itself? Is there a possibility for the revolutionary movement to tactically take advantage of that conflict to advance itself? JMS, the US-China inter-imperialist contradictions came to the surface during the Obama regime when the U.S. complained against the economic and military rise of China and decided to carry out the strategic U.S. pivot to East Asia and excluded China from the Trans-Pacific Partnership Agreement. The contradictions became even more conspicuous when the Trump regime started to cut down China's exports to the U.S., shift U.S. investments from China to other countries and accuse China of manipulating economic, trade and currency policies and stealing technology from U.S. companies and research institutes. The inter-imperialist contradictions between the U.S. and China will become worse from year to year. In recent years, Duterte thought that if he sidled up to China and let it build artificial islands and military bases in the West Philippine Sea, he could borrow from China $24 billion for infrastructure projects. But China delivered to him St. only a little over $1 billion. I think that the US will keep the Marcos regime under tighter control. Even in his last year in power, Duterte had to prove utter subservience with the US and agreed to make Marcos Jr. the president by fraudulent vote count. 16. It is the view of Kites that there are no socialist countries in the world today, a view we believe we share with the CPP. You have had favorable things to say about countries who have been in confrontation with imperialism, such as Venezuela or Cuba. Do you view those countries as socialist? JMS, at this time, the CPP considers it very important to develop the international anti-imperialist united front and seek allies among countries that declare themselves as anti-imperialist and fully independent, and as socialist, or as having socialist programs and aspirations. The CPP is happy to have relations with countries that consider themselves independent, anti-imperialist, and willing to support the Philippine Revolution. It would be politically counterproductive for the CPP to pose publicly as the ideological arbiter of whichever countries are truly socialist or not. But the CPP keeps on studying from history and current circumstances what constitutes scientific socialism and what is the socialist perspective of the People's Democratic Revolution. When the CPP wins the People's Democratic Revolution, it will certainly announce how it shall start the socialist revolution in the Philippines. In the meantime, the CPP fervently wishes and hopes that more countries shall become socialist as a consequence of the growing anti-imperialist and democratic mass struggles. The CPP wants to maintain the distinction between ideological and political tasks. By way of strengthening the vanguard party of the proletariat and the mass movement led by the Communist Party, ideological work has to be done on whatever scale of propagation that is. Certainly within the scale of the Philippine Party and the revolutionary mass movement, the CPP would make sure that its performance of its ideological tasks does not destroy the accomplishments of the political task of developing relations of proletarian internationalism among genuine communist parties, as well as a solidarity alliance against imperialism among parties of all sorts. There's no use trying to apply the ideological purity of Marxism-Leninism-Maoism, which is applied within the party without a doubt, in conducting political relations with non-communist entities, especially at this time when there are no big socialist countries. We are amidst a downturn of the accomplishments of the world proletarian revolution, and there is a need to ensure that we have a wide base for the resurgence of the socialist cause on a world scale. 17. You personally, and the Filipino revolutionary movement in general, including the CPP and NDFP, have had exchanges with a wide variety of organizations and movements, including some that we consider to be revisionist and which we consider to play an overall obstructive role in the emergence of a new generation of revolutionary parties. How should comrades internationally understand the exchanges of the Filipino revolutionary movement with such forces, and is there a responsibility of communists everywhere to shine a light on and polemicize against revisionism? JMS, I have been abroad since the later part of 1986. And I have met with representatives of all sorts of parties. Within such a long period of more than 3 decades, some of them have retained or changed their ideological positions. Representatives of the CPP and the NDFP must have observed the same phenomena of persons and even entire parties changing their ideological positions. In my experience as a Marxist-Leninist Maoist, I was an active anti-revisionist participant in the Brussels Communist Seminar while it lasted from the 1990s to the early years of the 21st century. I was also the chairman of the International Conference of Marxist-Leninist Parties and Organizations which propagated Marxism. Leninism Mao Zedong thought. Then from 1998 to 2001, I chaired the International Preparatory Committee that established the International League of People's Struggle. I became its general consultant from 2001 to 2004 and then as chairperson from 2004 to 2019. The ILPS has been basically an alliance of people's organizations struggling for national liberation, democracy and socialism against imperialism, revisionism, and all reaction. 18 Now on to some more personal questions, if you'd indulge us, comrade. In addition to being a revolutionary writer, thinker, and leader, you're an award-winning poet. What RST motivated you to write poetry? Who are your favorite poets? And would you select one of your poems to accompany this interview? JMS, in the elementary grades, specifically in grade 3, I became interested in reading and trying to write poetry. I was inspired by the poems my teacher asked me to recite. In high school at the Ateneo and Letran, I succeeded in having some of my poems published in the school publications. And of course, in the University of the St. Philippines, I published my poems in the Philippine Collegian and in various literary publications. I published my RST book of poems in 1961, when I was 22-year-old. 19 You are part of a proud generation internationally that took up the call from Mao Zedong to combat revisionism and build new communist parties on a revolutionary basis, including Abimael Guzman, Charu Majumdar, and Ibrahim Kapakya. To many around the world, these names resound as legendary and they continue to inspire revolutionaries today, but these were your contemporaries. What's been the impact of the generation that merged the overall global upsurge of the 1960s with the leadership and guidance of Mao Zedong and Maoism? What does it mean to you to be part of that generational experience? JMS, to say the least, we were a significant part of and had an impact on the generation that created the overall global upsurge of the 1960s with the leadership and guidance of Mao Zedong or Maoism. We wrote poems and performed other tasks, ideological, political and organizational, in order to generate the people's democratic revolution with a socialist perspective in our respective countries. We became engaged in the revolutionary mass struggles and in waging the people's war. I consider myself the luckiest of those leaders you have mentioned because I have lived long enough to observe and study the rise of modern revisionism and neoliberalism for some decades, the unprecedented crisis of global capitalism and strategic decline of the U.S., the current upsurge of anti-imperialist and democratic mass struggles and the discernible transition to the resurgence of the socialist cause. 20 What sustained you during your period of incarceration and torture by the Marcos dictatorship? JMS, I was sustained by the commitment to the just cause of serving the oppressed and exploited people in their struggle for national and social liberation. My studies of theory and practice of Marxism-Leninism Maoism. My participation in the mass struggles and readiness to die anytime if necessary sustained me. And of course, I composed poems to counter the psychological torture during my VE years of my solitary confinement. These are in my book of poems Prison and Beyond, which won the Southeast Asia Right Award for poetry in 1986. I also kept my sense of humor and composed jokes against U.S. imperialism and the Marcos fascist dictatorship. 21 What have been the most occult experiences of your time in exile? Have there been unexpected joys as well? JMS, my most occult experiences included being deprived of employment since 1988 and even the living allowance for asylum seekers since 2003 while I was waging legal battles for political asylum after my Philippine passport was cancelled in 1988, for the dismissal of the trumped-up charges of multiple murder in 2007 and for the removal of my name from the EU terrorist list. I won all these cases. And I enjoyed the support of my lawyers, the Filipino compatriots overseas and in the motherland, and the organizations and institutions of foreign friends in solidarity with the Filipino people. 22 Warm revolutionary appreciations for giving this interview to Kites. To conclude now, what sustains you as a revolutionary? JMS, my commitment to the principles of the revolutionary proletariat and the just struggle of the Filipino PLE for national and social liberation. The Filipino People's Democratic Revolution is invincible. December 26, 2022. It is with deepest grief that I have to be the one to issue my husband's last and null message to the revolutionary forces and the people on the 54th anniversary of the Communist Party of the Philippines. He started discussing with me the outline and writing of the message a month ago when he just got discharged from the hospital at his second conment in November and just before the start of his third and last conment on November 28. He wrote the RST draft on paper, which I keyed into the computer, and then he reread and corrected it twice to produce this null draft. Below. Some 15 or so minutes before Joma took his last breath, he was still talking about ensuring the revolution would win victory and advancing to socialism. With his last thoughts he remained optimistic about the Filipino people whom he served with utmost determination. Please release the message a day or two before you publish the 54th anniversary statement of the CPP Central Committee. Editor. Underscore 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 on. Since after the re-establishment of Communist Party of the Philippines on December 26, 1968 and the prompt founding of the New People's Army on March 29, 1969, every reactionary regime of the semi-colonial and semi-feudal ruling system in the Philippines has adopted and implemented a strategic operational plan to destroy the Filipino people's democratic revolution. But each strategic plan has always utterly failed and instead resulted in the significant growth of the revolutionary movement. Marcos went to the extent of imposing a fascist dictatorship on the people from 1972 to 1986. On the pretext of suppressing the CPP and armed revolution, save the republic and build a new society. But his power grab merely stimulated and accelerated the all-round growth of the revolutionary movement nationwide. Ultimately, the armed revolution inspired and backed up the people's mass uprisings in Metro Manila and nationwide in order to remove the fascist dictatorship from power. The pseudo-liberal democratic regimes that followed the Marcos fascist dictatorship tried to combine their respective military strategic plans with tactics of deception, including years of prolonged cessation and peace negotiations without addressing the roots of the armed conflict or civil war. Every reactionary regime has been obsessed with destroying the revolutionary movement and preserving the unjust ruling system of oppression and exploitation. It has used the anti-terrorist card any time to delay, suspend, or terminate the peace negotiations, despite such major joint agreements between the government of the Republic of the Philippines and the National Democratic Front of the Philippines as the Hague Joint Declaration of 1992 as framework for peace negotiations and the Comprehensive Agreement on Respect for Human Rights and International Humanitarian Law of 1998. Despite the peace negotiations, every reactionary regime has taken the liberty of killing cadres and members of the revolutionary movement. When the NPA captured General Abillo of the reactionary armed forces under the terms of the Carrerial and international laws in 1998, it immediately announced willingness to release him as a prisoner of war upon agreement on the safe procedure for his release. But Estrada continuously took her ends and used the capture of his general to become the RST reactionary president to terminate the peace negotiations in May 1999. After his overthrow by people's mass uprisings in 2001, the Arroyo regime agreed to resume the peace negotiations in 2002, with the Royal Norwegian government as the third-party facilitator. But in 2004 it became obvious that the Arroyo regime was following U.S. dictates to slow down the negotiations on substantive issues and to suspend them indefinitely and unleash bigger military operations in the name of the whole-of-nation approach. These military operations failed utterly to destroy the People's War. The rabid anti-communist defense secretary would eventually commit suicide upon exposure of his corruption in the handling of the military budget and even of the retirement funds of AFP officers and personnel. Complete sabotage of the GRP and DFP peace negotiations. But the worst came when Duterte became president. He pretended to be eager to conduct peace negotiations. But he carried out an all-out war policy against the revolutionary movement by extending Aquino's Plan Bayani until January 2017, when Plan Copy Upon was adopted and implemented. Instead of joining the NDFP in addressing the roots of the civil war through basic social, economic and political reforms, he concentrated on trivial and puerile tactics calculated to push the revolutionary movement to capitulation by demanding that the people's democratic government give up its legitimate powers, airing CPP representation in his cabinet prior to a peace agreement and then self-contradictorily including the NPA as target of his martial law proclamation against the Mott Group in Mindanao in 2017. Failing to achieve his short-sighted objectives in trying outwit the NDFP, Duterte agreed with his military minions to stop serious peace negotiations with the NDFP by hyping fake localized peace talks under the surveillance and control of the GRP. Duterte and AFP officers became obsessed with increasing the military budget to accommodate their insatiable appetite for corruption and the operations to red tag, intimidate people and abduct, detain, torture, and murder their political opponents. Thus, the ground was laid for the termination of the GRP NDFP peace negotiations on November 23, 2017 by Duterte after openly consulting U.S. President Trump. The Duterte's termination of the peace negotiations since 2017 was intended not only as a negotiating trick but as the beginning of ending permanently the peace negotiations. Subsequently, Duterte designated and proscribed the CPP and NPA on December 5, 2017 and ultimately the NDFP on the same grounds, created the National Task Force to eliminate the communist local armed conflict and took advantage of the COVID-19 pandemic to railroad the anti-terror law in the Civil Congress and the creation of the Anti-Terrorism Council. To put the Philippines once more under state terrorism or fascist dictatorship, violate the national and democratic right of the people with impunity and allow those in power to commit treason, tyranny, and thievery. Within this anti-national and anti-democratic framework, Duterte has passed on the reactionary government and ruling system to the Marcos Jr. Sara Duterte tandem by completely controlling the automated electoral system and fabricating more than 20 million votes in favor of the tandem and its candidates for Congress and local executive positions. The current de facto Marcos Duterte regime is under the dictates of U.S. imperialism and the big comprador bureaucrat interests of the Marcos and Duterte dynasties and will condone and continue the monstrous crimes of the previous regime until the opposition forces, the revolutionary movement and the broad masses of the people can act to change the situation in the Philippines. In the meantime, the Filipino people have to soar the rising level of oppression and exploitation due to the worsening chronic crisis of the ruling system and the anti-national and anti-democratic policies of the Marcos Duterte tandem. Day after day, they have to soar, defy and GHT not only the bloody human rights violations but also the fake news in the Psy-war campaign of those in power that the Filipino people and their revolutionary forces have given up the revolutionary struggle for national liberation and democracy. It is absolutely untrue that the People's Revolutionary Forces are dwindling and being defeated, and that the Red Cotters, commanders, and leaders, all tested and tempered in more than 54 years of victorious People's War, are rapidly being killed or captured in focused military operations or surrendering because of such band-aiders. Like the graft-laden Enhanced Comprehensive Local Integration Program, Community Support Program and Varanasi Development Plan. And yet the ruling clique and its military minions keep on demanding more public funds, not only to attack the people but also to pocket the larger part of the military budget. The reactionary armed forces have in fact officially admitted that the NPA grew in strength during the Duterte regime. Towards the end of the Aquino II regime in January 2016, when they claimed the success of Upland Bayani Han, they announced that the NPA commanders and leaders have been reduced to only 3,900. Now, they claim that at the end of the Duterte regime that they have caused the surrender of nearly 24,000 red leaders. Unwittingly, they expose themselves as big liars and big budget thieves and admit that the NPA actually increased its strength during the Duterte regime. 2. Why the People's Democratic Revolution is invincible. The Filipino People's Democratic Revolution is invincible because it is just and necessary to GHT for and achieve national liberation and democracy against the three evil forces of foreign monopoly capitalism, domestic feudalism and bureaucrat capitalism in a rapidly rotting semi-colonial and semi-feudal society. This new democratic revolution is a continuation of the old democratic revolution that was started in 1896 by the Katipunan and was victorious against Spanish colonial rule but was defeated by the U.S. War of Aggression that started in 1898. This time, the leading class in the revolution is no longer the liberal bourgeoisie but the proletariat in the era of modern imperialism and proletarian revolution. So long as the aforesaid three evil forces dominate and the Filipino nation, the ground remains fertile for the growth and advance of the People's Democratic Revolution. The chronic crisis of the ruling system has been worsening not only due to the factors of exploitation and oppression within the Philippines but due to those in the world capitalist system, US monopoly capitalism. The Philippines is fortunate to have rich natural resources for its own development, but unfortunately the imperialist powers and their reactionary puppets have always agreed to exploit the cheap labor of the toiling masses of workers and peasants and the abundant natural resources of the people. At every major shift of its economic policy in East Asia, U.S. imperialism has always made it a point to prevent the economic development through a program of genuine land reform and national industrialization in the Philippines. We have seen such phenomenon in the periods when the U.S. favored Japan's economic reconstruction and expansion after World War II and the economic growth of the economic tigers to serve as anti-communist front liners during the Cold War, and when it promoted neoliberalism and fascism and developed a neoliberal partnership with China until their ongoing decoupling and intensified economic competition and political rivalry. In the course of its closest neoliberal partnership with China, the U.S. and its chief Filipino puppets encouraged and allowed China to encroach on the West Philippine Sea in order to have the pretext for the U.S. to circumvent the constitutional prohibition against foreign military bases and forces in the Philippines by making the Enhanced Defense Cooperation Agreement to allow the U.S. military forces to have exclusive bases and facilities within the camps and military reserve areas of the reactionary armed forces. But now, the U.S. is conspicuously locked in a contest with China to plunder the natural resources of the Philippines and the rest of ASEAN. China is more than ever hell-bent on keeping its artificial and militarized islands in the West Philippine Sea because its own undersea explorations show that there are at least $26.3 trillion of gas, far more than enough to carry out genuine land reform and industrialize the Philippines and thereby fool the main socio-economic demand in the GRP and DFP peace negotiations. despite all its pious and glittering generalities for helping the ASEAN develop and for starting its reduction of carbon emissions by 2030, China is determined to grab the gas, marine, and other natural resources of the Filipino people in the West Philippine Sea. The Philippine economy and government are bankrupt due to its internal ills and the unprecedented crisis of the world capitalist system, due mainly to extreme corruption, import-dependent consumption, and military over-spending. The Duterte regime has more than doubled in only 6 years to PHP 12.5 trillion, the Philippine public debt of PHP 5.9 trillion, which had been accumulated since 1902. He did a favor to Marcos Jr. by making him president through the fabrication of more than 20 million votes in the last elections, but he has given him the big problem of looking for PHP 1.6 trillion to pay for amortization and interest payments to support the PHP 5.2 trillion budget for 2023. The Philippine is now reeling from severe conditions of economic depression, decreased export of raw materials and labor, lessened tax revenues and tighter international credit. Production and employment have fallen so steeply. There is severe decline in food production, including rice, vegetable, and SH, and nation is soaring. But the Marcos Duterte ruling team circulate the painful joke that the people can always buy imported food, despite the big drop in earnings from the export of raw materials and cheap labor. The Filipino people are outraged that the two worst political dynasties rule the Philippines, have no solution to the urgent basic problems of the people, but engage in the most scandalous forms of corruption and in the increase of the military budget to intimidate the people and suppress mass resistance, despite the Psy-War claims that the revolutionary forces have been destroyed or their actual strength reduced to only VE guerrilla fronts nationwide. 3. The armed counter-revolution will continue to fail. The armed counter-revolution being waged by the Marcos Duterte ruling combine will continue to fail because the objective conditions of the rapidly worsening crisis of the ruling system are making it impossible for the ruling classes of big compradors and landlords and their bureaucrats to rule in the old way, and because it is actually the subjective forces of the revolutionary movement and the broad masses of the people that are gaining strength and advancing the new democratic revolution under the class leadership of the proletariat and along the general line of protracted people's war. As the advanced detachment of the proletariat, the CPP has made great achievements in its ideological, political and organizational work. It has been guided by the theory and practice of Marxism-Leninism, Maoism, and has applied it on the history and current social circumstances of the Filipino people. It has put forward the general line of people's democratic revolution with the strategic line of protracted people's war and with the socialist perspective. It has upheld the principle of democratic centralism and has built a nationwide organization that is well integrated with the toiling masses of workers and peasants and the rest of the people. There is no way that the reactionary state can stop the few CPP cadres from performing their tasks in ideological work. From year to year and from decade to decade, under the auspices of the revolutionary school of Mao Zedong thought, they were able to educate more party cadres and members in the course of mass work and put them through the basic, intermediate, and advanced levels of party education after they take the revolutionary mass course for mass activists. Revolutionary studies can be carried out in so many ways far beyond the limited capabilities of the enemy to spy on, and the study materials are now widely available in hard and soft copies. In their struggle for national and social liberation, the Filipino people regard the CPP as the most important revolutionary weapon responsible for leading the people's democratic revolution. In turn, the CPP wields two other powerful weapons: armed struggle and the united front. The NPA is the main force for guiding and defeating the coercive apparatuses of the reactionary state and enabling the rise of the people's democratic government. The NDFP is responsible for building the comprehensive national united front and winning over the people in their tens of Millions to the revolution against the armed counter-revolution. The NPA carries out the strategic line of protracted people's war of encircling the cities from the countryside. In a semi-colonial and semi-feudal country like the Philippines, the countryside provides for the widest possible soil and physical terrain and area of maneuver for developing the strength of the people's army through denied strategic stages, such as the defensive, the stalemate and counteroffensive. Most of the people are in the countryside. And the main democratic content of the peasant masses is agrarian revolution, the satisfaction of the democratic demand for land. The NPA is tasked to wage armed struggle as the main form of struggle, carry out genuine land reform from the minimum to the maximum stage and build the revolutionary mass base. It has a major role in building the mass organizations and the organs of political power that constitute the people's democratic government and carrying out mass campaigns, programs, and activities that implement mass education and organization, land reform and socio-economic development, self-defense, settlement of disputes, protection of the environment and other important tasks. In accordance with the strategic defensive stage, the NPA has been victorious in carrying out the people's war through guerrilla warfare on the basis of an ever-widening and deepening mass base. This has allowed the NPA to build the guerrilla fronts initially in a few areas and regions and eventually to the 11 major islands inhabited by 94% of the people. Now, the NPA operates in 74 out of the 82 Philippine provinces and enjoys the support of the Filipino people and by the NDFP in all the Philippine provinces. Every reactionary regime has boasted of being able to destroy the armed revolution within the current term of whoever is the president. But the semi-colonial and semi-feudal character of the ruling system and its ever-worsening chronic crisis put limits on its ability to control the population and suppress the people's resistance. At any given time, the NPA and other revolutionary forces can work freely and launch tactical offensives in more than 80% of the Philippine archipelago. Of course, the reactionary armed forces and police can do their best to identify and target the NPA guerrilla fronts with focused or concentrated military campaigns. But the strategy and tactics of guerrilla warfare have served the NPA very well. When the enemy advances in superior force, the NPA main force retreats but deploys command-detonated landmines and sniper teams against the advancing enemy. When the enemy displaces and occupies the area of an NPA guerrilla front, the NPA surveils the enemy deployment in order to be able to know how to harass the enemy camp, hit the isolated perimeter guards and ambush the patrol units. When the encamped enemy tires out and retreats, it is the turn of the NPA to make the advance and deliver more offensive blows. But even while the enemy seems to have the upper hand through his advance and encampment, the NPA force on tactical retreat in one guerrilla front can initiate tactical offensives that it can win in a near-by area. Worst of all for the enemy, as has been often the case, in so many other guerrilla fronts in the same region. And all other regions the NPA take the initiative to launch tactical offensives by way of strengthening themselves through struggle and helping the guerrilla fronts under focused or concentrated enemy attacks. On the whole, in its entire history, the CPP has been excellent and successful in building the nationwide strength of the revolutionary forces by being able to lead and coordinate them in various forms of struggle and, in the eld of revolutionary armed struggle, using an existing guerrilla front to beget other guerrilla fronts in the same region and provide experienced CPP cadres and NPA commanders and leaders to other regions. The initial guerrilla front in Tarlac in 1969 led to the building of several guerrilla fronts in central, northern and southern Luzon from 1969 to 1971 and the big wave of CPP-NPA expansion teams to the Visayas and Mindanao from 1972 onward. Then within the same decade of the 1970s, the guerrilla fronts of the Visayas and Mindanao helped each other and also provided experienced CPP cadres and Red commanders to Luzon. The CPP, NPA and NDFP have become so well rooted on a nationwide scale and well integrated with the toiling masses of workers and peasants and the rest of the people. For perspective of the People's Democratic Revolution, the People's War in the Philippines is still at the stage of the strategic defensive, advancing from the middle phase to the advanced phase. In concrete terms, nationwide guerrilla warfare is the main form of armed struggle being carried out nationwide. At the same time, NPA companies have arisen from the platoons in preparation for the completion of the strategic defensive and advance to the strategic stalemate, wherein companies and battalions will have increasing role in tactical offensives. The strategic stalemate will probably be shorter than the already protracted strategic defensive with the NPA companies and battalions. Such forces already in stable base areas can be regrouped regiments and battalions in an even shorter time for the strategic counteroffensives to capture or compel the surrender of the last and most fortified and isolated holdouts of the enemy. This is merely a line of probability based of successful civil wars. But there is always the contrary line of probability that U.S. imperialism launches a war of aggression against the people. Before the Philippine Revolution, the reactionary Marcos-Duterte tandem is hell-bent on continuing the armed counter-revolution to preserve the ruling system, serve the interests of U.S. imperialism, and let the current civil war pave the way for a U.S. war of aggression. The Filipino people have no choice but to carry out the new democratic revolution by continuing the protracted People's War against not only the reactionary state in the current civil war but also the rising military intervention and probable war of aggression by U.S. imperialism. But there are growing limits to what the U.S. can do to dominate the Philippines, East Asia, and the world. It is still number one imperialist power, but it is on a strategic decline from its peak after a period of enjoying the status of being sole superpower after the 1991 collapse, the Soviet Union partnering with China in neoliberal globalization, expanding the NATO, launching wars of aggression under the so-called neoconservative policy, and wasting the enormous amount of $10 trillion without any significant increase of territory for exploitation. The limits of U.S. imperialist power have been exposed by its failure to take over the oil resources and build 16 military bases in Iraq, to destroy the Syria-Russia-Iran alliance, to break the revolutionary struggle of the Turkish and Kurdish people, and to hold on to Afghanistan, surrendering it to the Taliban. In the current Russian-Ukraine conflict, the US has been using Ukraine as proxy to threaten and provoke Russia to launch a war, but conflict has merely served both Russian and US imperialism to waste resources. It has led even the NATO allies of the US to complain why they have to spend more money for energy supply from the US than for the cheap gas from the Russians. Despite the recent hype that the US can wage to its advantage a war of aggression against China, DPRK and Russia, the people must be reminded that the US lost the Asian mainland and Eurasia as early as the 20th century. After losing a series of wars, the drive of U.S. imperialism for wars of aggression and the danger of world war and nuclear war is still restrained by the fear of mutual annihilation and human extinction on the part of the U.S. and all other nuclear powers. Global warming appears to be more imminent as a threat to human existence than nuclear war. The crisis of the world capitalist system is rapidly worsening due to the overaccumulation of monopoly capital and over-extraction of surplus value from the toiling masses and the intelligentsia. All major contradictions are intensifying, such as those between labor and capital, between the imperialist powers themselves, between the imperialist powers and the oppressed peoples and nations, and between the imperialist power and the countries as assertive of national independence and desirous of democracy and socialism. The 2008 financial meltdown has developed into a global depression far more prolonged and severe than the Great Depression of the 1930s, which led to the rise of fascism and World War II. But in the meantime, there are still the UN and multilateral and bilateral relations of states among both the main imperialist contenders and third world countries that uphold their own national sovereignty and their own interest in peace and development and wish to GHT fascism and imperialist war. It is the toiling masses and the rest of the people who GHT for national liberation, democracy, and socialism. Against imperialism and all reaction who let us hope for a bright future of world peace and common prosperity. They are now waging anti-imperialist and democratic mass struggle against the current global crisis that has been brought about by revisionist betrayal of socialism, neoliberalism, and fascism. These are the prelude to the resurgence of the world proletarian socialist revolution.